Pirates I can reject everything 101-120. 101. The mysterious ship. It turned out to be a whale that ate the fruit of the ship. What's the matter? Has it finally appeared? Grass. Basa stood up quickly, looked around, didn't see any shadows, and said cursing, "This is a few kilometers away again, fuck." Poison Q sat up, smiled cruelly and said, "What mysterious ship, after being discovered, can't it exist for hundreds of years if it is directly poisoned? Let's see if he can resist my barrier." Chi Luo, carrying the ghost cry, said coldly. He said, "With the help of Baccarat, it will take so many days to find out, no wonder it has not been found." Hawkins was playing the cards and said in a low voice, "Since we have discovered it, no matter how fast it is, it can't compare to Agent Zhenglian's domineering," and said indifferently, "It was said by Fanyoka so mysteriously, wait a minute. I want to see what the hell is this ship. This time, your fate is already doomed. After all, the captain is really too strong." Fanyoka looked at the sea level in front of him and saw the black ship he had seen many years ago, and said indifferently. Inside the training room. "Come on, we finally found it." The Queen Sweetheart's beautiful eyes lit up, her perfectly fair face was full of surprises, she was so happy. Bei Bang took a breath, and said calmly as always, "I can finally reveal the true face, I will study Karina well later." Nodding his head, his beautiful eyes were bright, and his smile was sweet and cute. He said, "Everyone is very curious, it's ticklish, hee hee. When I heard you mention this before, I was very curious." Carmen looked at them, with a charming smile on her delicate and beautiful face. She said with a smile, "I didn't expect this to happen only a few days after I came here. It seems that I can also bring you good luck." Makino stroked her dark green hair, widened her eyes, and smiled gently, "All of this is thanks to Sister Baccarat. Without her, I wouldn't have come across such interesting things." Kaya focused her head, her eyebrows curved, showing a sweet and pure smile, and said, "Yes, going to sea is so fun, it's much better than staying at home. I used to be at home and read books every day, so boring. Now I can not only see the blue waves, but also hear the chirping of seagulls. There are many, many more. I really like it." At this time, Chris stopped cultivating, still so calm, and spit out 2 words, "Let's go." After so many days of getting along, Nuo Chigao already knows Chris's person, and he is not so afraid of him. If Chigao knows very well, Chris just doesn't like to talk, so he seems to be a little colder. But he's very good at answering questions, and it's not that hard to talk. "Chris, have you sensed it?" with a sense of domineering. Nuochi looked at Chris to the right, blinked her beautiful eyes, and asked curiously, "What's the situation with the ship?" The girls followed behind Chris and didn't say a word. They all looked at him with a look of anticipation on his pretty face. Chris has always spoken very little and never said nonsense, so he just said these 2 words lightly. Carmen shrugged. Shangjan said with a slight smile, "It doesn't matter, we found it anyway. It is destined to not escape." Meaty's curly brows, her pale blonde hair tucked up, and she said generously, "As long as Chris comes forward, there will be nothing to do with it. Uncertainty, at least that's what I think. Lord Chris is really strong, the most powerful person I have ever met." The back of the man in front of Kia's right, in her beautiful eyes, is full of admiration, and she is extremely obedient. Makino smiled, nodded and said, "So young, yet so powerful, it is indeed the first time that Van Oka habitually tapped a gun on the shoulder, and said with a blank face, the rotten boat found that. Come on, we've already started to accelerate, wanting to run away. Don't worry, even if it runs to the horizon, it will not be able to escape the Long Lafayette," turning his cane and saying politely, "The captain said that, in this world, no one can compare with him in speed. Even the flash of General Pulsolino couldn't match the captain's speed. After all, space shuttle, there is no concept of distance at all." Crow glanced at Fan Oka, pushed his glasses, and said rationally, "Your observation is much stronger than that of the police officer. So far, the reporter has not found anything unusual." Vashes laughed loudly and said aloud, "Can it be compared? They are sharpshooters. If their eyesight is not strong, it is not a joke. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps, and Chris and the others walked over. Coincidentally, there was also a general report from the observation deck. That mysterious ship picks up speed. It must have spotted us. The bossos was the most forthright, looked up at the observation deck, shouted, and scolded, "Didn't see the captain coming, can't it be more eye-catching?" Was a full-hearted voice from the observation deck, and the solemn voice said, "Yes, yes, Captain Bossos, you said that it was the sweetheart queen who gave Bossos a blank look, and said angrily, 'Don't be so scary, okay? Look at the alarm. What are you scared of?' The key is still loud, and he is the loudest voice on the boat." Betty took a breath and said softly. Suddenly, Lynn said, "Chris didn't say anything," and disappeared directly in place. Karina shrugged her shoulders and said speechlessly, "Our captain is too assertive. Every time he doesn't explain anything, he thinks leave just leave." Perona danced in the air and said with a smile, "Isn't it cool? It feels mysterious, as if he has been wearing black clothes, saying, mysterious." Makino frowned and said with a smile, "This is the commonality of all powerhouses. They are different." Nami looks at the sea level in front of her and smiles innocently. "Yeah, that's why the Navy gave him a float, on the sea level in front of the black." Chris looked at the mysterious ship below. There was indeed no one. No one was controlling it. The Amin ship was completely black. The bow looked like the head of a whale, and there were many sharp acid ships on it. Looks so weird and mysterious. It deserves the title of the mysterious ship. "Where are you going? Can you give me a ride to the whale that ate the fruit of the boat?" Chris suddenly appeared on the deck, wrapped his arms in front of him, looked down at the hull slightly, and said calmly. Extremely shocked. No one has ever been on this ship. This is really the first time. The whale was frightened, and without saying a word, rolled violently, the boat shook violently, and wanted to throw this man out. Immediately, turbulent waves surged up on the sea, and white water splashes continued to spread to the distance. You can see the strength of this ship, how powerful it is. Fanyauka in the distance, saw this scene, with a rare expression of surprise on his serious face. All right, and said incredulously, "It really is a mysterious ship." Rolling around, he was full of power, like an angry beast. Bossos looked in front of him. The distance was too far to see anything. He quickly turned his head to look at Fanyauka, and quickly asked, "How about that ship?" Luo, carrying the demon sword and crying, said coldly, "Without a telescope, it is impossible to see the situation in front of you." "Really?" Lafitte turned his cane, and a very gentleman said, "The process is not important, what we want is the result." Gongzhang. The woman didn't speak, and looked at Fanyauka silently, waiting for him to give an answer. There was nothing they could do. As for this man, they really wanted to talk to him at all, so they might as well keep quiet. 102. Ocean fruit, the strongest fruit that controls the entire sea. The captain has appeared on that ship. Fanyauka habitually tapped a gun on his shoulder, and said expressionlessly, but that boat, as if alive, was resisting the captain. It shook violently, as if a big fish was rolling in a tank. They wanted to use the captain out to hear what he said. Everyone looked forward. Although the distance was getting closer, they still couldn't see what was going on in front of them. Indistinctly, only a black shadow can be seen. Nothing else is special. I will also get a telescope someday. Shibasa's is the most anxious, and he is so angry that he curses. Crow pushed his glasses, his eyes flashed with wisdom, and analyzed. Like life, it seems that he ate evil fruit. Lafitte put his hand in front of him, smiled gently. No need to guess, he will know the answer later on the whale boat. Facing the tumbling of the strange ship, Chris stood quietly, as if rooted on the deck. Let it bombard indiscriminately, I will stand still. Surrender to me. Chris's eyes narrowed, the overlord look was domineering, and a wave of ripples spread out with a bang. The hull was shattered, and traces appeared. The whale stopped and rolled, motionless. On the huge head, cold sweat dripped, and a terrified look appeared as if something terrible happened. 483 Suddenly, the boat shook up and down, as if nodding, and chose to surrender. For this result, Chris is not surprised. His arms are still in front of him, standing quietly, waiting for their arrival. Seeing this scene, Fan Yuenka nodded slightly, with a rare faint smile on his serious face. It's fate. This time, everyone didn't ask him, because the distance was getting closer, and you could see the situation above. Makino blinked her beautiful eyes, and her face was extremely beautiful, showing curiosity, and murmured, "This is the mysterious ship, how does it look like a whale?" Kia nodded. Okay, her pretty face was full of interest. She said with a smile, "What a strange ship, is indeed very mysterious. This should be a whale." Ju touched her delicate chin. She was slim, and she said gently, "If I guess correctly, it will turn into a ship after eating a devil fruit." Karina's beautiful eyes flowed, revealing a sly color, and said with a smile, "What kind of evil fruit?" Perona, a godlike Wanran, floated to Bakara's side, with a curious look on her face, and hurriedly asked, "Sister Kara, do you remember what evil fruit this is?" Queen Sweetheart also looked at Bakara, her eyebrows curved, and said, "Sister Bakara, you often read the Devil Fruits illustrated book, you must know it." Bakara folded her crimson hair, smiled and said, "If nothing else, it should be the Superman boat." Carmen looking at them, wrinkling her beautiful eyebrows, her pretty face full of doubts, and asking, "There is a question, aren't those with the power of evil fruits afraid of sea water? It will be cursed by the sea, it will not be able to appear in the sea at all, and it will be killed by the sea. Then this whale, oh, it is this ship, how can it sail on the sea? It feels very strange." Nuauchi nodded high, smiled slightly, and continued, "This question, I wanted to ask it just now, but I can't understand it at all." Nami saved the two of them, blinked her big eyes and smiled innocently. "What's so strange about this? It's normal. A person with similar abilities will definitely not be able to appear at sea, and will be completely powerless and unable to move. But this is the fruit of the boat, and the capable person becomes a boat. And if a boat can't sail on the sea, is it still called a boat? Ha ha ha." Needy stroked her pale blonde hair, smiled and said, "Nami is right, it makes sense." Hearing their conversation, Bosses suddenly had a whim and laughed. "Since there are ships and fruits, you can sailing on the sea, don't be afraid of the sea. Is there any ocean fruit? If there is, then you can control the entire sea and summon the ability of the sea at will." Bashas held up his double pipes and said with a loud laugh, "The most important thing is that once you eat the ocean fruit, all the capable ones BCF will be finished." Way ha 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 po q. S vicissitudes of life's face, a mysterious with a smile, such a fruit is impossible to exist, so stop dreaming. Crow habitually pushed his glasses, his eyes flashed with the light of wisdom, and said calmly and rationally, "The evil fruit of nature, logically speaking, exists. But this evil-footed fruit itself is against the sea. I personally think that it is impossible to appear in the world." Luo carrying a demon knife and crying, Gao Leng said, "The light, magma and other things in nature all appear. In history, I have never heard of ocean fruit, and it certainly does not exist." Lafitte looked at Baccarat, turned his cane, and asked politely, "Have you read the Devil Fruits manual? Have you mentioned the ocean fruit?" Baccarat folded her crimson hair and nodded lightly, gentle and pleasant. "No, this devil fruit is never mentioned in the picture book." Betty took a breath, still so indifferent, and said, "How can a devil fruit that has never appeared before be written into the illustrated book?" "But didn't Sister Baccarat say that ocean fruits exist?" "This is Sister Baccarat's intuition." And the Queen Sweetheart looked at the man in black and said with a smile, "Didn't Chris keep looking for ocean fruits? It's just that this fruit is too mysterious, and even Big Sister Baccarat is helpless, unable to sense its existence." Ju blinked her beautiful eyes, graceful and gentle. "I will find it one day. I believe in Baccarat's ability." "No. There will be problems." Bashas laughed loudly and said, There really are ocean fruits, this is too incredible. Jins looked at Luo, still dead, and said in a low voice, there are still ocean fruits, that's too scary. Looking forward to that day, I really want to see what the ocean fruit looks like. Fan Oka tapped his sore shoulder with a gun, and said seriously, I believe that what the captain wants to do will definitely be done, no need for that doubt. Crow frowned, shook his head and said, how can the devil fruit that has never appeared in history be so easy to find? The deep sea, and only in this way can we explain why no one has obtained Lafitte. No one can find it. Naturally it is impossible to get this devil fruit, but don't worry, Chong will definitely find it. At this time, the Chris had come to the side of the whale ship. After Padang shouted quickly, he jumped on the whale and jumped towards Chris. 103. It can become bigger or smaller, this is the strongest ship in the world. Whale boat. Captain, are you sure that the whale ate the fruit of the boat? Bassos looked at the black ship, laughed and asked the poisonous Q and coughed and said, aren't you talking nonsense? It is also necessary to ask Ah Jin to come to the bow of the boat and observe for a while. This boat should not be so ordinary, is there something special about it? Since I ate the fruit of the boat, if I guessed correctly, then I can definitely change the construction of the boat at will. Klo habitually pushed his glasses, and with the light of wisdom in his eyes, he calmly analyzed. Van Oka tapped his sore shoulder with a gun, and said with rare emotion, the mysterious ship that has been searching for hundreds of years has finally come to an end today. Lafitte stood his cane in front of him and smiled slightly, what other people can't do, we can only do it. Baiju, we are the strongest pirate group in the world. At this time, with a delicate chin, he smiled and said, I remember eating the Shaochuan fruit, you can indeed transform the ship at will. But this whale, can it understand what we say? Karina immediately became excited, her beautiful eyes flowed, and she said with a smile, whale boat, can you make it bigger? As soon as the voice fell, the deck suddenly expanded outwards, and the whole ship became a lot bigger and looked more powerful and domineering. This scene change, everyone was stunned. Was shocked. Amazing, really amazing. Kayali's eyes widened. Her fair and delicate face showed a look of shock, and she muttered something. Makino nodded and said with emotion, on the sea, there are really too many strange things. Sure enough, going to sea for adventure is the most correct. Nuauchi smiled sweetly and agreed, this is really incredible, if you tell others, no one will believe it. Needy stroked her hair and said softly and dignifiedly, whales eat bad fruits, this is surprising enough. Now even the hull can be changed, which is really shocking. The Queen's sweetheart is right with them, her beautiful eyes are shining, and she looks very excited. It seems that we have to change boats again. This boat is undoubtedly the most suitable. It can be changed implicitly, and the sailing speed is also the fastest. Zizuji, in this world, there is a better sea hidden ship than this. There must be none. Betty took a breath and said lightly, on such a strange ship, we want to go to the Great Waterway, and the time can be shortened. Many days. Nami waved her little hand, her pretty face was full of excitement, and she said quickly, don't talk about these things, the other things are not important at all. Now, let's start remodeling this lead. I'm going to live in a big room. How Perona is flying around in the air, making a silver bell-like laughter, head to head, so does this princess. If you live in a big princess, you have to design it yourself. Haley hamming tilde. The women were very excited, and they quickly discussed how to design this room, and why not only the women were very inviting in that room, and even these big men were no exception. With this boat, we can definitely conquer the whole film. The sea. Way ha Bashes raised his arms high, very happy, and his voice was very loud. Poison Q's smile is still so ugly, if you encounter the pursuit of the Navy in the future, you can completely get rid of them and let them stare at the back, hey. Crow pushed his glasses with his palm, showing a rare swirling smile, and then said, this ship must be the best ship on the entire sea, there is no. It is enough to change at will, and the speed is the fastest, it is perfect, it is the world's #1 Luo hug the ghost crying, nodded, very similar. Hawkins played the cards and said in a low voice, the strength of the team has become stronger once again and has not yet entered the Great Waterway. All external conditions have been completed before reaching the Kingdom of Alabasta and becoming the Chihuahai. On the side, Ajin cultivated his domineering aura and said indifferently, with the speed of this ship, before the battle for the squad leader, we have already become Chihuahai. Lafitte adjusted his top hat, smiled, and said gently that the team was not perfect, and it was time for a big fight. Let the whole sea spread our name. At this moment, Chris waved his hand and said with a high momentum, little ones, bring all the things here, we are going to have a banquet. Everyone has not recovered. Since going to sea, there has never been a banquet. This is the first time. It was enough for people to react. After he came back to his senses, a shocking roar broke out on the boat. Great, the captain finally had a banquet, ha ha ha. From going out to sea till now, I am the happiest today, quack Tilda hurry up, don't say anything, I'm taking things for me, hurry up. I'm so excited, I'm so happy, I really want to hit Renming. Twist, hurry up, twist with Lao Su, la la la, don't push me, the crew below, one by one, elated, Padang kicked his stilts, puffed up, and said with a smile, have a banquet, I like to have a banquet the most. Dada Habiba looked at Padang with a big smile, I also like to have a banquet. The banquet, the food cooked by Sister Carmen is really good. The captain even said that there is going to be a banquet. This special mother is unprecedented. Wei ha 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 Bashes laughed and was very excited. Poison Q coughed and said, I suspect that the captain has a mental problem. This is definitely not our Captain Luo looking at Hawkins, who is still so cold. The captain is in a good mood today. It is indeed too rare to ask for flowers. The matter in the East China Sea has been completed, and the next step is to enter the Great Waterway. Hawkins said in a lifeless voice. So, the captain planned to hold a banquet, which is actually understandable. Sanjianjin stopped practicing. The captain is such a person who cherishes time, also will make such a plan. It can be seen how much attention will be paid to this game. This time there is a banquet, and I want to wait until the next time. Only when I become Chihuahai will I have a chance. Crow is as calm and rational as always, and his tone is very positive. Lafitte smiled slightly, with a rare expression of excitement on his fair face, and said something. The captain is planning to hold a banquet, which really made me very excited. I mentioned it to the captain before, but the captain has no time and no interest to hold a banquet now. What a rare opportunity. Hearing Chris's words, the girls stopped discussing, looked at each other, and laughed one by one. Queen Sweetheart's pretty face was full of excitement, and she smiled sweetly and said, Great, after waiting for so long, it's finally time for a banquet. Betty took a puff of cigarette, and the army was shocked, it's really not easy. My mother thought that she would not hold a banquet until she became Chihuahai. Nami looked at the Mei gang, her eyes widened, and she said with a smile, Sister Mei, remember to mix the wine you like the most. Sister Carmen, I want to eat that mushroom stew. It is the best soup I have ever had. Koya looked at Carmen, her eyebrows curved, and her smile was sweet and pure. She was very cute. Carmen put her arms around her and smiled. Said, it's a small matter, it's rare to have a banquet, I'll do my best. Needy nodded and said with a smile, well, since this is the first time to hold a banquet, I will take it seriously and rest assured. I will prepare a lot of fine wine later, everyone can drink it openly, and make sure you have enough. Karina couldn't help but clapped her hands and said with a smile, there is food and wine, and I got such a treasure ship again. Today is really worth celebrating. Banquets are the best. Hee Luo Fang flew around in the air, and the laughter never stopped. Haley. Makino looked at Needy, and said very gently, I have worked in a tavern for many years, and I will give you a hand and look at Baccarat. Both of them are very happy to have sailed for so long, and it is time to relax. Baccarat folded her crimson hair, smiled and said, Chris has been practicing hard, I'm afraid he's exhausted. Ju nodded lightly. Ying Ying smiled. It's not just him who needs to relax, everyone is the same. I'm really looking forward to the banquet. 104. Chris, Violet, want to be your woman. Evening. At this time, in the western sky, the sunset is about to go down, and the clouds are dyed red, which looks beautiful. The new Chris, on the deck. The tables and chairs are all set up, and the table is full of delicious food and wine. Everyone has arrived, sitting on the chairs, waiting for the start of the banquet. Chris is in the middle position, standing up quickly, shouting, "Little guys, not much nonsense I said, eat with an open stomach tonight, drink hard, if you don't get drunk or go back." There is a warm applause around you, and there is a thunderous shout at the same time. "Captain, I love you so much, ha ha ha. Long live Captain Chris. I'm so excited, I'm about to cry," humming. Hurry up, don't talk nonsense, give it to Lao Su, and when you're done, you have to fight for wine. 853 in our village, who doesn't know Lao Su's prestige? People in the rivers and lakes have nicknamed Lao Su 1,000 cups are not drunk in the ferry. Guys, this guy is too aggressive, fuck him. The scene was particularly lively, with cheers, laughter, and kisses all over the Amin boat. Padong looked at Babo and said with a smile, "Come on, let's drink, we won't go home if we don't get drunk today." Beppo shook his head again and again, refusing. "Okay, I don't know how to drink alcohol, please forgive me, Padong. Captain, we have known each other for so long, we are still the first. Would you like to compare the amount of alcohol, way ha ha ha." Bassos patted the table, laughed loudly, and was invited to fight the drug queue and ate delicious food. The Joker was still so ugly, he coughed and said, "The captain's drunken attitude must be particularly ugly, hey." Luo was as cold as always, and said unceremoniously, "You think too much, such a thing is impossible to happen. After all, the captain has eaten the fruit of rejection, alcohol, just reject it directly, drink and drink hawking." C nodded and said in a low tone, "So, when it comes to drinking, no one is the captain's opponent." Akin stood up, held a glass of wine, and faced Chris, and said respectfully, "Captain, only let's go. La fight." Tay waved his hand and smiled slightly, "If you want to drink, then come together, what's the point of two people drinking? Come on, let's go together, how are you doing?" Crow raised his wine glass and looked at everyone with a rare smile on his face. "Just feel free to drink." Chris raised his glass, and without saying a word, he raised his head to drink. Then, everyone opened up to drink and chat, and the atmosphere was very lively. Chris lit a cigarette, leaned back in his chair, looked up at the night sky, and silently smoked. Lei Ju looked at Baccarat, her beautiful eyes were shining, and she had a sweet and charming smile on her pretty face. She said softly that everyone was happy, including Chris. Of course. Baccarat picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and smiled, "The stronger the team is, the better it will be." How could Chris be unhappy? No reason. At this time, Jung Mei looked at Karina, laughed and said, "Well, can you still hold me? You can't drink me." Karina smiled disdainfully and snorted, "Women must survive by wisdom, but the amount of alcohol should not be too bad. No matter how good you are, this princess is the least able to drink," humming. Perona sat on the chair and looked at the two of them. Her little face was full of depression. She was very troubled. Kia turned to her right. She blinked her beautiful eyes, and said with a pure and elegant smile, "It's okay, I wouldn't happen to have me with you, too, would it be nice?" Sweetheart Queen smiled sweetly and said to Betty, "Happy, I haven't been so happy for a long time." We also walked Beibang and gave her a sideways glance and sneered, "You want to fight with the old lady, stop joking, drink." Needy was eating, looked at Carmen, smiled sweetly and praised, "The food you cook is really delicious and admirable, it's really amazing." Carmen leaned on the chair, crossed Erlang's legs, took a sip of wine, and praised him in turn, "You are amazing, the wine you prepared is really delicious." Makino looked at the two of them, blinked her beautiful eyes, she was gentle and generous, you two should stop complimenting each other. In my opinion, you are both very good. One can cook food, and the other can mix fine wine. At this moment, Bashes roared loudly and said loudly with a smile, "Drink, do tay mother hides, don't sit silly one by one, way ha 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 ha. Do it, drink it, don't get drunk." As the banquet continued, everyone was in high spirits, drinking heavily, chatting, and couldn't stop at Dayton's Rosa, in a hidden room. A woman stood at the closed mouth. She was wearing a flamenco dance costume. She was very slender and looked solid. It's too much to give away. Once this call is made, there is no turning back, alas. Violet looked up at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window, and her flawless face was full of worry. She went through various ways and went through a lot of searching, and finally got Chris's contact information. But now it makes her a little confused. She doesn't know if she should say what she said to King Liku and Shueibika before making this phone call. That is to deceive them about what they want. How could Violet be handed over to the dead man to deal with? Definitely make the call in person, but if the call goes out and Chris tells Doflamingo about it, she'll be completely screwed. No, after my investigation, I learned that there are so many women around Chris, and he is very fond of them. He must be a man who loves beauty and loves beautiful women. He wants him to agree to my request and save dress Rosa, then be his woman. I would too. Violet's eyes were firm, and he said secretly, "What kind of love is 4.0, it's all fake and unreliable. Men like to lie, and they all want to possess a woman's body. He will definitely see me and help me. It doesn't matter how my life is going, even if I get beaten up by him every day, I will recognize it. The most important thing is to make the father and king happy and let the people live a happy life. So settle down, call him, and be sure to ask him to help me no matter what. Even if you give everything, you will not hesitate." Without any further hesitation, the phone bug came out, so I dialed it out. 105. "Hi Chris, my name is Violet." Chris, inside the training room. "I'm so happy, it feels really great to have a party." Karina looked at them with bright eyes, and said with a smile, "I really want to hold banquets often, everyone is happy, how wonderful." Corona floated in the air, nodded again and again, with a clear laugh, "Yes, yes, this princess also likes to hold banquets and super likes it. Holly holly charming tilde tilde you think too much, how is this possible?" Queen Sweetheart gave them both a white look and said angrily, "If you don't say that you often hold banquets, there is nothing new at all. Most importantly, what kind of person is Chris, and how could he waste time on such a meaningless banquet?" Betty took a breath, calm as always, "Even if we enter the Great Channel, there will be no more banquets. If you want to have a next time, you have to wait until you defeat Crocodile and become Shichibukai, and then it is possible for Meaty to stroke her pale blonde hair, and a sweet smile on her white and beautiful face, agreeing, I'll be content if I can have such a banquet once. For Chris, a training robot, it is very, very rare to be able to free up once. As for the next time, I can't even think about it." Makino nodded, her eyebrows were curved, and she looked very gentle. "A man should be like 547. He has a sense of struggle and strives to become stronger. If you get old and drink, it will be very inappropriate." Makiju looked at them, smiled and said, "There are many people in the tavern I run who don't do anything other than drink every day." Goal. Carmen shrugged his shoulders and directly retorted, "I'm not against cultivation, but it's a bit too much to work as hard as Chris." Nami waved her hand, Chen narrowed her eyes, her smile was pure and sweet, and Daming said, "Don't worry, everyone. In a few days, we can reach the town of Rog, and then enter the Great Channel, and soon we can reach the Kingdom of Alabasta. Anyway, before the battle for the squad leader, Nuauchi, who will definitely become Chiwahai, poked her blue hair and said with a slight smile, "Roger, I remember the town called, the beginning and the end. Not only is he famous in the East China Sea, but even in the whole world, he is well known, and he is concerned by the world." Ju is lingering on Erlang's legs. With his delicate chin in his jade hand, he nodded lightly and agreed. Rog Town is indeed very famous. After all, it is the birthplace and execution place of One Piece. All pirates must know the existence of this city. Steel BCFI. There is no doubt that Nami smiled and said, if we set out from the East China Sea, if we want to enter the Great Waterway, we must pass through Rog Town, which is unavoidable. After the town of Suge, let's have a good time. What is the difference there? At this moment, a crisp voice rang out in the training room. In the drawer in front of Bakara, the phone bug chirped. All the girls were stunned for a while, and they all had to look suspicious because the phone bug in charge of Bakara never rang. This was the first time. Strange, who is calling? Queen Sweetheart looked at the drawer in front of Bakara, wrinkled Shuden, and said in confusion, I thought this phone bug was invalid, but I didn't expect it to ring. Incredible, who could this be? Betty spit out the smoke in her mouth, still so indifferent. What are you thinking about? Don't you know when you pick it up? Bakara slowly opened the drawer, put a purple phone bug inside, gently placed it on the table without hesitation, directly lifted the receiver, and answered the phone bug to lure Chris. The phone bug simulates the appearance of Violet, with black and beautiful hair, and the beautiful face can be seen from the woman opposite. Her appearance must be very beautiful. The girls froze for a moment. It turned out to be a woman. And she's a big beauty. Who is this person? Have you never seen him before? Karina looked at them, wrinkling her beautiful Luyi brows. Her pretty eyelids were full of doubts. Corona Lice was in the air, shook her little head, and said directly, I haven't seen it before, I don't know who it is. Bakara folded her crimson hair, her eyebrows curved, and she asked with a smile, may I ask who you are? The other side was silent for a while, and did not answer immediately. Violet really didn't expect that this would happen. According to the normal situation, he called Chris, and it turned out that a woman appeared. But it doesn't matter, Violet will not be affected, she said with a smile, my name is Violet, I have something to discuss with Chris. Please give him the phone bug, I want to talk to him alone, thank you. Queen Sweetheart looked at Betty, smiled slightly, and whispered, this woman seems to be very polite, I feel that her temperament must be very good. Bang shrugged his shoulders, took a puff of cigarette, and said lightly, this ghost knows, anyway, when my mother is not at this time. Bakara smiled and said gently and generously, okay, please wait a moment, I will help you ask about this Violet. Bakara feels that she is very polite and has a very good impression of her, thank you. Violet blinked her beautiful eyes, and her smile was sweet and pleasant. It was very good looking. Bakara looked at the busy man in front and said with a sweet smile, Chris, someone called her. Her name is Violet, and she wants to be alone. Discuss things with you. Chris was doing a handstand with one hand, and he didn't stop. His voice was as calm as ever, and he said, let her say directly that Chris would answer like this. The girls are not surprised, but they think it's normal. After all, this guy, for other things, I don't care at all unless it's a major event, otherwise I don't want to fight against him in cultivation. Our captain is still so cold. Makino looked at the girls, stroked her dark green hair, smiled softly and elegantly. Very Lady Kia nodded lightly, smiled sweetly and said, Chris is too hard, he can't stop for a minute. Carmen leaned on the chair, crossed Erlang's legs, and showed a helpless look on his face, saying that I have nothing to say. No wonder, I have long been used to it. Reese's indifference, his character, is so peculiar. At this time, Bakara looked at the phone bug and smiled gently. Chris said it, let you say it directly, he is listening by the side. She knows best about Chris' situation. The really important phone bugs are all in the hands of Chris, and will not be handed over to her. For example, the phone bugs contacted by Dao Free, including Hancock's, and the phone bugs in her hands are fundamentally important. It's not big. Chris didn't take it too seriously and fell silent again. The phone bug's eyes blinked, imitating Violet's thinking, which was very vivid. Saying such important things in front of outsiders. How does this allow Violet to accept? Please tell Chris that my business here is very serious. I would like to be able to talk to him alone. Please help me tell him, thank you. 106. Chris, how can you be so indifferent? Violet is going to cry. Hearing Violet and repeating the words just now, the girls couldn't help but glance at each other, and one shook his head slightly. They can understand that this Violet doesn't understand Chris's person and character at all. She feels too good about herself. Karina shrugged her shoulders, her beautiful eyes flowed, revealing a sly look. She said with a smile, if this is a call from Chris, I will definitely hang up. Perona floated in the air, nodded her head, and said affirmatively, then it's needless to say that our captain has always been the same. Let her say it directly, then you have to say it immediately. The sweetheart queen who can't wait for a second is stroked. Thumbelina has pale blonde hair. Maymay looked at the man in front, and smiled bitterly. Chris spoke, never saying it a second time. Gangang is arbitrary, and no one wants to change him. Even so strong, Betty took a cigarette, as always. Calmly said, the strong are like this, when they speak, the listener must pay enough attention, that's all. Carmen shook his head, with a helpless look on his pretty face. He sighed, it's not good to be too strong, it will appear cold-blooded and ruthless. Najiu looked at Baccarat, her hands resting on her white chin. She smiled gently and said, there's no need to ask Chris about this kind of thing. His answer must be to hang up the phone. There is no other possibility. Baccarat smiled at Puju and nodded in agreement. Among these people, she was the first to follow Chris. To say who knows this man best, it must be her. In Baccarat's view, Chris is the most powerful and domineering man in the world, and there is no Violet. Well, I will say it straight. Baccarat folded her crimson hair, curled her eyebrows, and showed a dignified and elegant look on her pretty eyelids, said with a slight smile, you don't know Chris as a person. What he said has never been repeated, and the second truth is that you think things are very important. You need to chat with him alone, and no outsiders can listen in, but this is only your personal opinion. It is you who think too much it's important, that's all. Baccarat glanced at the man in front of him, and said with a smile, Chris has a special phone bug, and those are the ones he focuses on. As for me here, all I receive is a whole small matter, all of which are irrelevant. Do you see what I mean now? No matter how important your business is, in Chris's eyes, it's not a big deal. Baccarat shook his head lightly, and Luo Qian said generously, so, if you have something, just say it directly. Chris won't answer your call, although it sounds ugly, but Violet, this is the truth, you have the right way. The other side fell silent again, her beautiful eyebrows frowned, and she looked extremely bitter. Violet never thought that Chris would be such a person, so cold-blooded and ruthless. He said it himself, there are very important things to discuss, but he doesn't care that Violet feels hurt. He was full of blood and worked hard to call for help, but in exchange, he was treated so coldly. She was so aggrieved, she was about to cry. Finally, with a sigh, she resigned. After all, I am asking Chris for help, and people show their faces and respond indifferently. That is Chris right, so I will say it directly. Violet cheered up, threw all negative emotions into the sea, and began to tell in detail with a serious look on her pretty face. I am the princess of Dressrosa. I was a cadre under Doflamingo. My country was taken over by Doflamingo, this bastard. On the beautiful and delicate adventure, Yan showed indignation and said, my mother, as well as many relatives in the family, were brutally killed. In order to get revenge, I joined the Don Quixote family and acted as an undercover agent to inquire about their news. Some time ago, Doflamingo met Lord Chris, and the two fought a battle, but Lord Chris won. Violet blinked her beautiful eyes and said with emotion, when I heard Brother Doflamingo mention this, I was shocked. It's incredible. In an instant, in my mind, I thought of a way. That is to contact Lord Chris, ask him to help me, solve Doflamingo. Violet for me, pause for a while, stroke the black hair in front of his forehead, his beautiful eyes are lowered, and he is very embarrassed to say, if Lord Chris is willing to help me, I can be his woman, Give everything for him, and listen to him in everything. Lord Chris, please help me, save my country, Dressrosa please. After the exchange, he bowed deeply, and his attitude was extremely sincere. After listening to her, he was very moved to hear her such a sincere tone, an extremely tragic experience, and the girls fell silent one by one and felt pity for her. Fei Chong sympathizes with her. Kia is the most innocent and pure. Looking at Makino, her beautiful eyes were full of hurt, and she said in a low voice, Sister Violet is too difficult. Her family was brutally killed, and she still has to do things under the enemy's hands. Alas, Sister Violet must be very painful and very sad in her heart. Makino gently touched Kia's small bag. She was very happy. Han had already regarded her as his own sister, shook his head gently, sighed, and said in awe, everyone has their own, it's impossible to live so happily. Let's not say more, let Chris make his own decision. Karina frowned, looked at Perona, and asked, isn't Brother Doflamming our partner? Perona nodded her head. It was also very puzzling. I didn't understand. How could she let Chris deal with her partner? Nuao Chigao looked at Nami and said with a complicated expression, she is just like us. Her relatives were killed horribly, and she had to do things for the enemy. Ming, it's so similar. Nami sighed, and couldn't help recalling the various experiences in the past. Extremely sad. My mother was killed by the dragon and I can't do anything. Instead I work under his hands. It's so similar. We and Violet are so miserable. The Queen's sweetheart looked at Chris and saw that he was still cultivating, as if she hadn't heard Violet's request that she wanted to be Chris's woman. This condition was really not attractive at all. The Queen's sweetheart turned her head and looked at Betty. With a wry smile, no need to say, Chris will definitely not help for this. Bei Bang took a breath, still calm, and said with certainty, our plan has long been made to become Chihuahai, and then start the Chihuahai Alliance to share resources and information. So, Chris can't do it for this. A woman, Baccarat, who changed her decision, is very clear about Chris's attitude towards women. Seeing that he is still cultivating, and saying nothing, this is the best answer. Because he was really not interested, he didn't even bother to talk. Chris, my gut tells me that her country has what we want. Baccarat folded her crimson hair. Her beautiful eyes were folded on Chris. She smiled and said, although I don't know what it is, I feel that it is very important to us and indispensable. Baccarat's words made everyone stunned. Violette stood in front of the window. Her beautiful eyes were full of doubts, and she had no idea what the woman on the other side was talking about. What is your country? Could it be that Chris wants to take this country and occupy this place? Sister Baccarat or Zhao feels good luck again. What will it be this time? I'm looking forward to it. Perona floated to Baccarat's side. Her beautiful eyes were shining, and her pretty face was full of interest. Karina thought about it, and said in a very sure tone, it can make Sister Baccarat have such a deep intuition. This thing is not the same, it is very precious. Carmen shrugged and said casually, treasure is definitely impossible. That's what's left, weapons and evil fruits. But I don't think it should be. These things are not so important to us. Skuya looked at Makino, with a pure and elegant face, with a look of admiration, and murmured, Sister Baccarat's ability, really it's amazing. Makino nodded lightly, with a very gentle tone, yes, she is the goddess of luck on our ship. At this time, Chris stopped practicing and began to think seriously. After all, this matter is really too important, it affects the overall plan, so he has to pay attention to it. 107. In 2 years, I will kill Doflamingo. Chris lit a cigarette and stood quietly in front of him, looking out at the blue sea. In his plan, Doflamingo has always been a heavyweight player who can play a huge role. The guy is cold by nature, has the idea of destroying the world, hates the Navy, and is very disgusted with the Tianlong people. As a Tianlong person, he was deprived of his identity. This has completely distorted his psychology, and he is simply a mad dog who can only bite. Such a good chess piece, it would be a pity if he was not used rationally. They all know that Chris has a problem. Our captain is the most decisive. He is not sloppy when he speaks and does things, and rarely sees his contemplative appearance. Karina shrugged her shoulders, smiled and said something. Needy stroked her hair, smiled and said, "No way, if we promise to help Violet, then our plans will all be affected. This is called pulling 1, 5, 3, 1 hair and moving the whole body. I have to be cautious." Some sweetheart queen nodded, with a serious look on her pretty face. Chris has already made a plan for the hegemony, and it will definitely not be changed easily. So in the face of Sister Baccarat's suggestion, you must think about it and think about the various issues that follow. Betty took a breath and said lightly, "Let's leave this kind of thing and let Chris decide for himself." Ju touched her white chin and asked Baccarat, "What do you think it could be?" Baccarat shook her head slightly, come on her beautiful eyebrows, "I can't tell what it is, but it feels important to Chris. There is an intuition, if Chris does not agree, this thing is impossible to obtain." Violet on the opposite side also knows that things are very important. Chris must be thinking seriously, so he will not speak, just wait quietly, beautiful and exquisite with a ditched look on his face. He must agree, Chris. If he doesn't agree, then Dressrosa will really be over. No one will come to save the country. Violet knows this very well. At this moment, Chris exhaled a cigarette and turned to look at Barbara. "Carla," said calmly, "tell her to solve Doflamingo within 2 years. However, what I need must be given to me immediately." After flicking off the cigarette butts, he continued to practice. Hearing Chris say this, the girls are not surprised, but feel very normal. This is an intuition from Baccarat. You must choose to believe Violet. You heard what Chris said. Baccarat raised her eyebrows and said with a sweet smile, "If you didn't hear it clearly, I can repeat it." The other side didn't answer immediately. She frowned her beautiful eyebrows, and thought about it. 2 years is no problem. My country is totally waiting. After a while, Violet made a sound, with a wry smile on her beautiful and delicate face, and she was intimidated. "You don't know, Dressrosa has long been occupied by Doflamingo. Treasures, weapons, all in his hands." "I really don't know what all the things you said," Violet sighed and said distressedly. "Even if I want to give it to you, there is no way to start." Hearing her say that, the girls are very puzzled. Olette, she shouldn't be joking. She really doesn't know what Chris wants. And Dressrosa, there shouldn't be any valuable treasures, but if she doesn't know, then things will be tricky. Because Chris has already said that Apple will only help when something comes up. This is the premise. Like this. Baccarat pulled out her crimson hair, frowned, pondered for a moment, and then slowly said, "If you don't know, it doesn't matter. Who are the close people around you? I feel that this thing is in this circle." Baccarat blinked her beautiful eyes, smiled and said, "You don't have to worry. If you ask, you will know what the thing is this time." The other side couldn't bear it any longer. The pretty eyelids were full of curiosity, and he directly asked that, "Why do you know so clearly?" Violet frowned and said suspiciously, "You said just now that my country has something that Lord Chris needs. It's even more certain now that things are right beside me, which is really incredible. Can you tell me how you know?" Baccarat leaned on the chair, with Erlang's legs crossed, dignified and noble, and said with a smile, "My name is Baccarat, I am a lucky fruit person. I can feel the arrival of good luck, and my intuition is accurate. Violet, that's why I know it." The sweet queen stroked her hair, smiled and said, "It's not very accurate, it's 100% right." Betty took a breath and added, "That's true, never had a problem." What? Shock. Violet was recruited by the shock. Although she investigated Chris, she didn't find Baccarat's ability at all. It was incredible that she didn't know she was so fierce. No wonder, so it is. Violet shook her head, her beautiful and elegant face was full of complex colors, and she felt the fruit of luck. With you by Mr. Chris's side, everything he does will be smooth sailing, no Baccarat. You are really amazing. Luck can't be seen or touched, but you have mastered such a miraculous ability. I admire you so much. Baccarat shook his head slightly, with a gentle and pleasant smile, and said generously, I admire you, you are so beautiful, and you are the Princess of Dressrosa. How big is this person? She is a noble and beautiful woman, the person I should be envious of is me. Viat, I feel that you are very talkative, and I have a very good impression of you. We will always keep in touch with you in the future. She has been paying attention to the beauties around her, and she can't miss any of them. As long as they appear, they belong to Chris. Dressrosa's Princess Ning, who has such a high status and is a woman of Chris, is the best. Including the last time I invited Ching Makino and Kia to board the ship, it was also Baccarat's personal idea. In the future it will definitely happen again. Well, I like you very much too. We will chat often in the future. Violet has beautiful eyes, stroked the black hair in front of his forehead, smiled gracefully and said, well, I'll hang up first. Go and ask my father. I'll call you again when it's confirmed later. Is it all right, Sister Baccarat? Baccarat nodded and smiled slightly. Okay, you can go to work. I'll wait for your call. At this point, the call is completely over. Chris, Violet agreed. Baccarat looked at the man in front and said with a smile, but she needs to ask, because she doesn't know what we donated. Chris was wielding a blood-red 2.9 knife, spit out a word lightly. Karina looked at them with a sly look, and said with a smile, what do you think of this Violet? I feel that she seems to be very good, she should be able to dance, and she is very powerful. Perona floated in the air and asked curiously, why do you say that, where did you see it? Needy nodded and smiled, she's wearing a flamenco dance costume, and logically speaking, the dance distance must be very strong. Kaya has a simple mind and a sweet smile and said, I think Sister Violet is very good, she is very good at talking. She is a princess, but she has no pretense at all, she is gentle and generous, and she is always a good sister. I laughed, if I have the chance to meet her, I'll definitely make sure that her dancing is very beautiful, she's a special fan. 108. This is a map pointing to the Devil Fruit Tree. New World, Kingdom of Dressrosa. Beside Chris, Wanren has such a powerful woman. It's really scary. Violet is holding a phone bug, and her flawless face is full of surprise. She really admires Baccarat's fruit ability. Very, very envious. But when she thought of Chris, she couldn't help but get a little mad at this guy. He was so cold-blooded that he was so mad at me. From childhood to adulthood, I have always been the apple of my eye. All men like me and treat me very well. Only this bastard didn't even want to connect to the phone, and asked Baccarat to do it for him. How can there be such a man in the world? I hate him. Violet shook her head, sighed, and stopped thinking about these messy things. The most important thing now is to find what Chris wants. This is the most important thing. She thought about it seriously, and there is no precious treasure around her. If you try Becca, it's definitely not there. It seems that the father should hide something from us. He must have a secret that he didn't tell us. Violet frowned and analyzed it carefully. Baccarat said so, then there must be something on his side. She believes that it is impossible for Baccarat to joke about this kind of thing and talk to her father, it can only be like this. Violet's eyes showed a firm look, and without hesitation, he walked directly out of the old place of the room, the base of the revolutionary army of King Liku, the flower field. At this time, the room is still the same, only the three kings of manpower, Rebecca and Violet. Violet, why are you contacting us again? King Liku sat on the chair, looked at his daughter seriously, and said in a deep voice, with such frequent contact, Juan was noticed by Doflamingo, have you thought about the consequences? Becca hurriedly waved her hand, with a sweet smile on her beautiful and refined face. She persuaded Master, my aunt looked for us, and she must have contacted Chris. Becca turned her head to look at Violet, and blinked. Blinking her beautiful eyes, she smiled and said, Auntie, I'm not wrong. Violet leaned on the chair, with Erlang's legs, showing elegance and generosity, and said with a smile that I did contact Chris, and he agreed. Within 2 years, the bastard Doflamingo will be solved. Violet looked at King Riku, raised his eyebrows, and said with a wry smile, "He made a request, and only if we agree to him, will we be willing to rescue Dre." Frosa. With the appearance of Violet, Rebecca hurriedly asked, curiously, "Auntie, what request did Chris make? Is this asking too much, and that's why it bothers you?" King Riku glanced at Violette, and said in an old voice what was his request. As long as the conditions weren't too extreme, the king could allow him Violet to brush his hair before he pulled out his forehead, and explained the situation with a slight smile. "Beside Chris, there is a woman named Baccarat. She is a lucky fruit person and can feel the arrival of good anger." Violet looked at the two of them with a very serious look on her pretty face, and said, "Her intuition shows that we have something that Chris needs here." She couldn't tell what it was, but she knew that things must be in our hands. "I thought about it, and I didn't know what she was talking about, so I came to discuss it with you." Violet looked at King Riku, and was silent for a while. Then he slowly asked, "Father, Rebecca and I don't have anything important here. Are you hiding something from us? And I'd love to know what it is if you can." Hearing her words, Sugar Becca and King Riku were both shocked by the lucky fruit, that there is such a powerful evil house fruit. "It's unbelievable." Becca came back to her senses and hurriedly looked at King Riku with a puzzled look on her face. She couldn't believe it and asked Grandpa, "Is what the mother said true? Are you directly hiding something from us? Grandpa, you are not such a person, right?" King Riku didn't answer immediately, leaned back, sighed, and said to himself, "If I guess right, what Chris wants is indeed in my hands." "Really have?" Violet and Rebecca looked at each other, and they both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. King Riku loved them very much, and made them think they were darlings and set a reason to hide their eyes from them. "Man, I am really shocked that Becca's character is not so calm." Looking at King Riku, he snorted and became angry. "Grandpa, you are still keeping a secret from us. I thought you loved us the most and I will ignore you in the future. I won't talk to you anymore." Violet rolled her eyes at her and said angrily, "What are you talking about? Since the father doesn't tell us, he must have his reasons." Then, he turned his head to look at King Riku, with a gentle and pleasant smile on his pretty face, and asked curiously, "Father, can you tell us now, what is it?" King Riku waved his old big hand and smiled amiably, "It's not Zhang Yinmen, you guys, this is the rule handed down from the ancestors. Years ago, our Riku family became the new royal family of Dressrosa. From then on, each generation of kings would pass a map to the next generation." King Shinriku shook his head, sighed and said, "In my generation, all my daughters were born, so I didn't tell you to. Individual. Alas, this map is useless, and it's a good thing to give to my generation." Becca's beautiful eyes lit up, and her beautiful and delicate face immediately showed interest, and hurriedly asked Grandpa, "What map is it? Why is it so mysterious?" 310 degrees has been handed down from 800 years ago to the present, which is simply a family heirloom. Violet nodded, with a complicated look on his pretty face, and murmured, "In other words, Baccarat really predicted it. If she hadn't said it, I would never have known in my life that there was such a secret in the royal family." King Riku looked at the two of them with an amiable smile, and said in an old voice, "This map is said to be Devil Fruit Tree can be found. Of course, this is passed down from ancestors 800 years ago. Whether it is or not, no one knows at all. In my opinion, the ancestors have been guarding such a map. It is really unnecessary." King Riku smiled and said with a certain tone, "Even if this map is real, so what is the tree of evil fruits? Where did we grow up? This has nothing to do with us. We just need to know what we can do. This map is not complete, and other residual pictures need to be collected. In short, this is a useless map." King Riku looked at the two of them and said with a sincere smile, "For various reasons, I didn't tell you about this. It's really unnecessary to say it." 109. Lord Chris, is this the map you want? I'll say. Rebecca looked at King Riku. Her eyebrows were crescent-shaped, and she smiled sweetly and said, "How could Grandpa hide from us? Grandpa loves us the most." Violet nodded, agreed with what Rebecca said, brushed the hair in front of his forehead, and smiled. Father, since this map is not very important, then leave it to Chris. It is undoubtedly a very good deal to exchange a map of little value for the safety of the entire Defus Rosa. King Liku frowned, with a worried look on his vicissitudes face, and said what the map gave to Chris, the well is not a big problem. What the father was worried about was whether after he got the map, he would turn his eyes and not recognize the person, and would not help us anymore. Ka nodded, touched his delicate chin, and analyzed it. He was right. This is indeed worth thinking about. Chris, he asked for things first, and then agreed to help us, which is too bad for us. If he took the map and ran away, we couldn't do anything about him. Becca looked at Violet and winked beautifully. Eyes, smiled and said, Auntie, do you have a better way? Violet shrugged, with a bitter smile on her pretty face, but said helplessly that you don't understand Chris's character. He is too strong and domineering, and he is not allowed to question him or bargain at all. Since he said that, then we can only do this. There is no other possibility. You look at King Liku and Becca, and say with a very serious face, but I can guarantee that he will not go out and go to Baccarat. The lucky fruit person, I will not doubt him. Becca nodded and said with a smile, speaking of which, since he knows that we have something in our hands, he can definitely contact Brother Doflamming. So, our things cannot be preserved, and they will also be taken away by him. So, I agree with my aunt, I can give the map to Chris Diaresis L. King Liku frowned, and his old eyelids showed a contemplative look. At the end of analyzing the pros and cons, he sighed and sighed with emotion. Great it, then give it to him. After all, this is the only hope. If you miss this time, you will never have another chance in the future. Who is Doflamingo, the king of the underground world, with a great reputation, shocking the whole sea? Chris was the only one who dared to challenge him. King Liku turned to Violet to the right, and said with a serious face, you should contact him now, agree to his request, and Xiao Becca and I will sit here to make sure that the situation is going on. That's right, Grandpa and I are here to check to see if Chris really wants to help us. Auntie, call quickly, I will observe carefully. Violet shook his head and said with a wry smile, you think too much, love is not like this, call over, it must be Baka to answer. Will be Chris. After he finished speaking, he took out the phone bug and placed it on the desk. Rebecca waved his hand and urged him without caring. Auntie, don't care who answers the phone, it's the right call anyway. I've already got a lot of energy. Violet, who will definitely observe carefully, gave her address, and said angrily, it's still so quirky, it'll never grow up. After talking, there's no likeness. Dialed out. Chris, in the training room. You say, will Violet call again? Corona floated in the air, looked at them, and asked curiously. Karina leaned on the chair, crossed her legs, smiled disdainfully, and said with certainty, it's needless to say, I will definitely contact you. Nuachi nodded high, stroked her blue hair, and smiled slightly. Didn't Chris say that Doflamingo is not a Yin Chihuahua? There is Sichung Kaido behind him, who would dare to challenge him? Even those monsters in the New World didn't dare to confront Doflamingo head-on. Nami blinked his eyes, touched Bai's chin, and said seriously, that's true. Not only is he the king of the underground world, but he is also connected to the world government. Nami, who is black and white, holds her small hand with an excited look on her face. A pirate like him is really too shrewd to live, too. Great. Needy right her, said gently and generously. Although he lives very shrewdly, Chris said that he is destined to be eliminated by the times. After becoming the king of Dressrosa, he became arrogant. He didn't work hard to cultivate, and his strength stopped. The wave of the new era came, and he couldn't survive at all. Pushing the city is where he should stay. Kino shook his head slightly, and said in awe, although Chris's words are few, every time she talks about the point, it is very philosophical. Kia nodded her head heavily, and said twice, ignoring the man in front of her, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration, Lord Chris, who is the best young man in the world. Sweetheart Queen looked at them and said with a smile, so you don't have to think too much, it won't be long before she will call, there is no doubt about that. Unless she didn't want to save Dressrosa. Then when I didn't say anything, a crisp voice rang out. Blue blue blue. The girls looked at each other and laughed together. Carmen folded her arms in front of her and said with a smile, what are you talking about? It must be Violet's phone call. Betty, who took a breath and remained calm as always, she must be more anxious than us, which is normal. Baccarat did not hesitating, he quickly picked up the receiver and connected the call. My name is Violet. The phone bug imitated her appearance, and she was still so beautiful and generous, showing the noble couple of a princess of a country, Yarabeka and King Liku, both looking at the phone bug. Violette, I have been waiting for your call. The phone bug just now. As soon as it rang, I guessed it was you. Well, have you asked your father, did you find it? Qian. The girls didn't speak, all of them pricked up their ears. All of them were very curious, eager to know the answer. Violet nodded, eyebrows curved, and said generously, I found it, Sister Baccarat. I asked my father, it turns out that what Lord Chris wants is actually a map. This is a residual map. If Ziki is complete, then you can find the devil fruit tree. Violet leaning on the chair and leaning up. Ruo Erlang's legs immediately showed an extremely attractive figure, which looked really intoxicating. Sister Baccarat, please ask Lord Chris, is this what he wants? If not, I will continue to look for it here. No matter what, please rest assured that Chris-sama will be satisfied. I'm sorry to bother you, Sister Baccarat. 110. In 10 minutes, Chris will be in Dressrosa. Is it a residual picture, and it still points to the devil fruit tree? The girls froze for a moment, and then a happy smile appeared on their eyelids. They all knew that among the things Chris needed, there was the devil fruit tree, which was great. I didn't expect it to be this. Karina's beautiful eyes were shining, her pretty face was full of smiles, and she said something excitedly. Nami nodded and said with a smile, yes, this is really something to celebrate. Maggie Nuo smiled slightly, politely, Chris has been looking for the location of the tree of evil fruit tree, now that this matter is a bit of an eye. Ju leaned against Yuzi, crossed Erlang's legs, touched her delicate chin with her jade hand, and said something with a smile. I originally thought that we would have to wait until we entered the Great Waterway before we can get news of this aspect. It seems that our luck is really not that good. Carmen looked at the man in front and said with a smile, Chris, there are evil consequences. Tree news. Why don't you come and listen? Stop cultivating first. The Queen Sweetheart shrugged her shoulders and smiled wryly at Chris, who was still slashing her sword. Our captain is really heartbroken. No matter what happens, he always has the same expression, just like a robot. If this matter is put on normal people, who would not be excited? 483 He is the only one who doesn't care. Betty took a breath and said with a sneer, you know the spectrum, this guy is helpless anyway, I've looked at it, don't expect him to show surprise, or other expressions, he's like a wood, emotionless. Needy turned to her right, smiled and said, it's not as exaggerated as you said, Chris is also emotional. At the banquet a few days ago, didn't Chris smile? It's not as scary as you said. Chris waved his sword and said calmly, tell her, the map. I want Baccarat to follow Chris for so long now. Knowing what he meant, he smiled and said Violet, things are in your hand. Up. The other side paused for a while and did not answer immediately. Violette looked at King Riku without speaking. He asked with his eyes. King Riku nodded without making a sound, and responded. Sister Baccarat, the things are here with me, when will you come and get them? Violet brushed the hair in front of his forehead and said sincerely, if possible, I hope you can come over earlier so that we can finalize the matter, and we don't have to think too much. So please tell Chris Dajan, please. Baccarat's sister Baccarat didn't need to ask Chris at all. She said with a smile, Violet, where are you now? Say a precise location so that Chris can find the 3 people across from you. Hearing Baccarat's words, they were all stunned and didn't respond. Chris is coming to find her. How is this possible? Everyone looked at each other with a puzzled look, and couldn't understand Sister Baccarat. Aren't you guys in the East China Sea? Why did Chris come to find me? Violet frowned her pretty willow eyebrows, her pretty face covered with confused. He asked curiously, I don't understand this, Sister Baccarat. Baccarat waved his hand gently, his eyebrows were curved, and he said with a gentle smile, you don't need to worry about this, just report an accurate address. As for what's going on, you'll find out later. Hearing Baccarat say this, Violet couldn't continue to ask, and Rabbit had to arouse her disgust. Mei looked at King Liku and Enbeka, and made eye contact. King Liku didn't know why Baccarat said that, but after thinking about it, he didn't say anything, and pointed directly to the donation. Nebeka looked at Violet, nodded slightly, and agreed with Mrs. Baccarat, I am in the flower field in Dressrosa. There is a sunflower here, very beautiful. Span. Violet's beautiful eyes flow, and her smile is dignified and noble. Said, when you are free next time, remember to come to Dre. Throws a watch, guaranteed to satisfy you. Tell her 10 minutes to. With a bang, Chris disappeared instantly, and the disappearing figure saw Chris open high. The girls looked at each other. Speechless Karina shrugged her shoulders, complained, and said, still so decisive, hello. Don't say a word, you'll be there in 10 minutes. Carmen shook his head and sighed, it's rare to see him being so active, it seems that Chris attaches great importance to this map. The sweetheart queen frowned and said, getting there in 10 minutes means that Chris must be on his way with all his strength. Baccarat knew that Chris must be getting older, and he gave 10 minutes, which must be the longest time. Surely in less than 10 minutes, he would appear at the flower field point in Dressrosa. Baccarat firmly believed that. Violet, wait there for a while. In 10 minutes, Chris will arrive at Baccarat, as dignified and classical as always. Ying said with a smile, as for specific things, you can talk to him face to face, don't worry too much. Although he is domineering and strong, he is actually very talkative. If you have any requirements, just talk to him directly. Well, I won't say much about the rest. Let's chat with Chris. Listening to Baccarat's words, the three of them were completely stunned. They couldn't react and arrived in 10 minutes. What does this mean? How is it possible to come so soon? Impossible. No, Sister Baccarat. Violet came back to his senses and just wanted to speak, but found that the phone had already been turned off. After the call was over, he shook his head, smiled wryly, and said, hang up the phone so soon, nothing has been explained clearly. Wong and Becca wrinkled their eyebrows, their pretty eyelids covered with doubts, asked just now if she said that Chris would come in 10 minutes. I heard this right. Rebecca shrugged, with a helpless expression on her beautiful and delicate eyelids, and said, I also heard that it was indeed 10 minutes. But how is this possible? How can others come here in the East China Sea? Could it be that Chris and the others have been joking with us and have no plans to save Dressrosa? Lumbecca, shaking his head, frowning slightly, and directly overturning his own statement. It's not right, looking at Baccarat's appearance, it doesn't look like that. Just kidding, she is very serious, but to appear here in 10 minutes, it only means that Chris is in Dressrosa, and this is the only possibility. Having said that, the voice stopped abruptly, a look of horror appeared on the pretty face, and he murmured, if he is in Dressrosa, would this be a conspiracy? He won't join forces with Doflamingo, auntie and grandfather on the way to the flower field. Do you think it will be like this? When Becca looked at the two of them, she hurriedly said, let's get out of here quickly, let's retreat first and then talk about it. 111. Violet, Rebecca, I can answer your 3 questions. What are you talking about? Violet rolled her eyes at her and said angrily, if Chris really teamed up with Doflamingo, then they attacked directly. How could they tell us that it would be reached in 10 minutes? Besides, I still believe that Baccarat is a person. She can't deceive us. After listening to Violet, Becca said, her beautiful eyes lit up, her head suddenly realized and she patted her heart. She breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a sweet smile, Then I can rest assured, I'll be fine. But what does Baccara mean by this? What does it mean to reach within 10 minutes? King Liku frowned. He said with a serious face, I'm afraid there is indeed a problem here. Maybe we already have Telucris and Doflamingo. It is very likely that we will leave here for the time being to make sure everything is safe on the way. If no abnormality is found later, come back at that time. Violet quickly waved his hand and said eagerly, Father, don't rush to retreat. You have forgotten my ability. I can see the situation within 4,000 kilometers, and I can grasp any troubles in time. I'll go out and check the situation now. As long as Doflamingo is in King's Heights, then it means we're not exposed and it's safe. Hanbecca's beautiful eyes lit up, her beautiful and delicate face burst into a sweet and pleasant smile, and her voice was sweet and excited, saying yes, Auntie's fruit ability, but super powerful, can not only see through other people's hearts, but also observe a few. The situation thousands of kilometers away, Stains, don't worry about it now. King Liku also reacted, nodded, and said with a smile, Violet's ability is indeed very powerful. It is the most suitable for spying on the enemy. All right, if that's the case, you can go out and observe the system. Once you find a problem, please come back and notify in time, don't delay. Violet didn't believe that Chris would do this at all, but King Liku said so, and she could only go out for a while. After brushing the hair in front of his forehead, he said with tears in his eyes, Okay, I see. You wait here in peace, don't worry about anything, it's all right. I went up to take a look, and immediately came down. After we finished talking, I slowly stood up, walked towards the door with graceful steps, and suddenly, a faint voice sounded in the room. Violet, are you leaving without a map? With a bang, Chris' figure suddenly appeared at the door. The air instantly quieted down. There was no sound from the three of them in the room. They were completely shocked. Very handsome, about 188 centimeters tall. With a calm temperament, his body exudes the aura of a strong man, and he looks very mysterious. When Becca pointed at Chris, her beautiful eyes widened, and her face was full of horror, and she said intermittently, a sentence. You or Chris. Violet also came back to his senses, his eyes widened to the maximum, and Chao Xian showed a shocked look, and murmured, what's going on here? King Liku sat up straight, his vicissitudes face also showed a look of surprise, and said in disbelief, how did you appear? Also, how did you know about this place? This place is my revolutionary base. No outsiders know about it, how would you know? It was so shocking that the old man, King Liku, couldn't calm down at all. He asked several questions in a row. Chris looked at the three of them and said calmly as always, didn't Baccarat tell you just now, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Get here. The three looked at each other, and the horror in each other's eyes was incredible. The three of them still couldn't turn their heads, and they were dizzy. Violet rubbed her smooth forehead. She felt that her head was not enough, and she needed to be surprised by the delicate and elegant danger the color, said quickly. Lord Chris, let me ask one by one. Could you please answer the question? Violet looked at Chris, shook his head, and said with a wry smile, the three of us, we still don't understand the situation, it's completely. Becca nodded again and again, like a chicken pecking at rice, and hurriedly followed, yes, I don't even know what to say now. The mood is so complicated that I don't know how to describe it. Anyway, it's shocking. King Liku should be more sophisticated. He gradually stabilized his mind, calmed down, and asked with a frown. Let me ask you a question first. Mr. Chris, are you? How did you know about this place? Others are old and sophisticated, and they deeply understand a truth. Ask for flowers and gifts, you must ask for something. Since asking Chris for help, the attitude has to be sincere and show enough respect. This has nothing to do with age, it is simply to agree with the strong Becca and Violet. They all nodded, and Maymay watched this mysterious man carefully, waiting for him to give an answer. I know a lot more than you think. Chris still put his hands in his trouser pockets and said lightly, when your strength reaches a certain level, you will know what the answer is. For the sake of the map, I can answer your 2 more questions. After thinking about it clearly, when people look at each other again, they can understand. It's very cold, he won't say a word of nonsense, and the whole person who is unsmiling is very cold and ruthless. Ask the 2 of you, just one of you. King Liku leaned against the chair and rubbed his forehead. He needed to take a break. He was old and couldn't stand the emotional fluctuations, so he left it to 2 young people to tie. Rebecca and Violet looked at each other, and Violet still had a look of surprise on their pretty faces. Blinking her beautiful hair, she said with a gentle and dignified smile, "Let me ask first, and you will ask questions later." I was just thinking about what question I wanted to ask. Rebecca nodded lightly. Her eyes were curved, her smile was sweet and cute, she was so good-looking. Violette turned her head to look at this powerful young man, wrinkled and slender willow leaves, and her flawless face was full of smiles. Full of doubts, he asked, "Chris-sama, were you in the East China Sea just now?" Chris was expressionless, still so calm, and said directly, "Yes, I just arrived here from the East China Sea," and the 3 of them were shocked again. What does Chris mean by this? Just now, people were in the East China Sea, and in less than 10 minutes, people appeared in the kingdom of Dressrosa in the New World. How is this possible? How far is it from the East China Sea to the New World? The 3 of them didn't know what to say anymore, and they all stared at Chris, as if they had lost their souls and couldn't wake up at all. The room was so quiet that even if a needle fell to the ground, it could be heard clearly. 112, Lord Chris, let my daughter and granddaughter accompany you. How is this possible? Violet shook his head like a rattle, with an extremely beautiful white face, covered in horror, and murmured that it took 10 minutes to come here from the East China Sea. This is impossible, who can do it? This is not something that can be done by human beings, and certainly cannot be done. Suddenly, Violet reacted, and Chao Xian was full of apology. Maimyu looked at Chris with a very embarrassed look. Chris-sama, I'm not questioning you, I'm really too shocked, it feels too incredible. King Liku and Enbeka didn't speak. They nodded again and agreed. Chris still put his hands in his trouser pockets, still so calm, and said lightly, "The last question." The 3 of them couldn't help but look at each other, and they all saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. This young man in front of him is really too cold. He cherishes words like gold, and doesn't say a word of nonsense. This makes the 3 of them feel very uncomfortable. There is always a feeling of depression, really very uncomfortable. Violet looked at Rebecca, shook her head slightly, threw all her emotions out of her mind, smiled and said, "You ask, after asking, you have to get down to business." "Okay, I already know what to ask." Becca turned her head to look at this mysterious man, with 12 curved eyebrows, a gentle and pleasant smile on her delicate face, and said something in a sweet voice. "Chris, it took you less than 10 minutes to get here from the East China Sea. I want to ask, Lord Chris, how did you do it? You're just curious." Violet and King Liku looked at Chris with curiosity, eager to know the answer. Chris was as cold as always, his voice was as calm as water, and he said, "I ate the fruit of rejection and developed a move ability, space rejection. Using the space shuttle, you can get here in 10 minutes. Okay, what's the matter? I'll talk about it later." Chris looked at the 3 of them and said indifferently, "Now, give me the map first. Repel fruit, reject space." People were once again shocked by what Chris said. There are people who can pierce through the space. This is really incredible, people can't believe it at all. At this moment, the 3 of them felt that the young man in front of them was so powerful and mysterious. The eyes of Chris turned to the right, showing more and more respect and humility. This is respect for the strong. "Lord Chris, please wait a moment." King Liku quickly stood up and bowed to Chris, with a look of guilt on his vicissitudes face, and hurriedly said, "You're coming so fast that the map hasn't come. Please wait a few minutes and I'll go get it." After speaking, I didn't dare to hesitate, and strode to the door. At this time, there were only 3 people left in the room: Violet, Rebecca, and Chris. Violet looked at Chris, her beautiful eyes blinked, a sweet and gentle smile appeared on her pretty face, and she said, "Lord Chris, you are inviting me to sit down." Becca also reacted, hurriedly facing Chris, smiled sweetly and said, "Lord Chris, let's sit down and talk, don't stand." Chris didn't speak, nodded slightly, and walked straight over. Without saying a word, Violet hurriedly pulled the chair away, extremely respectful, and said with a smile, "Sir Chris, please take a seat." "Sit down, don't be so polite." Chris waved his hand and his voice was calm. Okay Chris Big." Violet and Camp Becca nodded quickly and sat down quickly. This time, Chris spoke first, looked at the two of them, and asked directly, "How did you get this map?" Hearing Chris's question, Violet and Rebecca said together, "We both looked at each other and laughed and thought it was very interesting. A mature, a pure, or all proper pictures of big beauties, it is really beautiful." "Auntie, your thinking is clearer, you should talk to Lord Chris." Becca looked at Violet, blinked beautifully, smiled sweetly and gently and said something. Violet nodded lightly, then turned to look at Chris, and said with a smile, "This is the situation, Lord Chris. 800 years ago, after our Liku family became the new royal family of Dressrosa, this map has been handed down all the time, and finally in the hands of my father." Violet plucked his black and beautiful hair. With a sigh, there was a look of pity on the pretty face, and it was a pity that this was just a residual picture, not complete. "If you want to find the devil fruit, you need to find other afterimages." Violet looked at Chris with beautiful eyes, smiled and said, "But I believe that Lord Chris will definitely decide all the maps. For this, I am very convinced that you can absolutely do it." Rebecca nodded her head, with a big smile on her face, and continued, "Yes, Chris is so powerful, he can definitely do it. Speaking of which, no one knows what the devil fruit tree looks like." Becca's pretty face is full of yearning, and she is very longing, and murmurs, "If you have the chance, I will really go and see this magical fruit tree. It must be a very beautiful and attractive big tree." Chris leaned on the chair, crossed his legs, put his arms around him, calmly said, "If you are interested, I can show you the tree of evil fruits when you find it. Go together." Die and da. Violet and Becca, their beautiful eyes lit up instantly, and their pretty faces showed surprises. They were very excited. Chris didn't say much. He nodded slightly. It was great to respond. "Thank you, Chris. Grown-ups." Without saying a word, Rebecca quickly applauded. Her eyebrows curved into a crescent shape. Her smile was sweet and pleasant, and she quickly said that you are really a good person. "Thank you so much, hee." Violet nodded, blinked his beautiful eyes, and said with a sweet smile, "No wonder Sister Baccarat specially explained something sweet. Tell 230 I said that although you look cold, you are actually very talkative, and you are not as good as you look. Now it seems that this is the case. It is exactly the same as what Sister Baccarat said." At this time, there was a knock on the door, reminded. With a crunch, the wooden door slowly opened, only to see King Liku holding a black box and striding towards Chris. This is something that has been passed down for 800 years. When Becca was innocent and lively, when she saw the black box in King Liku's hand, her beautiful eyes were bright, and her pretty eyelids were full of curiosity. King Liku stood beside Chris, respectfully placed the box on the desk, and said very humbly, "Master Chris, this is the map you want." "I'm sorry Chris, I still have a few things to deal with, so I'll let my daughter and granddaughter be here with you." Chris was still so calm, he didn't even look at King Riku, and said lightly, "Go ahead." And Violet was stunned for a while. "I don't understand why King Riku did this. Chris is extremely important to them. Riku is extremely important. Wong is not here to accompany him, and what is he going out to do? What is going on at the moment? He can be compared with Chris." At this moment, Violet was really confused and couldn't understand what King Liku was doing. 113. Violet, Rebecca, you all become Chris's women. Xiaobeika's mind was simple and didn't think much at all. she said with a smile, "Grandpa, you are a busy person, just go ahead and do it. With me and my aunt here, that's enough." King Liku nodded and glanced at the two of them with deep meaning. The vicissitudes of life showed a amiable line. "Let's chat with you young people, I'll go back to work first." After speaking, without any hesitation, he walked directly to the door with a squeak. The wooden door slowly closed, and King Liku stood at the door with a look of hope in his eyes and prayed secretly in his heart, thinking, "Violet, Lumbeka, you have to cheer up. No matter which one of you, being Chris woman is a huge help to Liku. Chris is so young and his strength is so powerful, he must be a big man in the future. It is your honor and a great joy to be his woman." King Liku frowned, with a determined look on his old face, and said to himself, "If Chris wants, it's not a problem for both of them to marry him. Such a powerful young man must be firmly grasped in his hands and must not be missed. As long as Chris becomes my daughter, he will definitely help Dressrosa and bring great benefits to the country. That's right, I have to talk to the two of them when I look back, and explain that I must become the woman of Chris." King Riku, with a smile on his face, very happy, and strode forward into the room. At this time, Violet had already fully reacted, and she finally knew why King Liku did this. This is the woman Ming who planned to make her Chris. Father, are you so anxious to send your daughter out?" Violet secretly complained about King Lisho. He had never seen a father who did this. How could he put his daughter on another man? "Well," she just complained, not very angry. Maimyu glanced at Chris. She was still very satisfied with this man at a young age, with such a strong strength, and with such a handsome appearance. Overly domineering. However, as a strong man, it is understandable that Chris would behave like this. Is he really my real son? Violet really wanted to take a 0K pose in front of his eyes and peep into Chris's inner thoughts. But she doesn't dare, it's just an idea. Actually, Chris is stronger than Doflamingo. If he peeps rashly, he will definitely be noticed by him. At that time, it will be a big trouble, and it will definitely let Chris, I want to see this map, can you let me see it together? At this time, Becca looked at Chris. Her beautiful eyes were shining, her face was extremely beautiful, she showed a look of anticipation, and she asked. Chris was about to open the black box and said calmly, "After you can finish speaking, just open the box and take out the quaint and old map inside." "Thank you, Lord Chris." Becca's beautiful eyes lit up, a sweet smile appeared on her pretty face, and she said happily, "I knew, Lord Chris, you are the best." Without further ado, he quickly stood up and walked quickly to Chris's side. He was very excited. Violet pulled up his black and beautiful hair, smiled and said, "I'll take a look together. After all, this has been around for more than 800 years. The map is definitely seen by the whole world." Slowly stood up, took noble and elegant steps, and came to Chris's side. "Is this the map pointing to the tree of evil fruits?" Becca stood beside Chris Fang, bent down slightly, and her slim and attractive figure suddenly appeared. Long pink hair, delicate and perfect face, without any acne, it is really beautiful to wear. The route is very complicated. Violet also stood beside Chris, bent over to look at the map, Kumon Lu Yiju, and whispered that this figure was much better than Rebecca's black and beautiful hair. The exquisite 5 palaces, coupled with her status as a dancer, how slender her figure is, can't be described at all. Must be mind-blowing, no doubt about that. Complexity is inevitable. Chris crossed his legs and held the map in both hands. He watched carefully and said calmly without blinking. "A place no one has ever reached. In this life, I will conquer there, and I will succeed in uncovering the mystery of the devil fruit tree." Although the tone is flat, but there is no doubt about it. It shook the hearts of both of them. Becca looked at Chris, her beautiful eyes were full of brilliance, and on the verge of being beautiful and fair, there was a sweet joker, and she nodded heavily. "Lord Chris, I am sure you will do it. From childhood to adulthood, you are the most powerful man I have ever met. What others can't do, you can definitely do. I firmly believe that. Violet gathered her black and beautiful hair and looked at Chris with a different emotion in her eyes. With a dignified and gentle smile on her pretty face, she nodded and said in agreement, "BCAH, I think so too. Lord Chris, your strength is so powerful, I believe that in this world, there will be no more powerful young people than you. Coupled with the lucky fruit of Sister Baccarat, she will always bring you good luck and let you do things smoothly." Violet blinked his beautiful eyes, and said with a slight smile, "So, you can definitely do it, come on, Lord Chris." Hearing the praise and encouragement from the two of them, Chris rarely showed a faint smile, put away the map and said a word. "Okay, I'm satisfied. Next, let's talk about our cooperation." Hearing him mention the business, the two of them reacted instantly and said in unison, "Okay." Lord Chris didn't hesitate, sat down quickly and entered the topic. Chris looked at the two of them, his eyes were indifferent, and he said calmly, "At most 2 years, I will help you solve Doflamingo and completely liberate Dressrosa. After that, whether we will continue to cooperate, wait until then and talk about your ideas, including the requirements, let's discuss." Hearing this, Violet and Nebeka both showed a look of relief. They waited for so long, that is to wait for this sentence. Now that Chris has made a promise, then everything will not be a problem in 2 years, Doflamingo must die. They really admire Chris' strength too much, and they won't doubt anything at all. Rebecca was naive and lively, she held up her little hand, and said with great excitement, "This damn Doflamingo is finally finished, hee hee hee." Violet nodded, looked at Chris carefully, and said with a sweet smile, "As long as Lord Chris takes action, he will definitely not survive. Dressrosa, I'm finally going to turn over. This is really gratifying, Mr. Chris. We have no other requirements, but wait for the time to come. That's all. In the next 2 years, we will be completely hidden. No longer fight against Doflamingo, and wait for your arrival with peace of mind." Violet blinked Chen Mei's eyes and smiled sweetly, "Also, Lord Chris, if we run into trouble here next. At that time, can we call you for help?" "Don't worry, we won't call you unless we have to." Chris nodded slightly, and said calmly as always, "Yes. If you have no other requirements, so be it." After speaking, I stood up and prepared to leave here. Violet and Nebeka knew that Chris was going to leave, so they quickly stood up, and their beautiful eyes fell on him. "Man, you are leaving." Rebecca's eyes widened. Without blinking, she said curiously, "I really want to see how you reject space. I didn't notice when you came just now. This time, I must see it clearly, I won't miss a single bit." Violet nodded and stared at Bryony as well, with a serious expression on her pretty face, and said the same to me. "This is a shuttle space, something that no one has ever been able to do before. You must see clearly that." Chris ignored them and spit out 2 words. "As soon as you leave, the world disappears in place, and you can never find him again." Figure 114. Violet makes a decision to go after Chris. Shock. Very shaky. Violet and Rebecca instantly widened their beautiful eyes, staring blankly at the place where Chris stood just now, a look of horror. I couldn't react at all, I was scared stupid. Unbelievable, Chris's exclusion space is too powerful. The room was quiet, and there was no sound for a long time. Awesome. Rebecca stared blankly ahead, with a look of surprise on her beautiful and fair face, and murmured, "This is the so-called exclusionary space, it's scary. Lord Chris, he is really amazing. I admire him so much." Violet slapped his head, and his pretty eyelids were covered with complicated looks. Although he knew that what he said was stupid, he knew that it was a time. It's another thing to see. Such a bizarre thing, who would dare to believe it? There are people who can travel through space. Sure enough, Chris is the strongest, he will definitely be able to defeat Doflamingo and save Dressrosa. Violet clenched his small fists and said excitedly, 2 years, at most 2 years, we can live a good life, and we won't have to suffer so much anymore. Damn duo 963 inches brother Flamin, your doomsday is coming, then I will kill you with my own hands to take revenge for your mother. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please download it here. After deleting it within 24 hours, please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's novel internal group 1,142,529,731. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. Rebecca nodded heavily, and said, "Me too, I will also take revenge at that time, so I can't spare this bastard lightly. When he encounters a man as powerful as Chris, he will definitely fail miserably. There is no other possibility." Becca looked at Violet, blinked her beautiful eyes, and asked with a smile, "Auntie, what do you think of Chris? How are people?" Violet sat on the chair, with Erlang's legs on his wings, noble and elegant, graceful and luxurious. "Of course, he is very powerful, very good. Anyway, since childhood, I have never seen a better man than him. Really, it's too powerful." Violet held her chin in her hand, looked up and down at Becca, smiled and said, "Why, do you have any thoughts about him? Not to mention, you are not too different in age. It is indeed very suitable. How about, do you want my aunt to help you pull the strings and let the two of you come together? You see, Chris is so handsome, powerful, and so stable, mature, will definitely be able to become a big man in the future." Violet was about to continue speaking when Rebecca made a sound and hit her directly. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's novel internal group 1,142,529,731. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. Recommended. Becca rolled her eyes at her, snorted, and said angrily, "How old I am? How can I talk to someone? Auntie, don't talk nonsense. As for you, you are in your 20s, you really should hurry up and not delay it any longer." Rebecca touched her delicate chin, blinked her eyes with a sly look, and said with a smile, "Auntie, I think you and Chris are very married. Why don't you try to chat with him about me? Feel it. The two of you must be very suitable, and you will definitely be able to come together and live a happy and beautiful life. With such a powerful uncle as Chris, it is very interesting to think about it. How wonderful that at that time, who would dare to bully me, and what a cue when I go out." Becca moved her body forward a little, her face full of excitement, and said quickly, "How about it, Auntie? What I said makes sense, right? Don't hesitate, just settle down like this. From today onwards, you will pursue Chris." At this moment, there is a knock on the door, only to hear King Ku respectfully say, "Lord Chris, I can come in." Rebecca and Violet looked at each other and laughed together. "Father, come in." Violet looked in the direction of the door and said something with a smile. Rebecca shrugged her shoulders and said with a sigh, "My father really respects Chris. I feel that the style of painting is a bit weird." King Liku came over with an amiable smile. "This is respect for the strong. There is nothing strange in the sea. Never look at age, everything speaks with strength." "How long has Reese been gone?" Violet tucked her hair together and said with a slight smile, "It's not too long, just a few minutes. Father, I have already negotiated with Chris, and he will definitely deal with Brother Doflamming within 2 years. So for the next period of time, we will still hide and wait for the arrival in 2 years with peace of mind. What do you think, Father?" However, Becca nodded again and agreed, yes, since Chris said so, there must be no problem. "Grandpa, let's just relax and have a good rest for 2 years, okay? You have been busy dealing with things recently, and you haven't been with me much. If this happens, I will be angry." King Liku sat on the chair and said with a smile, "Take a 2-year break. This is no problem. I can promise you that there is absolutely no problem with Chris' help anyway. I am very relieved about this, and now I will talk about other things." King Liku looks at the two of them with vicissitudes on their faces. He showed a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "You must know how powerful Chris is. He is too important to us. We must hold it firmly in our hands and maintain the relationship. And if you want to maintain a relationship, marriage is undoubtedly the best way. Violet and Rebecca, I plan to let one of you marry Chris and become his woman." King Liku said with a look of hope, "As long as there is someone married to Chris, then he will definitely help us all the time. Dressaro will definitely develop rapidly. Okay, the two of you, let's have a good chat and discuss it." Having said that, King Liku stood up, turned his back on the two of them, and sighed, "If you really don't like Chris, then treat it as if I didn't say it. However, sometimes it is impossible to make a little sacrifice for the sake of the country." Sigh. After finishing speaking, he shook his head and strode towards the door. The shadow looked a little sullen and full of sense of falling. Silent. The room fell into silence for a while. Just now, the two of them were actually joking, making fun of each other. They didn't mean it at all. But now, Liku Wang Wanren turned their jokes into reality. It's too incredible. I thought my father would not say these words, but I didn't expect it would be better to speak up, alas Tilda. Violet rubbed her forehead and sighed, her pretty face showing a helpless look when Becca hadn't reacted from what King Liku said. Hearing Violet's words again, he was even more puzzled. He frowned and asked inexplicably, "Auntie, did you find something? Also, how could Grandpa say such things? We have all cooperated with Chris, why do we need when to marry? Grandpa is doing something wrong, he said something wrong." Violet shook his head and said with a wry smile, Haven't you understood yet? Just now, the father was not busy with business at all, he deliberately walked away. For what? Don't you just want us to be alone with Chris and create conditions for the two of us? You really think he has something to do? How is that possible? Becca is a smart woman, she knew what was going on as soon as she heard it, and she got a little angry. Let him give up the thoughts and feelings just now. How can he force it? This is too much. Becca looked at Violet and said angrily, "Auntie, we absolutely cannot agree. We must strictly refuse to look at Becca's cute appearance." Violet smiled and waved his hand. "I don't think you want to. It's so serious, it's actually pretty good. For such an excellent young man as Chris, many women must like him, there is no doubt about this. As for me, I am actually quite interested in him, and I plan to get to know him well and try to get along with him." Violet tucked her hair together, blinked her beautiful eyes, and said jokingly, "Don't tell me, you don't like him. My aunt knows, you must like him too, that's right." Nebeka snorted and said angrily, "I just think he's very powerful, I admire him very much, how can I like his aunt? Don't talk nonsense." "I don't think so." The face asked curiously, "Auntie, you really like Chris, are you kidding?" 5.3 Violet shook his head slightly, smiled bitterly and said, "I can't tell, anyway, I have a good impression of him. I'll try to get along with him later, and then I'll take a look at the situation." Rebecca's beautiful eyes lit up, it is excitement, not a try, but a certain success. "Auntie, let Chris be my uncle, don't hesitate, you must chase him hard, come on." Violet rolled her eyes at her and said angrily, "Don't mix it up, my aunt will make the decision by herself. I've been out for a while, it's time to go back, so as not to arouse Doflamingo's suspicion." After speaking, she stood up, walked towards the door with elegant and noble steps, and cheered, "Auntie, make sure to catch Chris," and Becca looked at Violet's back swelling with beautiful eyes. With a sly color, Xiaodi made a joke, especially innocent and cute. Violet snorted, didn't say anything, just opened the door and left here. 115. Hancock made a name in the New World and became a role model for all women. 4 days later. Chris, in the training room. "Erika, I don't know what's going on. Every time I stay with you, I feel like I touch your skin." Karina looks at her. Her beautiful eyes express her envy, and she murmurs, "I see among the people who have passed, you have the best skin, you are really beautiful." Perona flew around in the air, nodded her head, and was also very envious. Yes, the princess likes this skin very much, Haley ha 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 Ming. Since Arita got on the boat, everyone has been the same, except for admiration or envy. Nami looked at her, blinked her big eyes, and said with a slight smile, as a woman, Alrita really succeeded. Alrita rolled her eyes at them and said angrily, I've said it several times, this it is the credit of the slippery fruit, what do you admire so much? In the past, I was fat, freckled, a proper ugly girl, ugly and beautiful, and looked at the busy man in front of me, and made an elegant and generous smile on the delicate adventure. Thanks Chris, he helped me. It turned out that because of Chris's bounty, the number of pirates in the East China Sea increased. In a battle, Alrita was defeated, and she reached the slippery fruit on her way. After that, she became so beautiful and her skin was amazing. Then, a few days ago, I met the Chris at sea. Needless to say, it must be the effect of the fruit of evil on the ship, but it is really enviable. I really want to have such a good 12 sweetheart. The queen touched Alrita's jade hand, shook her head, her pretty face was full of emotion, and said this skin, stains, I don't know how to describe it, I really want too much. Yes. Betty took a breath, and she rarely showed a hint of hope. Although the old lady didn't care much about her appearance, if she could have such good skin. The old lady will definitely be very happy, every day is in a good mood and happy. Mei Gang stroked her pale blonde hair and said with a smile, let's put it this way, only Sha is a woman and will envy Alrita, this is inevitable. The door nodded, turned to Alrita to the right, and joked, don't say, you are so beautiful, I'm in love with you. Alrita, how about it, let's sleep together in the future, okay? Makino frowned, smiled gently, and said very gently, there are many people who want to sleep with her, but I'm afraid you don't have one. This opportunity. Kaya nodded again and again, with a pure and sweet smile, yes, I just wanted to sleep with Sister Arita, and she agreed to. Sister Alip, isn't it? Arita stroked Kia's hair, and said with a smile, who made you so cute, my sister likes you very much, so I'll give you this chance. Leiju ignored their conversation, looked at Baccarat, and said something in a generous manner. Boya Hancock, it's so fast. We are still in the East China Sea and have not entered the Great Waterway. But she has entered the New World. The most important thing is that she has also made a name. It is really amazing. Baccarat looked at the newspaper and saw the picture above. She is the #1 beauty in the world. The newspaper was gently put down, her crimson hair tucked together, and she said with a smile, after the last setback, she has changed her face and practiced hard. Now her strength has definitely become much stronger. She is no longer the arrogant woman she used to be, and just entered the new world, she defeated the giant tiger, Iron Green. This is the real big pirate with a bounty of up to 230 million Bailey. Chiwu Hai Boya Yi Han Cook, she really deserves this title now, the queen's sweetheart sneered, a mocking look on her pretty face, and she said directly, who said that this man has no strength? Obviously not strong enough to dare to covet her beauty, and want to have this woman, she is an idiot. This kind of man, it is best to be killed as soon as possible. Betty took a breath and said calmly as always, it can't be said that he is too weak, it should be Boya. Hancock has a domineering queen, and also has a strong heart, where can she go in the future? One step is unimaginable. Carmen shrugged Ling Xiang's shoulders, with a look of admiration on her pretty face, and said with a smile, she has become a role model for many women, and everyone admires her. Joining her team is a kind of honor, and there will definitely be more and more people who will go to her and strengthen her strength. Nuauchi nodded high, Ying smiled, and praised, seriously, being a woman, to be able to reach her level, there is no regret in life. The US gang smiled and said, yes, even after a few decades, her name will still be circulated in the sea, this is inevitable. After all, women themselves are disadvantaged groups. Innate conditions are not destined to be too strong. She can be obedient to her own efforts and make great achievements. It is really worthy of all women to learn. With fair hair, he wrapped his arms around him, smiled gracefully and said, Yes, I am right as well. If I meet her, I will definitely choose to join and fight with her. Not for anything else, but also a woman, you must give her a support, it is really not easy. Nami looked at them, blinked her big eyes, and laughed. I'm itchy because of what you guys said, I really want to witness her peerless beauty right now. At this moment, an alarm sounded from outside the door. The square is the town of Rog, we are going to enter the Great Waterway. The voice in front was much louder than usual, and the tone was very excited. It spread all over the place. When I heard the alarm sound from outside, the girls hurriedly stopped, and all the faces showed excitement. Full face. Karina's beautiful eyes were shining, and she said very happily, here we are, after so many days of sailing, we are finally going to enter the Great Waterway, dee. Happy, so happy, ha 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 ha. Corona danced in the air and let out a silver bell laughter. Makino smiled slightly, still so gentle and generous, everyone is very happy, so am I really want to set foot in that mysterious sea. Carmen nodded, smiled sweetly and said, we're still doing well, the outside must be very excited now. Nami held up her little head, her pretty face showed a firm look, and said in a firm tone, next, we will monitor the weather well, and we must conquer this dangerous sea. You absolutely can, no problem. Nuauchi patted her on the shoulder, smiled and encouraged her. At this time, Chris stopped practicing and said calmly, go to Rogue Town and finish talking, then walk directly to the door. The girls froze for a moment, looked at each other, and couldn't believe it. After all, Chris is a cultivator, so why would he want to waste time? But they think about it and understand what's going on. Yeah, this is the last place. Alrita shrugged her shoulders and said casually, Chris must take it seriously, just treat it as leaving a beautiful queen of sweethearts. Brushing her hair and smiling sweetly, Rog Town is the hometown of One Piece, Chris is sure I want to go shopping. After all, we are the sea, if we don't go to Rogue Town. It doesn't always feel perfect. Betty exhaled the smoke from her mouth and said lightly, okay, let's go out, I would like to see what is different about this town where it begins and ends. Go. On deck. I saw it, that is Rog Town, haha, the hometown of One Piece 750, I am here. Hurry, drive faster, and rush directly into the Great Channel. Your sister, it's rare to come to Rog Town, so you must go up and get some wool. Stop talking, come, jump up, and twist it all for Lao Su. Hearing the cheers and shouts of the crew below, Bashes couldn't help but roared and finally came to the last stop, way ha 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 ha. Poison cocked his chair and said with a strange smile, since we are about to enter the Great Waterway, why not make a scene to pick up everyone in Suge Town, and poison them to death, hee. Ajin waved his fists and tried to cultivate domineering. Said indifferently, after landing on the island, be sure to wander around and pay tribute to the hometown of Yile One Piece Roger. Luo looked at Hawkins, still so aloof, we'll go to the execution stand together later to see Roger's burial place. Roger, who opened the era of great wealth, his hometown is indeed worth visiting. Hawkins nodded and responded in a low tone. Crow habitually pushed his glasses, and said calmly and rationally, Rog Town is too famous, and Xiaoding has a lot of people who come here. There's no shortage of strong newcomers here, and if I'm guessing right, we'll definitely have new members on board when we leave Rogue. Lafayette turned his cane, smiled slightly, and said politely, you analyzed it very well, I don't think your guess will go wrong. In the Four Seas, all pirates who want to enter the Great Waterway, if they have the conditions, will come here to chat, and then rush into the Great Front Road. Therefore, there must be a lot of newcomers in this place. 116. You foolish woman, Dusky. The naval base, inside an office. There are two people here, a man and a woman, it is Colonel Smog, and Colonel Dasky. Recently, there are more and more pirates in the East China Sea. Dasky is wearing a pair of brown glasses. He looked at the information, and said something with emotion on his beautiful and refined face. All of this was done because of that bastard Chris, who really wanted to catch him. If he hadn't taken the lead, how would those good people go out to sea and rush to the great waterway? After all, the first reward of 100 million Bailey is really shocking. This is in the world, but it has never happened before. Dasky turned to look at Sig, and she blinked her beautiful eyes with a puzzled look on her face, and asked Tilda, Mr. Colonel, you said that Chris has not yet entered the Great Aviation Pass, why is the reward so high? Until now, I still haven't figured it out. Do you know why the headquarters do this? Colonel Smoker is an old smoker, leaning on the chair with a cigar in his mouth, and said impatiently, I've told you how many times, don't say it every time. A lot. You said so much, how can I answer, can you have a brain, ha? Dasky is a natural idiot, very pure and kind, put his hands together, sincerely apologize, and say something sorry, Colonel, I will pay attention to it in the future, Colonel, can you please let me ask a few questions, answer it. Why does Chris put the bounty so high? Is there any purpose for this department to do this? Dusky's eyes were firm, and she said in a serious tone, no matter what, Chris must be caught, and he cannot be allowed to continue. Although he has a high bounty, he is definitely not your opponent, Colonel Sama. I'm not wrong. Colonel Shoger spit out the smoke from his mouth, glared at Dasky, and said very dissatisfiedly, you the woman is really helpless. How can I have a subordinate like you who suffers from the disease? When I meet you, I have really lost 8 lives. As a scumbag like you, you can be a sergeant at most, don't think about it any further, it's really a complete picture. Smoker leaned back in the chair, put his feet on the desk, took a breath, how could a young man like Chris be my opponent? Can you be a little brainy, do I need to say more? Dasky nodded again and said respectfully, yes, I was wrong, I'm sorry. Colonel Smog ignored her and said to herself, as for why he offered a reward of 100 million bells, it was mainly the potential is too great, and there is another reason for the opportunity to become a strong man. Recently, the sea has become more and more chaotic, and it is time to shock the 4 seas. Offer Chris a higher reward, let him have enough fame, and then arrest him, so we can see who dares to go out to sea. This is called setting a benchmark, killing chickens and monkeys, it can promote the reputation of the Navy, and it is more conducive to circumvent this sea. Shush took a breath, glanced at Dusky, and said impatiently, a few days ago don't you hear the call from the headquarters? Lieutenant General Ghost Spider, who has already left Marin Vando, is on his way to the East China Sea. This guy is very powerful. He is a veteran lieutenant general. Dusky's beautiful eyes lit up, and she reacted instantly. On her beautiful and fair eyelids, she suddenly realized that she said something quickly. Oh yeah, how did I forget about this? Since the headquarters has dispatched a lieutenant general, then Chris will definitely be finished this time, and there will be no chance. If it's time, Lieutenant General Ghost Spider should go to the East China Sea, isn't it, Colonel? Smoker spit out the smoke in his mouth and said directly, aren't you talking nonsense, don't you know how fast the warship is? That bastard has arrived in the East China Sea. Maybe Chris has already been caught by him. I don't want to mention that bastard. Don't tell me about this guy. After listening to it, Dasky nodded, and she blinked her beautiful eyes. With a pure and sweet smile, that's right, Lord Colonel is attracted to doves, and he definitely doesn't like them hawks. Bai Wan, our philosophy is completely different from theirs, not as brutal as they are. So serious, Colonel, I am very curious about Chris. Dasky is holding the famous sword Shiu, wrinkled and good-looking. His eyebrows were raised, and he analyzed, judging from various sources of information, this Chris' strength must be very powerful. Whether he has a devil fruit, whether he will be domineering, these are unknown. If you think about it, this person is really mysterious. I'm afraid that the means of escaping are also very powerful. He is definitely not the opponent of Lieutenant General Ghost Spider, but if he keeps running away, then Lieutenant General Ghost Spider may not be able to catch it. He, isn't it, Colonel Sama? Sig glared at her, with an angry look on his face, and cursed fiercely. You idiot, I told you all, don't tell me about this guy, you don't understand human language, want me to tell you a few luck. Whether he can catch Chris, what does it have to do with Lao Su? Don't mention this bastard to me again, do you hear me? You stupid woman. Knock knock knock. Dusky was about to apologize when there was a slamming sound from outside the door. Don't mention him again, idiot. Sig scolded her, took a breath of cigarette, and said directly, come in. Dusky nodded repeatedly, holding Shiu and standing aside. Bai Ruyu was covered with apology, and looked very embarrassed. With a creak, the wooden door slowly opened, and a young man in a navy uniform walked in. The colonel, to report a situation to you. News came from the people below that Cavendish, who had a bounty of 92 million Baileys, appeared in the town. Because he is so handsome, he has caused a great sensation. Girls from many years ago are all rushing to go to Colonel Guguan. How should we be an example now? Shall we dispatch the navy to arrest him? Before Smog spoke, Dusky hurriedly spoke up. May's eyes widened, her pretty face was full of shock, and she said incredulously, 92 million Baileys. In the East China Sea, in addition to Chris, there are pirates with such a high reward. How is this possible? Did you make a mistake? There is no way that such a high bounty would be offered. Right after that, he hurriedly turned his head to look at Si Yuanj, and quickly asked, Lord Shengling, I'm not mistaken, we don't have such a high bounty in the East China Sea. Do it. I remember very clearly that in the East China Sea, the sea robber with the highest bounty is the leader of the Evil Dragon pirates, the Evil Dragon with a bounty of 20 million Bailey. As for this criminal with a bounty of 9 and 2 million Baileys, it doesn't exist at all. Colonel Smog took a breath, and in front of the young man, he directly reprimanded and said something. You idiot, can't you grow your brains? Why does Cavendish have to be from the East China Sea? Can't he come from other sea areas? Dusky, use your brain, don't keep thinking like this. Have to pay attention to this woman again, stand up directly, and said with a sneer, Shall thought that if the bounty was more than 90,000 yuan, he would be able to go wild on my territory. Just a mere highway, see how Lao Su arrests him. After the arrangement, all the pirates who entered the town, don't let Smog go outside, and said coldly, As for Cavendish, I will arrest it myself, never try to escape from me. The young man hurriedly gave a military salute and said respectfully, Yes, Colonel, I'll make arrangements now. Colonel, wait for me, Dasichi, holding Shinan, and hurriedly followed, with a firm look on her pretty face, no matter what, we must catch this big pirate. All the sea photos, we have to arrest them one by one and bring them to justice. We must not tolerate them. Then, the three of them walked out of the room and began to gather the navy, preparing to conduct a cleanup against all the pirates in the town. 117. Cavendish, let Lao Su stay in the advanced city. Rogue Town, above a small square. At this time, in the center of the square, there was a man and many young girls. As for the outside of the square, there were many men, all looking towards the center of the square. All of them were full of jealousy and jealousy. What's the matter? How come I don't have this kind of treatment? Are these women with grass and mud horses blind? I'm so handsome, can't they all see it? I actually like this little white face. They are all women with eyes and no pearls. Brother is more handsome than you, and you are a little worse than me. They all look down on me, let alone you. I heard that this person is called Cavendish. Where did this Nima come from? I have never heard of this person in Rogue Town, grass. Whoever he is, I curse him for not having little Tintin anyway. Plaza Center. Cavendish was wearing the Western sword Durandal, his right hand was raised high, pointed diagonally to the sky, and he said with awe, Beautiful girls, please tell this young master. Who is the most handsome person you have ever met? You must tell the truth. Hearing his words, all the girls can't take it lightly. One by one, without saying a word, they hurriedly shouted, very excited. It's you, Lord Cavendish. Lord Cavendish, please let me marry you. I will definitely listen to you. Everything depends on you. I love you, Lord Cavendish, I love you the most. Don't listen to them, I'm the one who likes you the most. I can cook a lot of delicious food, and I'm very good at taking care of people. Please let me be your woman, my lord. So excited, Lord Cavendish is so handsome. I'm going to faint. Lord Cavendish, please let me hug. Okay, please. Humming and listening to the praises of the girls, feeling the enthusiastic atmosphere, Cavendish was really happy. He kept changing his standing position, touching his chin, waving his big hand, and holding a sword for a while. Really? This young master is indeed the most handsome and the most gifted. No matter where you go, it will become the focus of the audience. No one can resist the charm of this young master. Why is this young master so popular? It's really annoying. Faced with the praise of the girls, Cavendish's old problem committed, fell into narcissism, unable to extricate himself, there was talking to himself. At this moment, a cold voice came from a distance. You will become the center of attention later. Cavendish Smorg, who has a reward of 9,000 and 10,000, drank a cigar, and his back is like a sea tower. You are brave. Exactly, I'm bored today, so I'll have a good time with you. Don't be too weak, Cavendish. Dusky followed behind Smog, hugged Shiu, blinked her beautiful eyes, and asked curiously, is he Cavendish? He looks white and clean, not good looking at all. He doesn't look like a man, like a woman. A man's skin can be so fair. At first glance, he feels very sissy, and he doesn't have the viciousness of a pirate at all. Colonel, are we going to recognize the wrong person? He shouldn't be Highway. The soldiers at the side of the bar, with Dusky, quickly said respectfully, Sergeant Dusky, we will not be mistaken, it is indeed Kevin Welcomeshoe. You see, this is his reward order, and the reward is written on it. Dusky glanced at the photo on the reward order, with a look of surprise on her beautiful and delicate face, and said something incredulous. Really, he is really a pirate. It's so different, I thought he was a noble boy, it's unbelievable. This is the first time I've seen such a pirate. I can't believe it. The young girls, including the men outside, exclaimed and walked away. The colonel is here. The young girls, no longer caring about praising Cavendish, hurriedly walked out of the square one by one as if they had encountered some great horror. After all, Smog is a famous murderer in Rogue Town. He is very ruthless. He does not accept the orders of his superiors. He acts recklessly in Rogue Town and rules this place with iron and blood. All of them are very afraid of him, like a tiger. As long as they see him, the two Pequod will definitely turn their heads and leave without saying a word, hiding far away. Come back, you all come back to this young master. When Cavendish saw that the girls had all left, he was very angry, and hurriedly shouted and said something. This young master is here, what are you afraid of? Come over to this young master, have you heard? This young master is the focus of the audience, and he must not be taken away by others, absolutely not allowed. There's no way, who told me that this young master looks so handsome, alas. This time, the women didn't listen to him, they walked forward without any hesitation, and they quickly ran to the distance. Smog took a breath, sneered, put his hands on both sides, clasped tightly, and said sarcastically, that's right, it's not bad, you really treat yourself as a character, thinking that if you offer a reward of more than 90 million, you can patrol leaving here. Speaking of which, you are eligible to enter the advanced city with a bounty. Smog dipped a cigar, glanced up and down at Cavendish, and said disdainfully, you are very handsome, and you enter the advanced city with such a beautiful scenery. Actually not bad. Dusky stood behind CJ, holding the famous sword Shiu. Chaojian showed a serious look, and said the colonel, he is a pirate with a bounty of more than 90 million. You must be careful, you must not to the effect. I think that Hazang, who can offer a reward of this amount, must be very strong. There are many trump cards like Chris. He must have a lot of trump cards, and it is not so easy to deal with. In short, Colonel, you must be vigilant, and you must not despise any pirate shogun who turned his back on Dusky, and said impatiently, you step aside, don't be here, Rory. Yes, did not hear. Can't you be quiet, you stupid woman, talking so much every day? Okay, you all step back and don't get in the way here. The soldiers below hurriedly said respectfully, "Foot." Colonel Smog Dasky nodded again and again. His pretty face was full of apology, and he said embarrassedly, "Okay, Colonel, I'll just step aside. You must be careful, don't be careless." Then, a bunch of people walked behind, away from the battlefield. Hearing what Dusky said just now, Cavendish was very angry and said cursingly, "It's that damn Chris again. I don't want to hear him last." Although he dared to offer a reward of 100 million Bailey, he actually dared to offer a reward much more than the young master Ben. I was really mad at the young master. I rushed to the East China Sea specifically to defeat him, to see if he dared to steal the limelight of the young master Cavendish. Shu Gao raised his right hand and said incomparably narcissistic, "This young master is the focus of the entire ocean, and no one's name can surpass this young master. After I leave here, I will go to Chris. After defeating him, everyone will know how powerful this young master is. Is he really the most handsome? Yes, this young master is." Cavendish kept walking around, talking to himself there, as if Zhou Guo was his fan, and the whole stage belonged to him. Completely in narcissism, can't wake up at all. 118. Die for this young master, beautiful sword, blue bird. Dusky stood far away, listening to Cavendish muttering to himself. Chao Xian couldn't help but look surprised and said something. "What's the matter with him? It's rare that he has a problem with his head. It should be, he has a bounty of more than 90 million, it can't be a fool." Dusky turned to look at the Navy, and asked curiously, "Do you know what happened to him? Who knows can tell me, I am very want to know." A young Navy, with a big smile and a very respectful tone, answered Sergeant Dasky, "This Cavendish has always been a narcissistic pirate. He always regards himself as the focus of the audience, hoping to gain others. If someone stole the show with the applause and flowers, he would be very angry. As he said just now, he was stole the limelight by Chris, so he appeared in the East China Sea." "That's the way it is, Sergeant Dusky." Dusky nodded. Mei Mei looked at Cavendish, and Bai Shi put on it delicately, full of surprise, and murmured that in this world, there is such a narcissistic guy. It's incredible. But it's strange that he likes to be in the limelight so much that he can live to this day. It seems that his strength must be very strong, so there has been no accident. Asichi is holding the famous sword Shiu, and said firmly, "However, he is definitely finished this time, and there is no chance to escape again. Because he is facing, but the colonel." At this time, Smog took a breath, slowly pulled out the 10 hands of Hai Lu Shi from behind, and said with a sneer, "It turns out that you are here because of Chris. So coincidentally, it won't be long before Chris will be caught in the Push City. At that time, you can be in there and be his company." Hearing Smog's words, Cavendish came back to his senses and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" "Chris was arrested." "That's not good. I haven't defeated him yet. How can I let him die so easily?" "Old smoker, who has taken Chris, just tell this young master, then I will let you go." The word just fell. A hissing sound came from a distance. A white gust of wind, galloping fast, came towards the center of the square, and Cavendish waved his hand and said with a loud laugh, "Falulu, where did you go just now? This young master thought you lost it." Dusky's beautiful eyes lit up, with a look of surprise on her pretty face. She said incredulously, "He even has a mount, and he is a very strong white horse. The situation of the horse on the right must be full of spirituality and can be understood and understood." Dasky reacted, looking at the soldiers below, and asked, "That Faruru is also on the reward order. Since Cavendish has been rewarded, then his beloved horse, it makes no sense. Offer a bounty." A certain naval soldier, with a humble tone, quickly responded to Sergeant Dasky, "The beloved horse of the pirate Cavendish, and a bounty of 500,000 Baileys was also offered." Dasichi hugged Shiyu. Zheng nodded seriously, and said seriously, "Since he has also been offered a bounty, then he must be caught. As long as it is passed through the group, then the inevitable problems cannot be let go, and all of them will be caught in the advanced city." Only when we go to the deep-sea prison can we make them feel sorry and wash away their sins. Smaug holds 10 hands in his right hand, takes a breath of cigarette, and sneers. Very well, since the mount is also here, then let it go. Leaving no seeds. At this time, Farulu had already run to Cavendish and let out a long, cheerful cry, hiss tilde tilde. Cavendish patted the pure white BMW and said with a big laugh, "Why are you so happy? Do you miss this young master?" Farulu rubbed Cavendish's body, nodded his horse's head, full of spirituality. Very smart. Cavendish stroked Farulu's mane, smiled and said, "Okay, you first stay aside, this young master has to get rid of all these navy. They are so arrogant, they dare to look down on this young master, Let them know that this young master is amazing." Farulu nodded his horse's head, let out a clear cry, and hurriedly ran to the side, watching the battle from a distance. Cavendish turned his head to the right to Smaug, pointed at him and said sternly, "Big Smoker, let me ask you one last question, has Chris been caught? If you don't answer again, this young master will not spare you lightly." Smaug spit out the gas in his mouth, his eyes became cold, and he said viciously, "Little devil, don't be so self-righteous. If you want the answer, go to the advanced city to find it." As soon as his footsteps kicked on the ground, with a swish sound, he raised 10 hands with his right hand, made a surprise appearance, and rushed towards Cavendish quickly. Like a tiger descending the mountain, roaring in the forest, its awe-inspiring momentum. "Damn it, start fighting if you don't agree." Cavendish got angry, pulled out Durandal, kicked the ground likewise, pointed the tip of his sword to 10 hands, and stabbed away. Beautiful sword, blue bird. With a swipe, the sword attacked too fast, causing the air in the Joe Kingdom to vibrate, forming a powerful air current, the sword chi rippling, criss-crossed, and aggressively attacked Smaug. I saw Cavendish. With such a fierce attack, Dasiki's eyes lit up, and the beautiful and delicate danger was covered with shocking colors. I thought his sword was just a decoration. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a master swordsman. It is really too powerful. Daski shook his head, with a determined look, and said with great certainty, "Such a powerful swordsman, the lethality is too great to let him escape. He must be caught and pushed into the city and kept there for the rest of his life." At this moment, Smaug squinted slightly, not paying attention to the sword energy in front of him. He took a cigar and said coldly, "Little devil, your swordsmanship is good, but unfortunately you met me." As soon as the words were finished, the strong airflow rolled up by the sword chi slammed into his body with a loud explosion. Allied. The smoke is thick and white as snow. Under the sunlight, there is a faint white light. I am so beautiful when I wake up. What is going on? Seeing such a strange scene, Cavendish was stunned, his face full of horror, and he didn't understand what happened. Really shocked. "You'll know the answer later." A cold voice came, and with a swoosh, Smoker's body was emitting white smoke, holding 10 hands, and quickly approached Cavendish. With 10 hands, Hai Lu Shi, carrying a violent aura, stabbed him fiercely and saw Smaug suddenly appear. Cavendish was startled and panicked, and it was too late to escape. Joust, without saying a word, he quickly lifted Durandal up, blocked in front of him for a short handover, and a clear explosion came, and there were faint sparks at the collision place, and the air seemed to vibrate. Cavendish felt a strong force, screamed, and flew backwards. He wanted to stabilize his body, but Smaug was a man with strange strength, which made Cavendish unable to control the bang. With a bang, Cavendish slammed to the ground, castrated unabated, and continued to roll back for several laps before finally stopping. At this time, his hair is messy, his hat is crooked, and his white clothes are stained with a lot of dust. The image of the pirate nobleman has long since disappeared, and he looks extremely desolate. It is completely different from the previous Cavendish. Man, it's really too big. 119. The only person who knows killing, Rommel's Itachi. As soon as Faruru saw Cavendish's appearance, without saying a word, he rushed to his side and said that it was very spiritual. Since he followed Cavendish, it was the first time he saw him in such a downfall. Before that, its owner has always been very cool and indifferent, and it really scared Farulu. What a spiritual BMW. Dusky looked at Farulu with a firm look in her beautiful eyes, and said seriously, such a potential horse must be caught and must not be let go. The master is a sinful existence, so the mount must also be affected. It is not a good thing, and must be brought to justice. At this moment, Smoker took a breath, strode towards Cavendish, and said with a sneer, "It seems that your strength is not that weak. It's really good to be able to withstand my 10-handed assault, but, next, can you stop it?" Cavendish staggered to his feet, glanced at his clothes, and an angry expression instantly appeared on his face. At Smog, shouted, roared, "Bastard! How dare you let this young master get his clothes dirty, damn it! If I don't kill you, this young master will never be reconciled." Beautiful sword Swan Lake. With a bang, the man jumped high, and quickly came to Smog's head. He stood upside down, and Durandal turned 483 at a high speed. The sword light was constantly flashing with cold light, and the space seemed to be cut open like a gust of wind. Up, a sharp slash, fierce and unusual, towards Smog below, slashing down fiercely. This is Cavendish, a blow with anger. Destined to kill Smoker and chop him to pieces. Evil things. Smog looked up and looked up, ignoring all the swords and shadows, and didn't care about Cavendish's slash at all, and said coldly, "No matter how strong your swordsmanship is, what can you do to me? You are really ignorant, Cavendish." Cavendish has lost his mind, his eyes are full of anger, and he shouted loudly, "Go to hell, brush brush." The sword Durandal kept slashing, and the rotation was very fast. At least a dozen knives were slashed every second, and the air kept vibrating, forming a sword wind. Bang bang tilde Smog's body was constantly chopped and chopped, turning into a burst of white smoke, floating in the air, shrouding him in it. Damn, why is this happening again? What's going on? Cavendish was completely mad. He really wanted to know the answer. It was extremely painful. No matter what, the chop BCB is right, swishing, constantly swinging the sword, and cutting Smoker's body into a large piece of white smoke. Smog's head was split in half and turned into white smoke. He stared at Cavendish coldly. He didn't bother to say a word. Go to the advanced city and go to the guide to find the answer. The right hand clenched 10 hands, and before Cavendish could react, he swept out with astonishing power, as fast as lightning, and directly reported a bang on Cavendish's back, followed by a scream. What? Cavendish was beaten until he spat out a mouthful of blood, flew forward, fell straight to the ground, and rolled back several times. The smoke rose high, covering him, hissing that he couldn't see what was inside. Seeing the master in such a tragic state, Farulu got angry and roared, like an arrow from the string, galloping towards Shog. The speed is astonishing, the force is extremely fierce, and it is wrapped in a gust of wind. Only a faint white figure can be seen, and it is as fast as a phoenix. A mere beast dares to roar at me. Smog took a cigar in his mouth and took a sip of his cigarette, his eyes narrowed and he uttered 2 words coldly. His arm turned into white smoke and quickly transformed into the shape of a snake. Like a big python, quickly swam towards Farulu. The boa constrictor is really too huge. When it swims, the air vibrates, forming a monster like this big snake. It walks in the wind and rides the clouds. It looks amazing. The purchase was too huge, and Farulu couldn't dodge at all. He was directly hit with a hiss, spit out a mouthful of blood, flew out backwards, swung it to the ground, and couldn't get up again like a dead dog. The faint whimper there is too miserable to look directly at. At this time, the smoke dissipated, revealing the appearance of Cavendish. I saw him with his back to the sky, lying there quietly, motionless, as if he had died in the square, and suddenly fell into silence. 1 person and 1 horse, all were defeated. Is this meant to play dead, Cavendish? Smog took a cigar, strode towards him, and said with a sneer, my attack will at most hit you hard, but you won't be able to get up. In front of me, you are not qualified to pretend to be dead yet. If you want to get away with it, you are being bullied by me. Before the words were finished, with a bang, the Cavendish on the ground disappeared instantly. Before Smaug could react, there was a bang, and his body was directly cut in half. White smoke. Cavendish turned his back to Smaug, completely changed. His eyes were ruthless, and the strange voice with a very incomparable smile sounded so refreshing. Damn Cavendish, you've become so weak as a dog, and you have to come forward. Now, you know how powerful this uncle is. In the future, hand over your body to me, rest and then take it back. Gia Gia Gia, I will use your body to kill everyone, whether it is humans or animals, all of them will be killed. To die, kill this world, it must be destroyed, to the end. Gia 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 saw such a terrifying scene. Dasichi was taken aback. Ming screamed, the famous sword Shiu in his arms almost fell to the ground. May's eyes widened, her pretty face was full of shock. She said incredulously, how could he be like this? So gloomy, so terrifying, nothing like the person just now. What the hell is going on? Why did it suddenly become so much stronger? Dasky was shocked. A series of questions kept asking the soldiers below. They were also taken aback and hurriedly explained Colonel Dasky. It was mentioned in the reward order. He also had another name. 1. Rommel's Scythe. This is his personality, and the killing intent is very strong, and he only knows how to kill, but he has no thinking at all. According to what was mentioned in the bounty order, if he becomes this state of personality, his strength will be stronger than normal, but no matter how strong he becomes, he will definitely not be a match for the colonel. After all, the colonel is a natural ability person, he can't attack the colonel at all. 120. Participate in the Pirates' biggest festival, the Expo. Lead personality. Dusky's beautiful eyes looked at the strange man in front of her. With a look of surprise on her pretty face, she couldn't believe that she had two personalities. It was really incredible. But it's still better than the previous one. Now this one is completely crazy. It looks really scary and a man is too dangerous. We must catch him and lock him into the city. At this time, Smaug's body returned to its original state, drank a cigar, took a puff of cigarette and said, no wonder there will be a reward of more than 10,000 Baileys, so it is. As far as the speed of your sword attack just now, the amount of the reward is indeed a little less. If you are allowed to escape from here, it will not be a problem to break the reward of 200 million in the future. Too bad you don't have this chance. As soon as the voice fell, white smoke instantly rose from both hands and feet, very thick, and gave CGE's body to Bao Guo tilde get up. Hearing Smaug's voice, Cavendish was stunned for a moment, then turned around quickly, with a look of shock on his cold and crazy eyelids, and said something. Why are you not dead? Impossible, I clearly cut your body and cut you in half, why is this happening? Cavendish's eyes turned cold, and he cursed more and more madly, saying, damn Cavendish, Wan Ran has caused such a big trouble for Lao Su. I really want to kill you, bastard Cavendish. Smaug spit out the smoke from his mouth, and said with dissatisfaction, I don't like your appearance very much. I've decided, I don't want to continue playing with you, or just take you down and talk to a lunatic, it's totally unnecessary. As soon as the voice fell, his body turned into a puff of white smoke, fast like lightning, and rushed towards Cavendish. At this time, Sig's hands and feet had turned into white smoke, and they were separated and all directed towards Ruo Kawan. Dish attack. This is the white school you asked for. Cavendish was taken aback by Smaug's speed. It was too fast to dodge. Holding Durandal, he was full of killing intent. He smiled cruelly and said, damn, I don't believe I can't kill you. Brush drama brush. Cavendish was angry, swords and lights, swords and shadows, attacked quickly, and kept slashing at the white smoke. The sound of bang, bang, kept ringing, and Smaug's body was cut into countless pieces by Cavendish. The white smoke spread out around. Kill kill kill. I want to kill you completely, ha ha ha. Cavendish is in a frenzy, doesn't care, it's just a slash to Rothhog's body. Are you daydreaming? Suddenly, a white head appeared behind Cavendish's head, and slammed into his head with such a high speed and great momentum that if he was hit, it would definitely be uncomfortable. What? Hearing the sound coming from behind, Cavendish was shocked. He just wanted to dodge with a bang. Followed by a scream, Cavendish was knocked out and fell to the ground. He fainted completely and couldn't get up again. At this moment, Smog put his 10 hands behind his back, looked coldly at the dead dog on the ground, and said with disdain, "The qualifications are really good, but unfortunately they won't be domineering. I also want to challenge me. As long as I am guarding Rogue Town, no matter which pirate, I will leave here alive and resting." Dasky walked over quickly, with a smile on her beautiful and delicate face, and said respectfully, "Colonel, you really are the best. I knew it would be so. This guy is really too dangerous. I'm definitely not his opponent. It's enough to rely on the Colonel." Dasky looked at Cavendish on the ground, hugged Shiyu and said, "His sword just now, the speed is really amazing, and it is full of lethality. Dangerous, if this person is not locked in the advanced city, it is really too dangerous." At this moment, a young navy walked over quickly. He bowed to Smog, said in a respectful tone, and said quickly, "Lord Colonel, the news came from the branch just now that the traces of the Chris pirates were found. The group of them has already gone to the town of Luoge, and they are walking to the execution platform, the Colonel. Are we going to rush there and arrest them all?" Everyone was stunned when he heard his words. Some can't react. Just knocked down a bounty of nearly 100 million, and now there is another one. And this one is genuine, with a bounty of 100 million sea loot. Dusky was almost surprised, and said quickly, "Is the news accurate? Isn't it just a rumor? Could it be that Lieutenant General Ghost Spider didn't catch Chris? That's impossible, right? Besides, even if he hadn't been caught, how could he still dare to appear in Rogue Town?" He quickly turned his head to look at Shug, and asked in doubt, "Lord Colonel, I'm right, Chris couldn't have appeared in town." Smog glared at her, took a breath, and scolded her directly. "Get up, you talk the most. If you look at the right, you'll know. Evil, among my subordinates, you are the only one who sees goods. Come on, take this guy and that wild horse with you." After completing the exchange, he strode forward, preparing to catch and stab the Chris pirates. Dasky hurriedly followed, with a look of guilt all over her face, and said embarrassedly, "Sir Colonel, I'm sorry, I'm going down. We'll notice. Ask for flowers. But it would be really nice if Chris was here. This pirate with the highest reward in the East China Sea. If we catch him, then we can definitely shock the pirates to see who dares to go out to sea. That's right, you have to do this, and catch all the pirates that appear in the town one by one." Then, without any hesitation, the group rushed towards the execution platform and rushed to the town. On a certain street, there are many women, all of them are bright and beautiful, all of them are very beautiful. This is Rogue Town, it is indeed very prosperous. Empress Sweetheart looked left and right, her beautiful eyes were shining, she smiled and said, "As expected, the hometown of King Hazo is really different." Dee took a puff of cigarette and remained calm as always. People come and go in an endless stream. It's really lively. Karina hit the furthest around, with a sly look in her eyes, and said to Nami next to her, "It's been a long time. I stole something, and my hands are itchy. Nami, should we shop around and see if we can get something good?" Nami gave her a white look, snorted, and said angrily, "I've already washed my hands with gold, and I won't do this in the future. Anyway, we have no shortage of gold and silver jewelry on board, so why go the old way? Now what I want to do, it is to find treasures and find more treasures, and this is super." Nami patted Karina on the shoulder, laughed loudly, and said very frankly that as for stealing, it is in the past tense. I am not the little thief cat I used to be. Ha ha ha. Nuauchi nodded high, looked at the two of them, smiled sweetly and said, "That's right, don't keep doing these new worlds. There is a big treasure waiting for us. The treasure inside must be very rich. That is the biggest pirate rocks. The treasure left behind, it's exciting to think about it." Makino looked at Kaya and said with a gentle smile, "In the East China Sea, this is the first time I have seen such a prosperous town." Kaya nodded her head and smiled sweetly. According to Chris, the real prosperous place is in the New World where the biggest celebration of pirates will be held. Getting used to the color, he murmured, "I really want to enter the New World early and feel the winter flowers there. I believe that it must be very fun there, and it is the place everyone yearns for." Pirates, I can reject everything. 121-140. 121. Bartolomeo and Desire officially debut. Speaking of the expo, I am also very excited. Carmen shook his head, with a look of intimidation on his beautiful and charming face, and said with a slight smile, "If it wasn't for Carrie's secrets, I wouldn't even know there would be such a gathering. I didn't expect that the pirates would still be there. It's incredible to hold such a grand ceremony. All pirates want to stand out and become the focus of the celebration, so the battle is unavoidable, and there must be a lot of hidden treasures inside." Alec carried the big iron rod, smiled, and said casually, "It's interesting in a place like this. Chris is so strong, and when that time comes, he will definitely overwhelm the crowd, and it will shock the entire expo, such as this. The picture, it's interesting to think about it. Say, the World Expo will start in 1967. By that time, we have already become Chihuahai. Only in this capacity as the expo, it seems. Can't even tell." Baccarat folded her crimson hair and said with a smile, "Let's forget about this, Chris will make his own decision." At this time, the passers-by on the side of the business board saw that Chris and others appeared, and they couldn't help but whispered about who these people were, and why there were so many beautiful women in there. Whoa whoa whoa, the woman carrying the big iron rod, her skin looks so white, she is really fascinating. No, that beauty with curly eyebrows is called beautiful. This figure, stains, if I have such a woman, that night can't be. You don't want to die, you dare to discuss them. The one in black, but the black one that has been making a lot of trouble lately, Chris. What? That person is Chris, who has always rewarded 100 million Baileys. He is still stunned. What are you afraid of? There is a navy stationed in the town, and the strength of the colonel is so powerful. Is it necessary to be afraid? Listening to the whispers of passers-by, they pointed to the right. Bassos, the most straightforward character, couldn't help but complain. He shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "There are too many beauties on the boat, and walking on the road always attracts the attention of many people, which is very boring. Otherwise, you can tell the captain that if you can abandon these women and forget about the poison." Hugh rides on Stallone, smiling mysteriously, and said with a mysterious smile, "Anyway, these women don't have much use, just drive them away." Ajin glanced at him coldly, and said with a cold expression, "Don't talk nonsense, send Q. Don't you know how big the role of Baccarat is? If they were all driven away, who brought us Lafitte and turned the cane, as always, polite and gentlemanly. Baccarat is important, but so are the others. The captain is the strongest man in the world. If there are no beautiful women around him, it would be unreasonable. Beside the strong, there must be some beauties who can help. This is inevitable." Chloe habitually pushed his glasses with the palm of his hand and said rationally, "That's the truth. It's true that beautiful women love heroes since ancient times, and the strong have their own attraction. The halo of people, surrounded by beauty, yin-yin-yan, this is an unavoidable situation. I feel that there are only a dozen or so now, and the number of people is not large enough. If the number of people reaches a few dozen one day, then it will be relatively normal." Fan Yifenka tapped a gun on the shoulder, still so indifferent, nodded, and continued, "This is Luo looking at the tall building in front of him, carrying a demon knife and crying, and said coldly, that is the execution of Roger, the Pirate King. Taiwan, famous place in Rogue Town. Execution stand, above the square." At this time, a lot of people gathered here. Some were chatting, some were watching the execution platform on the east side of the square. Some street gangsters were basking in the sun there, chatting and talking to the boss. A group of people walked towards the square. A little boy, looking at Bartolomeo, he said quickly, This group of people seems to be all pirates, and those girls are so beautiful. She's in great shape, and her skin is white. Boss, are you interested? Do we want to go over there to see? Ha ha ha. Other little fellows, when they heard this, they were very excited, and they hurriedly followed and yelled, Boss, let's go over together. My favorite, look at the beauties. Oh gaga, I haven't seen any beauties in the town recently. My eyes are a little thirsty. Hey. Let's go, let these Hazang see the power of the Bardo Club. We are the only ones, the strongest. At first glance, it looks like a newcomer Hazang, who dares to land in Rog Town, and will definitely be caught by the Navy. Speaking of the Navy, I hate that Sig the most, because he makes our life difficult. Desire stroked her red and yellow hair, saving these little fellows. Mezui glared fiercely, and she knew how to look at beauties without being angry. Am I not a beauty? You guys, all have no eyes. How dare you ignore my beauty? I owe it to Ming. Bartolomeo stroked his green hair, laughed and said, Desire, what you said is so funny. Ha 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 ha, you are the most beautiful woman in the Bardo Club. Who doesn't like this? I know the little ones. What do you say? The little fellows nodded quickly and responded with a smile. Yes, yes, Miss Desire is the most beautiful. Hadzaya glared at Bartolomeo, with a look of dissatisfaction on her delicate and sworn face. The color of the color, said, you are enough, and then make fun of me. Be careful, I tell Grandma, let her old man give you a good education, and see if you dare to show it. Desire put his arms around him, squinted at Bartolomeo, and said with a sneer, a few days ago, I saw you being trained by your grandma to bow your head. Zizai, that look is really funny, hee hee. Bartolomeo waved his hand quickly, with a helpless eyelids, he smiled bitterly, and said a big shit, can you stop talking about this matter, it's very unpleasant, let's talk about your face. You still make mistakes a lot. Grandma has taught you a lot more times than me, so it's clear that we are half a pound. Don't talk to me about this. Bartolomeo leaned against his chair and leaned over Erlang's legs, with a look of admiration, said, Grandma, she is an old man, she is so powerful, she seems to know everything. Growing up, I have never seen such a powerful old man, and I really admire her so much. My intuition tells me that when she was young, she must have been a very good woman. I believe this very much. Mysterious, Grandma is really too mysterious. I really want to know her past. Bartolomeo slapped his head, touched his nose ring, and said with emotion, unfortunately, Grandma, she never reveals the past, it's really too much. Sorry. Desire sat on the stone bench, crossed Erlang's legs, shrugged his shoulders. 5.6 followed up. I asked about this too, but Grandma never said it. She knows so much. When she was young, she must have been to a lot of places. There is no need to say this. I think, the wisest person in the whole town is Grandma, but she is too mysterious, so the people who know her are not many. Desire who turn their heads to these little fellows and say in a stern tone, since Grandma doesn't want people to know, if you're all right, don't mention Grandma's name outside, so as not to cause trouble for her old man. Knowing that there are no lads, I nodded and responded respectfully, don't worry, Desa miss ya, we won't talk nonsense. 122. At the execution platform, recruit new people into the Great Channel. This is Roger's execution stand. It's very high from the right. Karina stepped into the plaza, and Maymue glanced at the situation in the plaza. People came and went, and many people gathered here. Nami raised her head, concealed the execution stand on the square with her big eyes, and said something with a proud look on her beautiful white face. This is the pride of our people in the East China Sea. Everyone knows the name of Roger, the king of sea stables. He is really too powerful. A man who can do this, even if he dies, is a hero. Nuauchi nodded. A smile appeared on Chao's face, and she said in agreement, Roger's name is indeed too loud. From childhood to adulthood, I have always heard legends about him, and his name is famous throughout the East China Sea. Meidi looked at the two sisters, raised her eyebrows, smiled and said, we Donghai people really know about Roger's existence. To say that the most famous pirate in the East China Sea must be him, everyone agrees. Carmen shrugged Ling Xiang's shoulders, looked casual, and said lightly, "One Piece Roger, he has left and will be forgotten by the world. Chris is different. He is so young and powerful. In the future, his name will be louder than Roger. I have always believed in this." Queen Sweetheart stroked her pale blonde hair and smiled sweetly. "That's right, Chris's goal, but the achievement that is more recent than Roger's, is definitely not Roger the Pirate King." Betty, who can be compared to 997, took a breath. "As always," he said calmly, "seriously, we don't have much to say about Roger One Piece. Not everyone can evaluate a big man of that level. His merits and demerits are still left to history to write what Chris said. I think he said it well, so let's not make too many remarks." Alrita was carrying a big iron rod, and Mei Mei looked at Chris' figure, with an elegant and dignified smile on her delicate eyelids. "Anyway, following Chris, I am very at ease, and I will not envy others. Moreover, I believe that Chris's future achievements will definitely be huge. It is not something that ordinary people can compare with. Let's wait and see." Ju looked at her, touched her white chin, nodded lightly, and said generously, "I agree with what you said. I'm also very curious about that person's future. I really want to know where he will go." At this time, Poison Q was lying on Stallone and said with a weird smile, "Since this is the execution platform of Roger, the King of Sea Annihilation, why don't we how to destroy it?" Vashes raised his arms and laughed loudly. "If you dare to do this, the Navy will definitely not spare us, way ha ha ha." Hearing such a loud voice from Basas, all the people on the square came over to the right and started talking in a low voice. "Who are these people? I don't know why they all look fierce. These women are really beautiful. Zizhui, the one with the big iron rod on his back, his skin is as white as snow. This is the rhythm that is going to fascinate people. Come on, I remembered, they're Chris Hay. The one in black is Chris in black with a bounty of 100 million Bailey." "What, he is Chris? Then hurry up. What are you afraid of? There is a navy stationed in Rog Town. They dare to mess around here, don't you die." At this time, on a wooden chair at the periphery of the square, there are two people, one big and one small, a father and daughter. Duddy One Mastarson is a sniper, and his eyesight is very powerful. When he saw Chris and others at a glance, he couldn't help frowning and said something. "We'll meet them here." His daughter Lurgia, leaning on the chair and eating ice cream, looked puzzled, and asked her father in a childish voice, "What's the matter with you?" Duddy Mastassin touched his daughter's little head, smiled amiably and said, "It's okay, I just found some pirates." "So are we going to catch pirates again, father?" Leolgia blinked her eyes. She looked like a curious baby. "Very cute, Duddy." Mastarson shook his head gently, avoiding the direction of Chris and the others, and said with a smile, "We are dealing with little pirates. The bounty is very low. This time, the bounty is very high. It is not what we want to catch. Anyway, if they don't provoke us, then I will not see it." Lurgia was eating ice cream, nodded heavily, and said with a smile, "I know, my father is the best man in the world." "Well, no, he's the best father in the world." Duddy Mastarson laughs and touches small head, with a doting look on his face, very. This daughter is everything to him. For her, Duddy Mastarson gave up the rank of second lieutenant in the Navy headquarters and became a bounty hunter, or his sniper ability is more than enough to be a colonel. The east side of the square, BCDG, Bartolomeo and others had already seen Chris and the others at this time, and they hurriedly discussed each and every one of them. Lying. These women are all very dazzling, they are so beautiful. The one with the big iron stick, this skin, is pretending to be dead. More than a dozen beauties. What kind of thief group is this? The captain is too happy, grass. The ghost knows, but I am afraid that they are very strong. Let's not go up. The voice of that guy just now is so loud, and he is big, the fight must be very powerful and scared to death. Seeing Chris and the others, Desire couldn't calm down anymore, so he stood up quickly, his pretty eyelids covered with shock, and he quickly said something. It was them. Bartolomeo also stood up and said in horror, "Isn't this the Chris pirates? How did they come to Rogue Town? This is a big pirate with a reward of 100 million Baileys. I have never heard of it. If you have such a high bounty, you will give me bad ideas. If such a big pirate goes up, we will not be punished. Kill Ming." Bartolomeo pointed to these little fellows, and scolded angrily, "Next time you highlight the bright spots, don't know anything, just run over and say this and that. You will kill people if you do this. Grass." Hearing such a terrifying Zhongguanjin, these little fellows were startled one by one. Desire waved his hand, sat down again, and persuaded, "Okay, they didn't mean it anymore, don't get angry." "But Chris C. Stables, what are they doing in town? Are they about to enter the Great Channel?" Desire leaned on the chair, crossed Erlang's legs, put his arms around him, and said to himself, "Since there are smokers in the town, since they entered, I'm afraid they won't be able to get out. The Navy will definitely come over later. A battle is inevitable." Bartolomeo patted his chair, laughed loudly, his eyes were fierce, and said something like "That is the best. Fight, fight, all. Killing is best. Just let me see how strong the pirates with a bounty of 100 million are." Ha ha ha! Bartolomeo looked at the people below, waved his hand, and said loudly, "You are timid, hurry up and leave here next. The battle will definitely be very fierce, and those who are afraid hurriedly go home." At this time, Chris and others have come to the bottom of the execution platform. I saw this execution platform, very high, with a quaint meaning on it. You can tell at a glance that it has existed for many years and then it will start recruiting new people. Kane looked at Chris, and said with a slight smile, "Captain, do you want me to push the glasses on Lacrosse?" Habitually with a twitching heart, and calmly and rationally said, "Since we want to recruit new people, it's better for the captain to go out." In this way, he appeared more authoritative and more sincere. He coughed and smiled strangely. "We are going to enter the Great Channel. If the newcomer is too weak, then let me directly poison it." Bashes laughed loudly and said loudly, "Indeed, it's the last place. If the people on board are too weak, it's better to just give up. After all, there is a big battle waiting for us next." Way ha ha ha! Chris ignored their conversation, disappeared in place with a bang, and appeared on the top of the execution platform. 123. Colonel Smoker is here. Now the Chris pirates are over. When this young man in fruit clothes suddenly appeared above the execution platform, everyone in the square was shocked by how fast. They didn't see the trajectory of Chris' movement at all, and it was too incredible that people just disappeared and then appeared there. "Did you see it just now? What's going on? 2 inches. I don't know about Indigo, I kept staring at him just now, he suddenly disappeared, and flew to the high platform. This is the sea stable with a reward of 100 million Bailey. It is too strong and too strong. Tell me, what is he going to do? The ghost knows. I just stared at the beautiful woman. Zizhui, these women in the Chris Highway group, all of them need to have a good appearance, a figure and a figure. I'm almost drunk. That woman with curly eyebrows has a really good figure and a graceful temperament. I like her so much. Who knows her name? Please tell me. Mad, this bastard Chris, with so many beauties, I am envious of me, sloppy. Duddy. Masdarson was also shocked. His eyesight is not comparable to that of ordinary people, but even he can't have clear traces of Chris' movement. This really shocked him. It's the first time I've seen such a speed. D12 Masdarson frowned, his face full of doubts, and said to himself, it seems to have disappeared out of thin air, there is no sign of jumping at all. At his speed, my marksmanship would not be able to hit him at all. If I fight him, I will definitely die. Lurgia is still eating ice cream, leaning on the chair, blinking her eyes and asking curiously, Father, where are you? Say what? Who do you want to fight? Did we meet the little pirate Duddy again? Masdarson touched his daughter's little head and said with a gentle smile, it's okay, let's just sit here and not provoke them. In fact, we don't need to take action at all. After waiting for the navy here, the old smoker who will definitely be dispatched is very strong, and a fierce battle is unavoidable. In the same way, in the east, Bartolomeo and the others were also shocked by Chris' speed, and their faces showed horror, as if they had seen a ghost. These little fellows, their eyes are about to fall, they are so frightened that Desia's beautiful eyes are unblinking, with a face full of surprise, and murmured, "This, not just now, how did he disappear and why didn't I see it?" The man disappeared immediately, and then appeared on the execution platform. How did he get up there? Incredible, so unbelievable. Bartolomeo nodded again and again, with a look of horror on his face, and said a word. Terrible, really terrifying. The big pirate with a reward of 100 million is really extraordinary. It is not something we can defeat at all. If he wants to kill us, at this speed, we don't know how we died. The first time I visited such a terrifying person, I was scared to death. At this moment, a voice came from above the execution platform. Everyone in Rogue Town. Chris put his arms around him, looked down at the people below, and said loudly, "I'm Chris, the captain of the Chris Pirates. Next, I will go to the Great Front Road, heading towards this dangerous sea area. Now, I'm sending out a grand invitation, whoever wants to go out can watch us go together. After all, the sea is the place where men should go." At this time, the sun shines on Chris's body, dyeing him pale gold. It looks so sacred as if the gods are descending, which is very confusing. Quiet. The square suddenly fell into silence, and everyone was stunned. They did not expect that the Chris pirates would openly call their subordinates here and completely ignore the navy here. The captain said it too well, the sea is where men should go. Way ha ha ha. Bashes raised his arms high, looked up at Chris' figure, smiled and shouted loudly. Poison Q coughed and said, "Why don't you say you want to become Chihuahua? Isn't that more shocking?" Ajin glanced at him coldly, and said without net, "What do you do with so much talk? Not everyone can come up here in our boat. Have an idea, dare to take risks, and must have enough strength, otherwise what would you do on the boat?" Lafitte stood his cane in front of him, smiled slightly, and said politely, "Since the captain has sent an invitation, there must be some good ones here. Newcomer. Otherwise, our captain will definitely not open this mouth. This is inevitable." Suddenly, there is a roar not far away, and it spreads all over the square. The damn Chris pirates, dare to open it on Lao Su's site. Recruit subordinates. You are provoking my majesty. It's good to not take me seriously. Since you are here, don't think about entering the Great Waterway, but going into the advanced city. Go to repentance. With a cigarette in his mouth and Halushi with 10 hands on his back, Shuj strode into the square with the famous knife Shiu in his arms, followed behind, trotted and said, "Lord Colonel, please wait for me. There are too many people in this group, you must be careful, you can't be careless," and there is a roar. "Damn, you wait for this young master. When this young master is out of trouble, he will not spare you." Cavendish is handcuffed with both hands and feet, and there are many ropes tied to him, turning him into a white it's like a dumpling, can't move at all. At this time, he found the young man on the execution platform, and became more and more angry, roaring. "Chris, young Master Ben has been waiting for you for a long time. You dare to steal young Master Ben's limelight. Young Master Ben will never let you go. You wait for young Master Ben." A young navy, very dissatisfied with Cavendish, slapped him hard on the head, reprimanded and shouted, "If you shout again, your mouth will be blocked. See how you shout." Although Wendish was very angry, he didn't lose his mind. He suddenly fell silent and encountered these navy. If he dared to continue beeping, he would not slap his head, but slap him directly. If he was in front of so many people, being beaten hard, Cavendish, who has always paid attention to face, was afraid that he would not survive, so he simply committed suicide. Seeing the appearance of Shog, the people on the square were so frightened that they hurried to the distance to hide from 783. "Hurry up, don't stay here, run farther away. Wonderful, the battle will break out later. I'm looking forward to it, ha ha ha," Smog is a cold guy, and these pirates will definitely be finished later. When these pirates are caught, let's sneak past and see if we can grab a beauty. It really doesn't work. Just buy one for the money, ho ho ga. May I? If I can bribe the Navy, I will buy the one with the curly eyebrows. I really like her so much, I like it very much. Outside the square, Duddy Mastassin looked at Smog's figure, showed a faint smile, and said that the speed of the Navy was much faster than I thought. This time, the Chris pirates will be wiped out. By one, the smoky fruit succumbs to the natural system. It is not Chris High Stables at all. It can deal with the ice cream on Lerge's little hand. She has not finished eating. She is wearing. Smog and others, curiously asked, Father, how come the Navy? Could it be that they are also here to catch pirates? So can we still catch? Daddy Mastarson with an amiable smile, and said gently, it's okay girl, we can just watch it here, it has nothing to do with us. My father is right. Leargia leaned on the chair, shook her little feet, her little eyelids were covered with jokers, and her voice was tender and sweet, very nice. 124. Smoker, if you dare to do it, I will kill you. On the east side of the square, there were also discussions. The ghost of Si Yuanj is here, now they are finished. Mule, hey, it's a pity that these beautiful beauties have been arrested one by one. Grass boss, can you manage to get a woman out? I like the one who carries the big iron rod, the boss of the quack. I'm not picky, just give me one, hee hee. Fuck off, the Navy I fear most is Shogur. Let Lao Su ask him for someone, do you want to kill me? Grass mud horse. Desire looked at Smog's figure, wrinkled his beautiful eyebrows, and on his beautiful white face, a dignified Smog had never been defeated. Powerful. And although Chris offered a reward of 100 million, he was the pirate with the highest reward in the world. But it is certainly not that Smoker's opponent will be defeated. This fight is definitely going to be exciting. I'm really looking forward to it. Below the execution platform, there is another scene. Vashis raised his arms high, looked at the Navy who suddenly appeared, laughed and said, come on, we finally meet the Navy, way ha 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 ha. Poison Q lay on Stallone with a weird smile, it's the first time I've been at sea for so long, and I've met the Navy and will directly poison them all to death. Our bounty will definitely skyrocket. Luo Ajin glanced at him slantingly. Said indifferently, the Navy is our partner, how can we kill them? Luo holding the demon knife and crying, looking at Si Yuanj, as always cold, said that the strength of the Navy is very strong, very difficult to deal with. Hawkins nodded, played with the cards, and said in a low voice, being able to guard the entrance of the Great Waterway must be very strong, there is no doubt about this. Fanoka tapped his shoulder with a gun, still so serious and expressionless. No matter how strong he is, his fate is already doomed. Crow looked at Balefit and asked calmly and rationally, has the captain said, can't we kill the Navy? Nothing. Lafitte turned his cane, politely, although the captain did not explain, but for future plans, try not to conflict with the Navy. Of course, we, the Chris pirates, have never been afraid of anyone. There is absolutely no doubt about this. At this moment, Meaty looked at the girls, stroked her pale blonde hair, and her delicate face burst into a gentle expression. Smile and explain in detail. You may not know that his name is Smog. He is a colonel of the Navy headquarters. He is a natural smoke fruit person. He is very powerful. He is not one of the strongest navies in the entire East China Sea. As far as I know, since he was detained, none of the pirates in Kudao seemed to be able to leave, and they were all caught. Carmen nodded lightly, smiled and said, this Smog is really famous in the East China Sea, and I've heard his name too. Karina shrugged her shoulders and rolled her beautiful eyes BCDB, with a sly look. She said with a smile, it seems that his record is about to be broken. Because so many of us come in, none of us will stay. Not only that, but he will also take some more newcomers to leave Nami to look at Smog and others, and say with a smile, it seems that the Navy attaches great importance to us, so we sent so many people. Sweetheart Queen to brush her pale golden hair, to Betty, After thinking about it, this is indeed the first time we have encountered the Navy. Betty didn't speak, spit out the smoke in her mouth, nodded and responded. At this moment, above the execution platform, there was a faint voice. You came just right, I want to tell you something. Chris put his arms around him, peeking at Smoker on the ground, and said calmly, I will go to the Great Channel after recruiting new recruits. Then he arrived at the Kingdom of Alabasta and killed Crocodile who was hiding in it. In this way, I can replace him and become the next Shichibukai. Since we are in a cooperative relationship in the future, I advise you not to do it, otherwise I will probably kill you directly. The whole square fell into silence. Everyone was so shocked by Chris's declaration that they wanted to kill Crocodile and become Shichibukai. This is too incredible. And to talk to Smog like this is the rhythm of courting death. This young man is really round enough. Duddy Masterson looked at Chris, frowned and said, he, a rookie who hasn't entered the Great Waterway, has delusionally become Shichibukai. Such an arrogant guy is destined to lose here, there is no other possibility. Lyurgia had finished eating the ice cream, the minister blinked his eyes, and asked pretty lively, Father, what is Chiwahai? Duddy Masterson touched her pouch and explained gently that Chiwahai is a real big pirate, each of which is very powerful, shocking the whole sea. Moreover, Chiwahai is a pirate recognized by the Navy, they are legal and we are all small characters, and they have nothing to do with Chiwahai, so let's not understand this girl. Lyurgia nodded and sang with a smile, okay, listen to them all. Fathers tilde. In the east, Bartolomeo and the others talked about it one by one. It's so cool, so handsome. Boss, if they kill the Navy, let's join this Chris Hayward group. That's right, men should go to the sea and rush to the Great Waterway. Not to mention, if you join them, you can at least see beautiful women every day. Haha Hadzia glared at them and said angrily, everyone is just this kind of virtue. Besides beautiful women, what else would you do? It's really not promising at all, can you stop being so embarrassing? Immediately afterwards, he frowned his long and slender Louis eyebrows, with a serious look on his pretty face, and muttered, but if they can defeat the Navy, they can really think about it. The sea is so wide, if you can't go to the Great Waterway in your lifetime, it will be a pity to turn your head to look at this green-haired partner, and ask curiously, Bartolome, how is it, do you want to follow them? Woolen cloth. Bartolomeo touched his nose ring, with a very ugly smile, and said directly, join them, of course. But the premise is that they can escape the pursuit of the Navy, otherwise, let's wait and see if he has such strength. A captain is domineering. When a pirate is a pirate, he threatens the Navy. Way ha 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 ha. Duque coughed and said weakly, if it's not domineering enough, then you can change to a captain. Hearing this, Akin was suddenly dissatisfied, gave him a cold look, and said in a deep voice, this is Chris High, the captain of the thief must be Chris, this is not to be said. Crow pushed his glasses habitually, frowned slightly, and said with some doubts, I didn't expect the captain to reveal the next plan, but it's a little bit beyond my expectation, such a secret thing, I personally think, it's better not to say it. Lafayette put his hand in front of him, smiled slightly, and explained that you were right. If it is normal, it should not be said. However, our captain is too powerful. Strength, confidence. Even if it is said, it is unlikely to affect the progress of the plan. Because, no one can stop the captain's footsteps. Oka nodded slightly, expressionless, and said indifferently, the fate of Crocodile has been doomed since the captain decided to become Chiwahai. After all, Chengji is too strong. Luo carried the ghost crying, and said coldly, among the people I have ever met, the captain is the most confident. There is no doubt that Hawkins is still a dead person, playing cards and saying something in a low voice. Confidence comes from strength. The captain is a real strong man. Every move must be full of self-confidence. This is something we cannot learn. 125. Smoker ignored Chris's words and attacked directly. Our captain is still so domineering. Arita is a beautiful woman who always carries a big iron rod, and her image is really not in line with the girls. She smiled charmingly and said elegantly, "This is the Colonel of the Navy headquarters. If you really kill him, the Navy will definitely not let us go." Sweetheart Queen shrugged her shoulders and said casually, "Why would Chris care about this? It's impossible. This guy's character is strong and domineering, and he really doesn't care about this." Betty took a breath and nodded slightly. "Agree." Nuauchi sighed and said with a wry smile, "It seems that in a battle, it is unavoidable that Cayman will laugh with disdain, and his tone is very affirmative. If you don't have enough strength to talk to the Navy, how can you not fight? It's impossible for this Smog to let us go." Hearing Chris's words, the Navy was really stunned. He couldn't react at all to a pirate. He ran to the Navy and said that he wanted to become Shichibukai. "It's a big joke. How can there be such an idiot pirate in the world, can't you? Chris, although young Master Ben hates you very much, your words are very appealing to young Master Ben." Cavendish was the first to react, and shouted at the man above the execution platform, saying, "Chris, this young master approves of you. As long as you rescue this young master will join your team. The captain's position must be darker than this young master. So, isn't this young master's proposal very reasonable?" The Navy who patted him on the head just now is really tired of Cavendish. Without saying a word, "Just take out the sealing sticker. What do you want to do, if you dare to seal this young master?" Before Cavendish finished speaking, he was directly silenced, and he could only make a humming sound, staring at the Navy, very angry. The young Navy was not afraid of him, patted Cavendish's head again, and said viciously, "Be honest with me, you bastard, if you dare to make another moth. At that time, it will not be as simple as sealing. I promise to clean up your head and let you know why the flowers are so red." At this time, Dasichi was holding the famous sword Shiyu, and her fair and delicate face was full of surprise. It was inconceivable to say that this Chris, he was going to become Chiwahai. This is a joke. What kind of big man is Chiwahai? How could he possibly deserve it? Also, this guy is going too far. But speaking to the Colonel like this, Dusky looked at Smog and said firmly, "Lord Colonel, Chris is too arrogant. You must wait a moment. Strictly clean him up. Let him know the prestige of our Navy. Never allow him to be challenged. Justice will win, and the Colonel will win." Smoker stopped, put his hands on both sides, squeezed tightly, like a cigar, and said coldly, "Chris, you are too arrogant. I really thought that with a reward of 100 million Baileys, I would be able to become Chiwahai. Ridiculous. See that guy behind me?" With a disdainful look on his face, Smog sneered, "That guy offered a reward of more than 90 million Baileys, and it won't be long before you will be locked into the Push City just like him. And you?" Smog looked at Lafitte and the others, his eyes were cold, and his tone was very certain, and he said something like, "You Hazang. Don't try to escape, just stay in the Push City. With me here, no pirate can leave Rog Town." One hearing Smog's words, Bartius couldn't help laughing and said loudly, "If that's the case, then let's fight, seeing who is stronger on the right way." Ha ha ha. Ajin showed a cruel smile. His eyes were ruthless. "Speaking of which, I haven't fought the Navy yet. This is a good opportunity." Luo carrying the demon sword and crying, as always, he said coldly, "The captain will take action personally on this matter. We can just watch it. It seems that the person who offered a reward of more than 10,000 yuan is our new member." Hawkins looked at Cavendish, who was tied into a scorpion, and said something deadly. Fanyalka nodded lightly and said expressionlessly, "The bounty is more than 90 million yuan, which shows his strength. It must be very good. He meets us, his fate is already doomed, and it must be one of the new members." Lafitte, who turned his cane and smiled slightly, looking like a gentleman, "In such a weak place as Donghai, there is a total reward of more than 90 million yuan. Exist. Speaking of which, this is really incredible." Crow habitually pushed his glasses with his palm, and calmly analyzed, "There is definitely no such a high bounty in the East China Sea. This person must be from other sea areas. Even, it is very likely that he ran out of the Great Waterway, so the bounty is so high." At this time, a cold voice came from above the execution platform. Smoker, one last reminder. Get out of here in 10 seconds. Chris put his arms around him, looked down at Smog condescendingly, his eyes gradually became cold, and he said calmly, otherwise, even if you don't die, you will be severely injured. Karina looked up at Chris, her beautiful eyes were shining, she smiled and said, don't say it, Chris looks so cool. Indeed, so domineering, very manly, ha ha, Nami nodded, and said something wisely. Alrita blinked her beautiful eyes, smiled charmingly, and said gracefully, he is acting in his true colors, it can't be pretended. Carmen shrugged his shoulders, shook his head, and sighed, come right, Smoker is in trouble this time, and he has to peel off his skin if he doesn't die. The person who dares to be stubborn with Chris has not yet been born. He is courting the Queen's sweetheart. He stroked his pale blonde hair with a very positive tone. Betty took a breath and said calmly, want to fight with Chris, a mere colonel, where is enough? At least the lieutenant general of the headquarters has to be activated, which is almost the same. Seeing Chris so domineering and awe-inspiring, Cavendish's pupils shrank, he didn't make a sound, and his eyelids were covered with complicated expressions. Very angry, hating Chris for taking away his own aura, making him not the focus of the audience. At the same time, I am a little envious. If the person on the execution platform was replaced by myself, it would be so good. It is too arrogant and arrogant. Dasichi hugged Shiyu, her beautiful eyes glared at Chris' figure, her pretty face was full of seriousness, and she said something in a firm tone. This is the first time I have seen such a crazy pirate. In any case, we must catch them all in one net and not let them go. Bet on the name of justice and never fail. Smog raised his right hand and slowly pulled out the 10 hands of Hai Lushi, his eyes showing murderous intent, and said in a deep voice, you dare to threaten me, Chris, you are impatient to live. I hope you are stronger, but don't let me kill you. With a swoosh, his body turned into a puff of white smoke, very thick, and quickly floated towards the top of the execution platform. 126. Chris stomped over Smoker. To the right of Smoker's body, white smoke came out again. Cavendish couldn't help frowning, and until now, he didn't know why his attack couldn't deal with Sho. Even if the slash is severe and the power is stronger, the result will be the same. Therefore, at this time, he opened his eyes wide and concentrated, wanting to see what Chris will do and whether he can hurt this guy Yuanj. If you can defeat the bastard Smog, then if this young master joins, it is not impossible to watch the same seriously, there are many people. Duddy Mastarson sat up straight, looked at the direction of the execution platform seriously, and said solemnly, if there is no accident, Chris will be defeated with one move. After all, when it comes to the natural system, he has no choice at all, and the defeat is already determined. Lurgia knew Shogur. When she saw the white smoke on his body, she clapped her little hands and said with a smile that Uncle Smog's body was burning again. When you got up to the right, it was fun, my father, Uncle Smog. Are you going to start catching pirates again? Duddy, Mastarson touched the little girl's head and said gently, this time, it's a big pirate, your Uncle Smog, Fei Chong pays attention to it. The bounties of these people add up to several 100 million. Now, Uncle Smog, I am afraid that you will be promoted. Although he does not obey the orders of the headquarter and is alone, but this credit, the headquarter is a girl who will not kill it. Let's find your uncle and ask him to treat you to a lot of delicious food when he hears it. A sweet smile immediately burst out on the small eyelids, clapping his little hands, he looked very happy, and his voice was immature and clear. Alright, this is really good enough, tilde. In the east, everyone is also watching seriously, very concerned about this battle. Desia's beautiful eyes are not blinking, and her pretty face is full of dignified colors, and she said seriously, come on, the battle is finally over. Just look at Chris, is he really powerful? Bartolomeo changed his rambunctious expression and said solemnly, Sig is so powerful, there is no reason to lose to Chris. I just hope that the fight will be fiercer, so it will be interesting, ha 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 ha. The execution stand. Seeing that Smog launched an attack, Bashus couldn't help holding up his kidneys and said with a big laugh, Jing Ran dares to shoot at the captain, way ha 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 ha. Poison Q was on Stallone, smiling strangely, the captain is notoriously ruthless, no one can disobey him. This Navy, even if he didn't get killed, he still had to vomit some blood, hee hee. Ah Jin sneered, and said with disdain, he's really tired of living, and he dares to attack the captain. Still so arrogant, that's fine, it's been a long time since the right-handed captain shot, this is a rare opportunity. Hawkins played the cards and said in a low voice, from the looks of it, this Sig, if there is a bloody catastrophe against the captain today, it is impossible to be good. Fan, Yuka wrinkled his shoulder with a gun, and said expressionlessly, this is his destiny. Crow pushed the mirror and looked up at the execution platform. He looked very rational, and said something. Since joining the team, I have not seen the captain take a shot. This is a very rare time, and it is not easy. Lafitte adjusted the gift, and said politely, at the level of the captain, it is indeed very difficult to see him take action. This is the so-called Master Ji Ming, Dugu seeks defeat. The girls were wearing Smog floating in the air, and they were all curious. This is the second nature ability person who they have stayed in. Karina blinked her beautiful eyes, and said with a look of surprise, this is the so-called smoke fruit, and it's really interesting that it turns out white smoke. Nami nodded, her smile pure and sweet, it looks white and bright, it's exactly the same as the smoke in nature, it's just thick smoke billowing. It's amazing. Kayame's eyes were bright and bright, her eyes kept moving with Smog's figure, and her beautiful and refined face showed admiration. This evil fruit looks very strong, and it feels very mysterious. Carmen shrugged his shoulders, sneered, and said directly, what's so powerful? With Chris' character, he can easily let him go, it's impossible, etc. There is only one result of meeting him, he must be lying on the ground, unable to stand. Sweetheart nodded lightly, BCE stroked her pale blonde hair, smiled and said, I'm the same way. Since Chris shot, it must be a blow. At this time, Smoker was already flying higher and higher, with white smoke billowing behind him, spiraling forward, getting closer and closer to Chris. The figure, Bu Wong said with a smile. Chris kid, your indifferent appearance makes me very dissatisfied. I hope you can still talk like this later. Above the execution platform, there was a sound, and Chris disappeared directly, and he could not be found at all. Shock. Extremely shocking. Smog's pupils shrank with a look of horror on his face. He didn't understand at all how Chris disappeared before he could react, and a cold voice came from above. Where are you looking, Smoker? Shog was shocked again, and was about to look up, but unexpectedly, a terrifying force came from his back, and an incomparable pain hit. Squad made a shrill scream, which spread throughout the square. After listening to it, there was a creepy feeling. I saw that he was stomped on the back by Chris, who was like a meteorite, pierced through the void, and quickly smashed to the ground to rumble. The square vibrated, the ground cracked, and the smoke rose high, shrouding Smog, making it impossible to see what was inside. Quietly content. The entire square fell into silence, without the slightest sound. Everyone stared blankly at the place where the smoke and dust rose, their eyes unblinking, and they wanted to know what was going on inside. Like Duddy, Masterson, sitting up straight, looking at the center of the square, his face hanging, his eyesight was full of shock. Just now, Chris hit Smog's back in his ankle, but he saw that Chu-Sig was kicked. This really shocked him. Armed color domineering. Duddy Masterson looked surprised, and muttered to himself, Chris, this young man, can actually use a newcomer who has not entered the Great Waterway. How can he achieve this step? This is simply unheard of, a situation that has never happened before. Lurgia shook her little feet, looked at him curiously, and asked with a smile, Father, what's wrong with you? You seem to be shocked. Did you find something funny? Tell me now. Duddy Masterson came back to his senses, touched the little head of the girl in the picture, smiled bitterly, and said, "Fortunately we didn't move around, or else if so, it might cause trouble." Sure enough, being able to be offered a reward of 100 million Bailey is indeed very powerful and cannot be underestimated. 127. Shameless things for the face. Squadge lost. 7. He was actually stepped on the ground. Is this still Colonel Smog? Terrifying. Chris's strength is too scary. Bartolomeo nodded again and again, also with a look of horror, and said quickly, "Chian, it's so powerful, I didn't see how he disappeared just now." People suddenly appeared on Smog, and then smashed the stain with one foot. It was too strong, so violent, so bloody. I liked it. Cavendish stared at the place where the smoke and dust rose, with an ecstatic look on his face, and he made a sound. "Okay, great, give this young master a hard beating. This bastard Navy. Damn, it's all because of him, otherwise, how could the young master be unable to speak?" At this moment, a light flashed in Cavendish's mind. His face was full of doubts, and he couldn't understand why he could attack Smoker. How can this young master use his sword? No matter how powerful the sword move is, it can't hurt him in the slightest. Chris, how did he do it? These Marines were startled one by one, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Lord Colonel, they have followed Smog for so long, and they have never seen him. This is the first time anyone has hurt him." It really shocked them. The famous knife in Dusky's hand, Shiu, fell to the ground, with a look of horror on her pretty eyelids. A damned colonel was stepped on. Dusky's beautiful eyes looked at the high smoke and she said in disbelief, "Lord Colonel is a natural person who is capable of being hit." Chris, this bastard, who is he? How is he so powerful? Is this really a newcomer? Below the execution table, Bosses looked at the cracked ground in front of him and laughed. "The captain is really decisive. Don't say anything and step on it first. Way ha 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 ha." Poisonous Q coughed and said, "The last time I had a fight with Doflamingo, didn't the captain say it? The villain died in the words of the captain, which is the essence of the battle." Luo, carrying the demon knife and crying, Gao said, "When fighting, mother-in-law and mother-in-law are indecisive. This is not what a strong person should have. Quick and accurate, the first move is the ultimate move. This is the most correct way." Hawkins nodded, still looking like a dead man, and agreed, "This point, we all need to bring those two strange shapes to Captain Akin. The weapon, the black face, showing the color of admiration, the tone is extremely respectful and said a sentence. The captain has always been a role model for me to learn from. I will closely follow the captain's footsteps and become stronger and stronger." Chloe pushed the mirror and said rationally, "This point, the captain, is indeed worth advocating. The battle is clean and neat, never sloppy." Lafitte stood his cane in front of him, smiled slightly, very politely. "Whether it is strength or character, the captain is worth learning from everyone. So we should be fortunate to have such a strong and perfect captain at this moment." A gust of wind blew, and a whirring sound blew all the smoke and dust in the air to the side, revealing the situation inside. The ground was cracked, and there were dense small cracks, like spider webs, spreading outward. At the center, Smog was lying there, with his back facing the heavenly chamber. His body was covered with dust, and his image was very desolate and desolate. Chris stepped on his head and pressed his head firmly on the ground. He was completely unable to see this scene. The people on the square were all shocked before everyone could react. When Chris's eyes turned cold, he said in a somber tone that something that should not be dangerous to his face. "A mere colonel dares to attack me and wants to fight with me, so send a warship first." As soon as the voice fell, without any hesitation, he kicked Smog fiercely, beeping, and at the same time, there was a shrill scream. Shush flew upside down, spewing several mouthfuls of blood from his mouth, unable to stabilize his body at all, smashed straight on the ground, and rolled backwards continuously. When CJ stopped rolling, spit out a mouthful of blood again, and lay there straight, motionless, as if he was dead. At this time, his face was pale, as if he was seriously ill, and the scene of dying was shocked again. Everyone Seeing Smog lying on the ground like a dead dog, everyone's faces were full of horror, their brains were stuck, and they couldn't turn at all. They were simply stunned. Colonel Dasky, this natural, he was the first to react, and after shouting in horror, without saying a word, he hurriedly ran towards Shog, and said with great concern, "Lord Colonel, are you all right?" The other navies didn't care about Cavendish at all. They hurried over one by one, worrying. Colonel Cavendish saves Smoker, who is like a dead dog, and his eyes are full of surprises. Was shocked by Chris to ask for flowers. Strong, really strong. Many times more domineering than this young master. It seems that this team can really join. Outside the square, Duddy and Masterson saw this scene. His eyes were about to spit out, and he was extremely shocked to say that Smog was defeated. He was beaten and vomited blood without any power to fight at all. This right-turned Chris' eyes were full of fear, and he murmured, "This strength, I'm afraid it's at the level of a lieutenant general, it's really too much. Strong. It's amazing, there are such powerful young people competing in the sea, and the Navy will definitely have a headache this time." Lurgia didn't hear her father's words at all. She closed her eyes slightly and was about to fall asleep on the east side of the square. The faces of these people were full of horror, and their eyes were about to fall to the ground. It was terrible. The little fellows spoke in unison, very frightened, and sent out a sense that Bartolomeo could no longer sit still, so he stood up directly, his eyes widened to the largest, and he was very shocked and said that Smog had been beaten and vomited blood, not at all. His opponent. Strong, Chris is too strong. Needless to say, Lao Su followed him and rushed to the Great Channel, ha ha ha. Quote. Desire shook his head and said in disbelief, "A big man as strong as Smog was even beaten by him. And it's still effortless. It can be seen that Chris's strength is so strong. That's right. Such a character is worth following. We chose him." Desire looked at Bartolomeo, with a beautiful and delicate face, showing a serious look, and said solemnly, "Bartolomeo, let's go find Mrs. Tell Grandma about the situation here, and ask her if she can join the Chris Highway group and go to sea with them. I believe Mrs. Granny will definitely give good advice." Bartolomeo touched his nose ring, nodded, and said with a big smile, "Okay, then let's go there now, brothers, let's go first. Lord Heppo." After finishing speaking, he turned around and walked forward, not daring to waste time here. Yuan Zaya glanced at Chris' figure for the last time, frowned his beautiful eyebrows, and said to himself, "He is so powerful, Grandma will definitely agree to join us." Without hesitation, he followed Bartolome and left here soon. 128. One Piece Roger's Navigator, officially appears. Outside view of the square. Looking at the tragic state of Sig, Daddy Masterson couldn't help frowning, and put his right hand in his pocket to take out a gun. After all, he is also a righteous person, and he has different feelings for the Navy, so naturally he cannot accept this scene. This group of people is very difficult to deal with. If they really do it, I am afraid that they will hurt their daughter Duddy. Masterson gently picked up Lurgia. For fear of waking her up, he stood up and walked forward. Fang go. Since he can't help Smog, what are you doing here, seeing how miserable he looks? Liang Kue, the two envoys left the square and disappeared until the disappearance of the captain. If he was ruthless, he wouldn't kick people to death. Wei ha 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 ha. Bosses raised his arms and laughed loudly. Spreading all over the square, Poison Q was lying on Stallone's face. His smile was still so ugly. He coughed and said, "If it wasn't so ruthless, then I wouldn't be able to be the leader," chirping. Akin looked at Chris back, and said with great admiration, as expected of the minister, "Be quick and accurate, and kick K0. If you look at this situation, your internal organs will definitely be injured." Luo carried the demon knife and cried, as always, coldly. After saying 12 sentences, Jins nodded, put away the card, and said in a low voice, "He didn't show death, it's just a bloody disaster, nothing will happen." Fan, Oka looked at Alfalfa Square and slapped his arm with a gun on his shoulder, and said with a blank face, "There was a gunman just now, who seemed to want to attack us. Crow habitually pushed his glasses with his heart, and said rationally, he is a bounty hunter. As a gunman with a child, Duddy must have good eyesight. He must know that he is not the captain's opponent, and he will never dare to pull it out. Gunlafit stood his cane in front of him, smiled slightly and said, it's like the captain said that he wants to take action against us, so he will send a warship over. This time, the captain beat the colonel of the headquarters and showed his strength. I'm afraid the bounty will rise to 150 million. After talking, he walked directly to Cavendish and prepared to rescue him. He will serve as the deputy captain here. If it's a block, it's done very well, and there's no need for Christo to say anything, and he was beaten and vomited blood, so he deserved it. Karina turned her beautiful eyes, revealing a sly look, and said with a smile, there is no one who dares to do something with Chris, and this is simply death. Perona nodded repeatedly, agreeing, I thought it was natural. Those who are capable can be lawless, dreaming. Speaking of which, Chris didn't do anything ruthless, which was already pretty good. Queen Sweetheart stroked her pale blonde hair and we became Chihuahua. It's been a while since we became Chihuahua. At this time, it's better to have less than one thing. He ordered Betty to take a cigarette and said lightly, it doesn't have much to do with this. Mainly because he didn't challenge Chris' bottom line, otherwise he would die. Arita smiled, her eyebrows curved, and she was very charming. After this time, our Chris Haiti group will definitely be famous all over the world. Near the execution platform, a simple private house. Knock knock tilde. Outside the door, there was a crisp knock on the door, and at the same time the voices of Bartolomeo and Desire were heard. Grandma, open the door quickly, I'm looking for you. With a squeak, the wooden door was slowly opened, and an old woman came out. She was the so-called grandma. She held a newspaper in her hand and asked with an amiable smile, you two little fellows, have you caused something else? What's the matter? Tell me, as long as you say it, Grandma will forgive your Desire for brushing her red and yellow hair, and on her beautiful eyelids, showing a sweet and lovely smile, and said a word quickly. Nope, Grandma. We came to you for other things. At this time, Bartolomeo saw the newspaper in Grandma's hand, his eyes lit up, and he quickly explained Grandma, what we want to say is Chris on the newspaper. Just now, he came to Rog Town and fought with Smog at the execution stand. Shaking his head, he continued, no, this is a one-sided battle. Without a fight, Smog was directly killed by Chris, and he didn't even have the strength to resist. He was lying on the ground like a dead dog. By the way, Chris said that he will go to the Great Channel next, and then he will kill Kibui Crocodile and become Chihuahua himself. Now he is recruiting new people at the execution platform. We want to join his team. Do you think we can do it? Hearing this, the grandma, who had always held the pearl in her hand, showed surprise on her eyelids, and said in disbelief, you said just now that Si Yuanj was defeated by him. Wrinkling his sparse white eyebrows, his old face was full of doubts, and he said something to himself. Smog is a natural ability person, and was defeated by Chris. It seems that the strength of this young man is much stronger than I thought. He has not yet entered the Great Waterway, but he has learned that special ability. He is a young man with potential. No wonder the Navy is offering a reward of 100 million Baileys. Grandma looked at Bartolomeo and Desire, smiled amiably and said, since he is recruiting new members, if you are interested, then go to sea. Staying in Rog Town, you can't grow up, you might as well go to the Great Waterway and learn more about Donguo. I guess it is good. This little guy Chris will definitely become Chihuahua and Ruohei. Yours the future is still very good. Desire's beautiful eyes lit up, a look of joy appeared on her pretty face, and she said with a sweet smile, Master Grandma, do you think so too? I am also very optimistic about Chris. I think he will become a big man in Dangdang in the future, and there must be people who follow him. Bartolomeo touched his nose ring, his smile was very ugly, like a ghost, and said that since Mrs. A 593 does not object, then we will let him go to sea. Grandma, when we encounter a problem, we will call you and ask you for help. Bai Jing, you are the wisest old man in the town and the one who knows the most. Grandma waved her hand and said gently, okay. Now, hurry up, don't let them wait too long. Grandma is here waiting for your triumphant return. Remember to tell Grandma about all kinds of super things about the journey. Desire and Bartolomeo nodded quickly, bowed to Grandma, and said in unison, respectfully, then let's go, see Grandma again. After speaking, the two of them didn't hesitate, turned around quickly, and walked towards the execution platform. Grandma stood quietly and watched them leave. On the vicissitudes of life, the color of memories appeared, and she said to herself, Roger, that's right, the era of big sailing has really come to the current sea. It's getting more and more lively, and countless newcomers have emerged, all of whom are full of potential and are all seed players in the new era. After some wind and rain, they will surely thrive and become towering trees, deterring the whole sea to see such a lively scene. You must be very happy, Roger. Grandma shook her head slightly, and without thinking any more, she gently closed the wooden door and continued to read the newspaper. 129. The invitation to travel around the world ends, and enter the Great Channel. Chris put his arms around him, looked at Dusky and the others calmly, and said lightly, give you a minute, leave here immediately. Hearing his words, all the Navy were startled. Chi-Chi turned right towards Chris with angry expressions on his eyelids. At the same time, with a look of panic, for fear that Chris would kill them, Dasky didn't care about this, hugged Shiu, and stood up quickly, pretty dangerous and frosty. Very angry Chris, you are a sea, dared to threaten the Navy. Before I finished speaking, I was interrupted by Smoker. At this time, Smog had been supported by the Navy, vomited blood and coughed and said, let's go. You are not his opponents, let's leave here. Chris' eyes turned right, with a look of fear. He was afraid of the young man's strength. He was much stronger than him. But the pain from his body reminded him all the time that this young man is so powerful. Dusty heard this. Heenhan gave Chris a glance, turned his head to look at the Navy, and said directly, let's get out of here. A young Navy looked at Smog and asked, Lord Colonel, what should I do with Cavendish, the prisoner with a bounty? Smog looked like a man, and said weakly, he is already a member of the Chris Hayward Regiment, and we have to urge these navies without him. If it really takes more than 1 minute, I am afraid that everyone will be killed by Chris. I can see it clearly. Chris, this young man, is definitely a ruthless person, and he will not reason at all. Yes, Your Honor Colonel. The Navy agreed, and without delay, they hugged him quickly, walked out of the square quickly, and quickly disappeared. Seeing the back of the Navy walking away, Bashas couldn't help laughing, and said aloud that if we meet us, even the colonel of the headquarters can only run away obediently. Way ha 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 ha. Poisonous Q smile is very ugly, said, it's a pity, why don't you stay for a while? I really want to see what the captain will do in a minute. Agent glanced at him and said indifferently, aren't you talking nonsense? If they dare to stay here, they will challenge the captain's bottom line, and the result can only be one. Sheikh Luo habitually pushed his glasses. The reason is divided. He should go back to the naval branch now and start contacting the headquarters. Next, the captain's bounty will definitely skyrocket. Luo, carrying the ghost cry, said coldly, the colonel of the headquarters is directly harassed and abused. Even if they don't know the strength of the captain, at least they will be rated as lieutenant general. It should not be difficult for the bounty to reach 200 million. Hawkins nodded. Deadly, at that time, it will surely shock the world and become a hot topic in the sea. At this time, the women were discussing another topic. Karina looked at Cavendish in front of her, blinked her beautiful eyes, and said with a smile, this guy looks very handsome and handsome. I don't like this kind of little white danger. I hate it when I look at it. Paula floated in the air, shook her little head, and said something with a wrinkled face. Nami patted Karina's fragrant shoulder and said with a big grin, if we are to be handsome, our captain must be the first. Nuauchi nodded and agreed, Chris's looks are indeed very good. Everyone thinks about looks, but it's not summer. Meidi pulled up her pale blonde hair and smiled with a smile. He said, the most attractive thing about Chris is his unique temperament. Arita carried the big black iron rod, smiled gracefully and generously, and followed. This is the charm of the strong man's own halo. Sweetheart shrugged her shoulders and smiled sweetly. A man with a domineering look is not just kidding. At this time, Lafitte has come to Cavendish and said with a slight smile, "Look at you. Ah, it looks like it's suffocating." Without hesitation, he tore off the seal on Cavendish's face. "Great, my young master can finally speak." Cavendish heaved a sigh of relief and said quickly, "Hurry up and untie this young master. These bastards are so mad that the navy is too tight." Hearing what he said, Basharston in the distance was not happy, sneered, and said with disdain, "Is this guy an idiot? It's ridiculous that they are all tied up like this, and they call themselves the young master." Poison Q smiled strangely and said, "I don't think he should be allowed on the boat, just kill him and finish." Luo glanced at Cavendish, and said coldly, "There is a swordsman missing on the boat, and now we can make up for it." Hawkins said in a low voice, "Judging from his appearance, he is a very talented swordsman." Fett, who is full of strength, did not care about Cavendish, and helped him untie the shackles on his body. He said politely, "First of all, welcome to join Chris Pirates. I'm the vice captain of the regiment, Lafitte. Next, let me tell you about the rules on the ship and future plans." At this moment, outside the square, a group of people appeared. One by one, like little gangsters, they walked towards Chris. Makino blinked her beautiful eyes, with a curious look on her beautiful and dignified eyelids. She said softly, "Are they going to join us too? It looks like a gangster." Carmen smiled and affirmed in his tone, "It doesn't seem like it. These people looked like they were gangsters in the East just now. They thought they had left, but they ran back." Karina smiled disdainfully, very disgusted like Bartolomeo they. Alrita smiled sweetly and gracefully, "Except for that woman, don't get on the boat, what kind of stuff are they?" Maidie nodded lightly, stroked her hair, and continued, "I don't like gangsters either, so I don't have a good impression of them." Soon, a group of people came to Chris, led by Bartolomeo, and bowed Captain Chris to Chris. "We want to join the pirate group. I don't know if we can." Bassos was the most direct, very dissatisfied, and shouted angrily, "You little bastards, what qualifications do you have to join us? Don't laugh at me." Agent carried the two strangely shaped weapons and said indifferently, "The captain's eyes are always vicious, so let the captain make the decision." Crow pushed his glasses and said calmly and rationally, since they dared to come up to sign up, and the courage was still not small. At this time, Chris spoke up and said calmly, "Okay." When I walked outside the square and heard what he said, everyone's reaction was completely different. "Thank you Captain Chris for your stay. Bartolomeo et al." All smiles, very happy, very excited. Originally, they thought that Chris would refuse or eliminate some people, but they didn't expect that Jingran would join in so easily. It was really like a good money dream. Since the captain said so, then there must be a reason for him. Luo coldly glanced at Bartolomeo and the others, did not stay too long, followed directly behind Chris and walked forward. Bassos shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "Since the captain said so, then I can only recognize it. The captain brought so many people up to make them cannon fodder." Hee. Poison Q Road Stallone coughed and said something. Agent looked at these newcomers and said in a cold tone, "Since you have joined the team, then I will tell you the rules of getting off the ship. Listen, I will only say it once. If you haven't heard it, don't ask me about Bartolome." Al and others nodded again and again, and quickly responded with a yes, "We will listen carefully." Then, a group of people stepped forward and walked towards the outskirts of Rog Town, preparing to go to the Great Waterway mission. 130. All the girls cultivate, work hard to become stronger, and don't hold back Chris. Chris, above deck. This is the magical ship that sourly ate the nightmare fruit, and it really is very different. Desia's beautiful eyes were looking around, and her beautiful and fair eyelids were full of happiness, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. Karina patted her fragrant shoulder, her beautiful eyes flowed, and she said with a smile, "This ship is the strongest sea ship in the world, its speed is astonishingly fast, and it can also change." Nami blinked her eyes and smiled sweetly and innocently. "Although I have never seen the speed of a warship, I believe that the Chris must be faster." After leaving Rog Town, the next step is the Great Channel, that magical sea. Alrita carried the big iron rod and looked at Rog Town, which was gradually disappearing, with a look of expectation and excitement on her pretty face. At this time, Cavendish pointed his right hand diagonally to the sky, and said very happily, "Yes, very good. When the battle for captain begins, and this young master becomes the captain, then this feeding boat belongs to this young master. Ha ha." Suddenly, he felt behind him. A breeze blew, and just as I was about to turn my head, I suddenly felt a pain in my neck. I saw it closed instantly, fell onto the deck, and passed out. Stunned. Everyone looked at Chris with puzzled eyes, wondering why he did this. After all, Chris doesn't care about the crew at all and lets them fight. Why did he start this time? It really confuses people. At this moment, with a swipe, Cavendish stood up straight. 090 Cavendish's eyes showed crazy killing intent, and he smiled cruelly and said, "I woke up again, kill you tilde." Seeing his appearance, everyone was startled, and Bartolomeo's eyes widened, and he said with surprise, "This. How did he become like this? It's completely different from the Cavendish just now. It was just the two of them." Bashes laughed and said loudly, "It's an amazing guy, and his murderous aura is very strong." Poison Crinkle he frowned, and in the vicissitudes of life, he rarely showed doubts. What happened to this guy? Why did he suddenly change into a person? Right, inside his body, a devil was sleeping. Chloe habitually pushed his glasses, calmly analyzed, and said something. When he passed out or fell asleep, the ghost would be released. The old man discovered the problem, and now he has to find a way to solve it. Lafitte turned his cane, left Crow, smiled slightly, and said humbly, "Your analysis is very accurate. If your strength is stronger, then when you become the deputy captain, your role will be much greater." Hawkins looked at Lafitte, still dead, and said in a low voice, "From the looks of it, he didn't have the life of being a deputy captain. These men are better, but for the women, they feel a little scared." BCCD calmed down in the face of Cavendish, a killing machine. This is really scary. Needy patted her heart and looked at Cavendish with a look of fear, really frightened. Kia ordered a little pith bag, and dared not continue to look at Cavendish. Gia Lee's refined face looked pale and then said something. "I was also frightened. This person looks really scary." Makino hugged her in her arms, patted her back, and said softly, "It's okay, Chris is here, no need to do it." "I'm afraid." Karina frowned her beautiful Louis eyebrows and said in disbelief, "What's going on with this guy? Why does it feel like he was made of two people?" "The hell knows." Arita sneered and said very dissatisfiedly, "In his situation, if we don't solve it, we are all in danger." Carmen nodded and agreed, he is indeed a mentally ill person. With him, he may be cut off. At this time, Cavendish looked at Chris, full of murderous intent, with a crazy look on his eyes, and said a sentence: "Lousy kills you first, and then slowly kills others." After that, Durandal was pulled out and launched a violent attack. With a bang, Chris came to him in an instant, put his right hand on his neck, and reached out to Cavendish. He was shocked and was shocked. Before he could even hide, he was directly strangled by Chris. He lifted his right leg up, and his knee slammed into Cavendish's stomach. His neck was strangled. Cavendish couldn't speak at all. He groaned, his eyes bulged, and his face showed a very painful look. With a bang, he was thrown off the deck, his back arched, like a dead shrimp, very miserable. Luo transplanted him, took out the soul of this guy. Chris put his hands in his trouser pockets, looked at Luo calmly, and said lightly, "Cavendish has two personalities now, only know how to kill. It will come in handy in future battles. It's a good combat power." Hearing Chris's words, everyone quickly looked at Cavendish. Everyone was surprised that Boss's was the most direct, and said with a big smile, "No wonder it looks different before and after, it turned out to be two personalities." Poison Q's eyes were ruthless, and he smiled strangely. "This kind of body is very interesting. It can be used for experiments, it's really good. The world is so big, it really is full of wonders, and there are still people like this." Chloe pushed his glasses, and his serious face showed a rare look of awe. He really couldn't believe Luo carrying the demon knife and crying, looking at Bebo. Said, "Go and catch a dog, whatever size you want." Beppo didn't hesitate, turned around quickly, and walked towards the poultry area. Padang came to its shoulders and said with a smile, "Why are you walking so fast? Wait for me." Ajin looked at Luo, with a rare smile, and praised, "Very good. I have long seen that this guy is not going well, so he transplanted him into a dog, and humiliated him. Oka hit him with a gun." He shrugged his sore shoulders and said with a blank face, "A guy who has never even heard of domineering is really too arrogant." Vashus held up his arms and laughed loudly, "Very good, very good. Put him on the dog, and then see how he will be the young master, way ha 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 ha." Bartolomeo smiled and touched his nose ring. It was very difficult to say, at that time, "If there is nothing, I will be responsible for all the dogs. These guys are tough enough." Queen Sweetheart looked at Betty, stroked her pale blonde hair, and said with a smile, "But that's fine, I'm not used to this Cavendish." Betty took a breath and remained calm as always. "I don't have the strength, I'm still so arrogant, I deserve to be apologetic." Ju touched her delicate chin. She was slim, and she said very elegantly and generously, "But speaking of it, Captain Luo's surgical ability is indeed very powerful. Even the mind can be transformed. What a powerful devil fruit." Bakara nodded lightly, folded her crimson hair, and said with a sweet smile, "Actually, each of these squad leaders has great potential. Under the leadership of Chris, the speed of their growth will only get faster and faster and will not stop." Alrita carried the big iron bar, smiled charmingly and sweetly, and said in awe, "Compared with them, our strength has improved too slowly. Although I am also cultivating domineering, I can't always find the essentials. I really have no talent for cultivation." Carmen waved his hand and retorted with a smile. "Basically, 3 days of fishing and 2 days of drying nets, so the strength must be greatly improved." Karina's beautiful eyes flowed, revealing a sly color, and said with a smile, "So everyone has to work hard, you can't draw Chris back, hey?" Nami nodded, smiled sweetly, and said carelessly, "That's for sure, I'm practicing hard now, and one day I'll learn to be armed and domineering." At this moment, the sound of footsteps came, and at the same time Pa Dong's crisp voice sounded. "Boss, bring the dog, it's a black dog." Pa Dong jumped and jumped, smiling, very happy. I saw the black dog that Bebo was holding. It was very small, with jet black fur and looked very strong. This is the Cavendishly personality, the next shelter. 131. If you dare to make trouble again, I will strangle you directly. Everyone did not continue to speak. All eyes were on Luo, waiting to see his performance. Luo glanced at the little black dog. Without hesitation, he turned his left palm toward the center of his hand, and snorted lowly. A translucent ball of light appeared in an instant. It looked beautiful and had a great sense of picture. Without saying a word, Luo pulled out the demon sword. Ghost crying, facing the little black dog in Bebo's arms, stabbed with a swipe, a pink heart slowly flew out of the little black dog. At this time, there was a gap between this love and the little black dog. There is also a silk thread attached. The two are not separated from such a strange scene. Everyone is full of amazement. They are very envious of Muluo's fruit of this ability. It is really a very strange fruit of evil. Crow habitually pushed his glasses and said calmly and rationally, "Even the mind can manifest. I have to say that this ability is indeed very powerful." Ajin looked at Luo's pale face, frowned and said, "Luo is still very reluctant to control this ability, and he can't handle it easily." "Already very good." Lafitte stood his cane in front of him, smiled slightly, and looked very polite. If it wasn't for the specific development method given by the captain, Luo would not be able to do this step now. It can only be said that all this is thanks to the captain. This credit cannot be buried. Miggins nodded slightly, agreeing and saying, the captain really has his own set for the development of the evil fruit, which is very powerful. At this moment, with sweat on his forehead, Luo stabbed Cavendish lying on the deck. With a swipe, another pink heart, with silk threads, flew out of Cavendish's body. At this time, the two hearts, shining under the sunlight, looked very beautiful. All the girls sighed in unison, and their beautiful eyes looked at them carefully. They didn't expect that their minds were so interesting and attractive. Luo Shance's father was powerless, gritted his teeth, and his two fingers seemed to be hanging something heavy, and it was very difficult to shake it. Immediately, the two minds exchanged, and quickly submerged into the bodies of both sides, disappearing. Luo was exhausted, crying with the demon sword, and almost fell on the deck. He was so tired that he was obviously about to collapse. The little black dog, with his eyes open, burst into madness with cold killing intent. He jumped up and rushed towards the nearest Babo. His small claws were extremely sharp, and Zinli's teeth showed a crazy look on his face. This change suddenly scared everyone. All the girls exclaimed in unison, "Ah, Babo is the most timid, save the little black dog's cold and stern eyes. Where can he stand?" He plopped, and was directly scared on deck. He could only watch the little black dog pounce with horror on his face, motionless, and completely frightened. At the critical moment, when the danger was like an egg, with a swoosh, Chris came to Babo in an instant, with his big hand facing the little black dog's neck. One hard. Bring it up in front of you, looking at each other. Chris's eyes narrowed, and the domineering arrogance radiated out. He charged directly at the little black dog and listened to me. I will only say it once. I'm not Dad. What are you? If you dare to make trouble again, I'll strangle you to death. After he finished speaking, he threw the little black dog out, like an arrow from the string, slammed into the mainmast and slid directly onto the deck. The body hugged in a circle, shivering, and looked at Chris with extreme fear, as if looking at a devil. Although it only knows about killing, it is not without consciousness. It can still think about the fact that it really felt death just now. The strong sense of crisis is the moment it has never experienced before, and it thought that it would be strangled to death. It can't live without fear, panic, all kinds of negative emotions shrouded it, and it doesn't dare to mess around anymore. The captain is really amazing. Bashes raised his arms and laughed loudly. Even this guy is afraid of the captain. Way ha 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 ha. Gao Q smiled slyly and said, the captain's domineering arrogance is used to deter a black dog. This is not something. Has the price dropped? Fan Yiyuka covered his shoulders with a gun, and said with a blank face, when I meet the captain, his fate is already doomed. This time, this character will definitely not dare to mess around. Crow was extremely calm and said lightly. Lafitte adjusted his top hat, smiled slightly, and said very gentlemanly, if he dares to mess around, I will kill him without the captain's action. A mere personality is not an indispensable existence. Where can he be allowed to be unrestrained here on such a ship, except for the captain who cannot be lacking? Everyone else is irrelevant. Ajin nodded and said indifferently, dare to fight with us. He did choose the wrong person to kill him. It's a matter of minutes. All the girls looked at Chris. Their beautiful eyes were full of brilliance, and they couldn't help but praise Karina's curly brows, her perfectly fair face, full of admiration, smiled and said, our captain is still so angry, what a man. Alrita nodded and said with a sweet smile, this kind of domineering spirit is really admirable. Calvin smiled and praised, Chris is a real man. Betty took a breath and said lightly, it is still fierce and domineering as always, and it has never changed. Needless to say, it is extremely strong. Queen Sweetheart stroked her hair, smiled, and sighed with emotion about Desire. Bartolomeo and the others stared blankly at Chris' figure, and praised them all. At this moment, Cavendish woke up, with an angry look on his face. he scolded, who hit Master Ben just now, and stood up. Also, what did you do to this young master just now? Why do you always feel that something is missing? Say, what the hell is going on here? The matter has been done. Chris did not hesitate, and walked directly to the training room. Baccarat looked at Desire, with his eyebrows curled, his crimson hair tucked together, and said with a gentle smile, Desire, let's go to the training room. Go have a chat. Desire nodded, with a sweet and charming smile, and responded, okay, I just watched Lord Chris practice. Then, the girls didn't stay here, talking and laughing, and followed Chris to leave. Beppo, what are you doing? So timid. Padong jumped up and came to Bebo, and said very dissatisfiedly, it seems that your courage needs to continue to be exercised, but you were scared by a little black dog. No, starting today, I'm going to strengthen your training. Bebo with a slightly ashamed look on his face. I don't want to do this either, it's just because the character is too fierce, and the eyes look so cold. Bassos looked at Cavendish, shrugged his shoulders, and said disdainfully, okay, don't keep calling yourself the young master, it's annoying to hear it. Your strength is not so strong, don't always be too arrogant, be careful to flatten you. Gao Q turned right at Bassos, with a stern smile, or kill him directly, when the captain asks you for trouble, I will intercede for you. Ajin has always been disliked by Poison Q, but this time, he agreed with him, nodded, and continued, I'm also very disgusted with this guy, I really treat myself as a character. If he continues to be so flamboyant later, I don't mind teaching him how to behave. Hawkins looked at Ajin, still deadly, from the looks of it, you are not his opponent. Fanyoka said with a serious face, then my gun is faster, or his sword is faster. Crow habitually pushed his glasses, looked at Cavendish, and suggested, I advise you to restrain yourself, otherwise you won't have a good life. After all, none of these people on the boat are kind-hearted, and they may fight at any time. After you watch and say it yourself, go straight to the side and start to practice. Knowing, domineering, or Lafitte's most popular new member, smile slightly. Said gentle and elegant, actually, there is nothing to do, just strip out the inner personality from your body. Pointing at the little black dog who was still shivering, he politely said, at this time, the monster in your body lives on this dog. Cavendish, as co-captain, I have to advise you too. If you don't have the strength, you'd better keep a low profile, otherwise this dog will be your fate. Lafitte glanced around at them, and said very gentlemanly, after all, Xiaocheng has always been concerned about things, so he won't have any constraints on them. If you accidentally get killed one day, I can't help you. You must remember this. Don't say anything more, and go to the side to practice. Hearing the irony and threats of these people, Cavendish really wanted to pull out Durandal and fight them hard, but in the end he didn't dare to fart and fell silent. He hid all his anger and dissatisfaction in his heart, and he was no longer so narcissistic because he had fully understood that the people on this ship, all ruthless, would not care about his appearance at all, nor did he will let him make any small temper. In short, as the rules of the ship say, the strong are respected. Without strength, he has no status, no one will pay attention to him, and will accommodate him. If he is still as narcissistic as before, I am afraid that he will be killed by these people sooner or later. There is no other possibility. This young master is good, very good, I will wait for this young master. When the battle for the squad leader starts, I can see that this young master doesn't humiliate you severely. The damned guys, Cavendish, are constantly changing, and they are extremely angry. His self-esteem is like a volcano about to erupt. Hurt, full of hatred for them. Become stronger. There has never been a moment, like now, that the desire to become stronger. Cavendish wakes up, secretly determined to avenge today's revenge. 132. The Navy headquarters, all shocked by Chris. One day later. Rogue Town, Naval Station, inside the office. At this time, there are 3 people here, Smog, Gasky, and Ghost Spider Lieutenant General Shog. As a colonel of this division, you have been defeated by a pirate newcomer, Ghost Spider, and you look at Smog with a strong disdain. You are very dissatisfied and reprimanded. You are disgracing the Navy and smearing justice. Do you know how much mistake you have made? It seems that I need to report to the headquarters, revoke your colonel rank, transfer you out of here, and return to the headquarters to continue your studies. Bai Jing, the justice of the Navy, must not be tarnished. You're a sinner, Shrang. Hearing this, Da Sichi frowned and hurriedly explained the Lieutenant General, please listen to me. Chris's speed was so fast that it was impossible for anyone to see him clearly. Moreover, he also has a domineering armament and can use it skillfully. Dasky looked at Sigij with a helpless look on his pretty face, and said with a wry smile, Lord Colonel really tried his best and didn't mean to let Chris go. In this battle, the Colonel's internal organs were severely damaged, and it took a long time to recover before he could fully recover. So please, Lieutenant General, please be considerate, Colonel. Before he could finish speaking, Smog interrupted him. And a cigar, he was very dissatisfied and said, Dusky, you woman, what did you say? Will Lao Su be afraid of his report? What a joke. The department dismissed my post. Do those guys have the guts? Impossible Ghost Spider, if you have one, you can report it to the top and let them lose my military rank. If you can succeed, then I will admire you. The Ghost Spider didn't pay attention to Smog's words. He knew the character of this guy very well. The typical Gia Vulture did not listen to Shug's words. How could he be afraid of his threat? He would use it after thinking too much. Armed and domineering, this is a major event that cannot be waited for. Ghost Spider looked at Dasky and said solemnly, tell me about it and report the details to me. The Ghost Spider's face line has become a little more reconciled. Dasky is very happy in his heart, and he finally doesn't have to be so nervous. Lord Lieutenant General, as soon as Chris landed in Rog Town, he completely ignored the Navy and went directly to Roger's execution platform to summon a new one. Member. Afterwards, we rushed there, looking at the Ghost Spider. Dusky looked serious on his white and beautiful eyelids, and said very firmly, Chris will arrive at the Kingdom of Alabasta in a short time. Then he will challenge Crocodile. This is inevitable, Lieutenant General. I think it is better for you to report this situation to the headquarters. If Chris succeeds, I'm afraid it will cause a lot of trouble. The Ghost Spider took a breath, frowned, and said with disdain, I really thought that if he was armed and domineering, he would be able to defeat Crocodile. What kind of thing is he? Chihuahua is to maintain the order of the sea. If it was so weak, it would have been removed and replaced long ago, and it would have waited until now. However, you really need to report the situation you mentioned. After letting the headquarters do the final decision, without any hesitation, he took out the phone bug and dialed Malin Fando from the Navy headquarters. Inside the office, there were a lot of people sitting, at least at the level of a major general. They were sitting at a meeting in the Warring States period. They glanced at everyone present, and said very seriously, the sea has become more and more noisy these days. The Revolutionary Army in the South China Sea was active frequently, but it did not move the people at the bottom, but launched a revolutionary movement. Many government-affiliated countries have called for help and asked the Navy to come forward to quell the war. Beihai Germa, a warmonger, has also behaved very abnormally recently. He is nesting in Beihai and does not go out to earn commissions. He seems to be plotting something. There is also Boyahan Cook, who caused huge turmoil in the New World, and defeated several big pirates with bounties of hundreds of millions in a row. Warring States set the table. His face was extremely grim, and he said in a deep voice, the influence of the Navy has been seriously damaged and measures must be taken. If this continues, people all over the world will inevitably question the combat effectiveness of the Navy, which is not conducive to our management of this sea. Well, now everyone is talking about how to increase the influence of the Navy. How to ensure the stable operation of the sea. Sakaski sat up straight, with a firm face and a solemn expression. For the sake of absolute justice, we cannot tolerate any longer. I suggest to send troops immediately to eradicate the cancer of Germa. At the same time, I personally lead the troops to the South China Sea and wipe out all the revolutionary troops. Doberman nodded and echoed. General Sakaski said, "Yes, the justice of the Navy has been challenged. In order to implement absolute justice, we must strike hard and use force to deter the entire sea. Only in this way can the problem be solved fundamentally." The generals of the Hawk faction nodded quickly. All of them were very serious. They were all typical militant Pelusolino chairs, with Erlang's legs crossed, their nails clipped, and said casually, "Actually, there is nothing to say, anyway, it's all about those issues. I'll stop discussing these things. I'd better leave the meeting early. After all, discussions come and go, but the results are still the same." The green pheasant yawned and said with a languid look, "It's so tiring to always move the Navy. I'm still sleeping. I'm a little sleepy. Dove generals, I heard Aokiji say so. Have to speak, keep silent." At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps, and I saw Branchwang holding a phone bug, and above it was the Marshal of Ghost Spider, reporting a situation to you. Seeing the phone bug in Branu's hand, the generals all quieted down, stopped discussing the Warring States period, glanced at the phone bug, and said directly, "Ghost Spider, if you have something to say, I'm in a meeting." Ghost Spider took a breath and said respectfully, "Master Marshal, I just came to Rog Town to report the situation here to you. Just yesterday, the Chris pirates landed in Rogue Town." Ghost Spider looked solemn and said very seriously, "With Chris's strength, if you start a fight against Crocodile, the result is really hard to say. Marshal, the situation report is over, please give instructions." Shock. All the generals here were shocked by the goose. Chris will be armed and domineering. And even Sig, a natural power user, was killed. Most importantly, he wanted to become Chiwahai. The series of big news really shocked everyone, and they couldn't react at all. Porosalino tilted his head and said strangely, "It's too scary, the newcomers are so scary now." The Sakar's curtain sank dangerously, and he said loudly, "Damn see, we must not spare them, the Warring States Marshal, please give an order, no matter what, we must do our best to destroy the Chris pirates, and we must not let justice be discredited." Hawk's generals. Filled with righteous indignation, Chi-Chi said, "They must be killed for justice." Shaoshan shook his head, exhaled the smoke from his mouth, and said in awe, "Who is this Chris, and how is he so powerful? This has not yet entered the Great Channel, so many things have happened. If you let him in, you won't have to turn the sea upside down." The mouse frowned, extremely confused, and said, "I am shocked that he is a newcomer. How can he use domineering? In a place where the four seas are so weak, I have never heard of a newcomer from Hazang who can have such a rare seriousness of Nohichi pheasant," and said lightly, "Another newcomer with great potential. It seems that the pusher of the times, one more." T-Dolphin shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "This kid Chris is really good at tossing. He has been holding back for many years in order to go to sea. This is the so-called Kishi Jufa." The blockbuster Tautu did not speak, leaned on the chair, crossed Erlang's legs, put his arms around him, and listened to their conversation quietly. "Is it finally time to enter the Great Channel? It seems that in a few days, the position of Chiwahai will be left to him. Chris is progressing so fast, I have to speed up my side and take Na early, so I can't delay any longer." At this time, Sengoku patted the table, attracted everyone's attention, and with a solemn expression on his face, he said solemnly, "We underestimated Chris' strength, which is absolutely certain that we originally thought that he was a potential rookie. Not only does he have great potential, but he is also extremely powerful. Everyone knows Shug's combat power, at least at the level of a major general, but he is not even Chris' opponent, and he was even defeated by one move. It can be seen that Chris's strength must be at the level of a lieutenant general." Warring States' eyes sank, his face extremely serious, and he said in a deep voice, "A young man of about 19 years old has such a strong combat power. This has never happened in the world. Now he even proposes to be Chiwahai. Judging from this situation, I am afraid that Crocodile will be his stepping stone." If this is the case, then the sea will definitely vibrate on 5.1. This is absolutely not allowed. Turning to look at the staff of the crane, and asking for advice, Xiaohei, I will leave it to you, we will listen to your opinions. Generals, all look at staff He, waiting for the analysis of this naval think tank. Cross your hands and support Dad's chin. Wisdom keeps flashing in his eyes. The old voice said that the Warring States period is right. We really underestimated Chris' strength. This is beyond doubt. Originally, I thought that a reward of 100 million Bailey was enough. But now, his bounty can reach at least 250 million Bailey. To be honest, this guy gave me a very mysterious feeling. Like the clothes he wears, black represents domineering and weird. Quan looked at the generals present, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said slowly, I personally think that the strength he has shown now is just the tip of the iceberg. Many of his trump cards are still submerged in the water and have not surfaced. From my analysis, his strength may only reach the level of an elite lieutenant general, which is unbelievable, but I believe that is the case. 133. Chris's bounty has risen too terrifyingly. After hearing the analysis of staff He, all the generals were shocked. Elite lieutenant, what a terrifying existence. It was really scary. Xiaohei, your analysis is very accurate, and the old man also saw Garp sitting up straight, showing a rare expression of seriousness, and said very seriously, Smog Kid's powerful major general is not his opponent at all. Chris was able to defeat him with one move, and even if he couldn't reach the elite lieutenant general, he would still be the same. Paluo Leno leaned on the chair, crossed Erlang's legs, and said with a yin-yang yin and yang, young people today are really scary. The strength of the lieutenant general is always enough to scare the old man to death. Sakaski's eyes were firm, and he said with a serious face, since he is so powerful, it can't be delayed. If he continues to grow, then the justice of the Navy will inevitably be severely provoked. This is absolutely not allowed. Nodded, his eyes cold, General Sakaski is right, if this goes on, it will only make Chris even more maddened. If he does defeat K-12 Rockdale, the consequences are not envisaged. Aokiji leaned against the chair, Yang Yang said, now he should enter the Great Channel, if he wants to chase, he has to hurry up. Whispering Rat put his arms around him, looked at the Warring States period, and suggested to the Marshal. I think we must prepare both hands. If the Ghost Spider wins the Chris Pirates ahead of time, then it is naturally the best. But the Ghost Spider couldn't catch up, and Crocodile was killed again. Is the position of Chihuahua real? Is empty? This is a serious question, and it is worth pondering. T-Dolphin soured the table and said with a smile, from all circumstances, Chris is strong and cold, with a very calm personality. So in the battle between him and Crocodile, I think the loser must be Crocodile. The question to consider now is whether to let Chris become Kibukai, or let Lieutenant General Ghost Spider continue to hunt him down. That's it, it's not that complicated. Tautu nodded and made a rare remark. No one knows how strong Chris is, and everyone knows the strength of Crocodile. For this battle, the probability of Crocodile's defeat is basically certain. Warring States wrinkled his shield fur, and said angrily, damn Chris, he's a bastard for causing us such a big trouble. Xiaohei, I will let the Ghost Spider continue to kill Chris. I must not let him become the Chihuahua. The sea is not calm recently. If such a thing happens again, the sea will be completely messed up. Guo rubbed his forehead, and said with a tired face, at that time, I am afraid that the above will question the combat power of the Navy and may even rectify the Navy. Saved from the appearance of the Warring States period, Carp laughed, who made you want to be a marshal? You are doing it yourself, ha ha ha. Look at me, I'm just a lieutenant general. I drink tea and chat every day. How comfortable is my life? How about the Warring States period? Do you want to resign as a marshal and live a happy life with me? G. Pheasant watched Carp, said sleepily. It is Mr. Garp who is very powerful and knows how to enjoy life the most. Ha, I'm so sleepy, I'll talk about it after a while. Pulling down the blindfold, leaning on the chair to sleep soundly and ignoring Chris's affairs. Staff Officer Crane's eyes flashed with wisdom, and he supported his chin with both hands, and said slowly, "Sengoku, you were right. In any case, the position of Shichibukai must not be replaced. I suggest that Lieutenant General Ghost Spider chase after him with all his strength. Be sure to take down the Chris pirates in one fell swoop before Crocodile is defeated. If you really can't catch up with Chris, and Crocodile is defeated again, then continue to hunt down and never let Chris go." Looking at the Warring States period, the old voice said, "Chris is too dangerous. If you give him enough time, I am afraid that the Ghost Spider will be very difficult to take him down." Sengoku nodded and gave the order directly, "Ghost Spider, you go immediately. Go after the Chris pirates with all your strength. Be sure to take them down." "Yes, the Warring States Marshal." Ghost Spider agreed without saying a word, hung up the phone quickly, left the office, and looked at the generals present, and said solemnly, "Now that Chris' strength is known, then his bounty must continue to increase. Let's discuss how much the reward will be offered." Huo Shaoshan took a breath, smiled, gentle, and expressed his opinion. "Since you have the strength of a lieutenant general, then the bounty should be at least 250 million Bailey." Doberman's face was resolute, and he said in a deep voice, "He is a newcomer, how can he offer so many rewards? I suggest that a reward of 200 million is not enough." The deputy's appearance, so young and so powerful, there must be a big secret in him. "I think the reward is still 280 million. This amount is more appropriate." Pulsolino tilted his head and said strangely, "Are young people now so scary? A newcomer who has just entered the Great Front Road, even offering a reward of more than 200 million Bailey, this is to scare people to death." Yohei still supports his chin with his hands, his eyes flash with wisdom, and he analyzes it in detail. Auntie T-Pig is right, Chris is so young, the little devil, but his strength has reached this step, there must be secrets in his body. As of now, we still don't know whether he is a capable person or not, and whether he has other trump cards. Once one thing is certain, his talent must be amazing, otherwise it is absolutely impossible to reach this stage. Moreover, judging from various indications, this Chris had already formulated a series of plans before going to sea. Looking at the generals present, he said with a very serious expression, "He has a very strong purpose, and he has aimed at 7 from the very beginning. The throne of Wuhai. On the way, he constantly recruits his subordinates, expands the team, and then quickly enters the Great Channel with a strong attitude. He has ambitions, knows forbearance, and has a very cold personality. He is really a troublesome young man. If I guess right, he is afraid possessing the 523 chi of Overlord Seba is very likely. So, I personally think that offering a reward of 300 million Bailey to Chris is the most appropriate reward." Hearing the words of Hishen's class, the conference room suddenly became quiet, and no one spoke aloud. Dao Minjensa looked at the table and secretly sighed, "Sister, he is really old-fashioned, and she really guessed it right by Chris alone. What he did, you can guess that he has a domineering look, which is really powerful." At this time, Pulsolino leaned on the chair, crossed Erlang's legs, and continued to die. "It's really terrible." Of course, a reward of 300 million Bailey was offered. Momo looked at Staff Officer He, nodded, and agreed. Thinking about it, Chris is afraid that he really has the spirit of a king. Only in this way can we explain why so many people followed him to burn the mountain and smoke a cigarette, then said with a gentle smile, "How many years? Such a terrifying young man has not appeared in the sea for a long time. This is really an anomaly." He patted the table, made the final decision, and said something in a deep voice. "Although the reward is 300 million Bailey, it is indeed higher. However, given that Chris is too mysterious and has a strange identity, the bounty is set like this, and he will be offered a reward of 300 million. Anyway, this damn guy won't live long. Let him be famous again. This is absolutely the last time." 134. Times are smiling, foo tilde tilde. The new world, above a certain sea area. A new day has come, the sun is rising, the sun is shining on the whole sea, the blue sky and white clouds. The weather is very good, Chris. I miss you so much. Hancock got up early in the morning, stood quietly in front of the window. His beautiful eyes looked at the rippling sea, the flawless danger, full of thoughts. A gust of breeze blew, gently brushing her black and beautiful hair, and the whole person exuded a charming light and charm. If there is a man here, I am afraid that it will be petrified in an instant. It is so beautiful and elegant. Chris, the concubine has become stronger and stronger, and the use of the three-color domineering is more and more proficient. The next time we meet, the concubine promises to satisfy you and will not drag you back. Are you thinking about a concubine now? Well, it must be so. Hancock holds the beautiful and delicate eyelids and cheeks, his eyebrows are curved, and he is full of happiness. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and at the same time, the voice of Marie Goruder, "My sister, there is news from Chris Sama." Hearing this, Hancock's beautiful eyes lit up. He turned around quickly, and hurriedly said, "Come in and squeak." Marie Groud and Sandersonia walked in quickly. Hancock is impatient, beautiful eyes. Forgetting the newspaper in Dawsonia's hand, the pretty face was full of excitement and rushed to Purple and said something. "Quick, bring the newspaper to Igia." Sandersonia didn't hesitate, strode to Hancock, and handed the newspaper respectfully. Hancock took the newspaper without any hesitation, and hurriedly opened it when he saw the photo of Chris, his eyebrows curved into crescents. Like this, a charming smile burst out on the eyelids of the alluring country and the alluring city. So handsome, Chris is still so handsome. Concubine really likes to die, Chris. Concubine misses you so much, please let concubine marry you. The concubine will definitely take good care of you and take good care of you. If you want to be a virtuous wife, what you ask your concubine to do will be done by your concubine. Chris, my concubine really misses you. Liang Dawsonia and Marigold looked at each other with a gratifying smile on their faces, very happy. If it was before, they would be helpless, they would smile bitterly, and they would feel very depressed. But now, seeing Hancock obsessed with Chris, they are very happy and overjoyed. Chris is really too strong. Now, it was the two of them that they had ever met. The strongest young people really admired Chris to the extreme. They admired him to the ground. If Hancock could become Chris' woman, the two of them would be very happy. Will not object. Sister, don't you read the newspaper? Marigold looked at Hancock and said with a slight smile, Master Chris has been offered a bounty again, and this time the bounty is very high. Chandas Sonia nodded, and said with admiration, yes, Lord Chris is really amazing. Please take a look, Lord Sister. Of course. Hearing Sandersonia complimenting his sweetheart, Hancock raised his eyebrows and said very happily, Chris is the man I love, and he is the best. A man who is a concubine must be different. After finishing speaking, he carefully reads the newspaper. Marigold and Sandersonia nodded hurriedly, agreeing with each other. Chi-Chi said it was indigo, and my elder sister was right. At this moment, Hancock's beautiful eyes lit up, a look of surprise appeared on his pretty face, and he said happily, It's amazing, Chris actually offered a reward of 300 million Baileys. He has not yet entered the Great Waterway, and already has such a high reward, which is really amazing. As expected of the man that the concubine liked, he is indeed the strongest, the best. Marie Grodd smiled and agreed. Master Chris is indeed too powerful, this time it will definitely shock the world. Chandas Sonia nodded and said to Ruo, the last time I offered a reward of 100 million Bailey, I was shocked that the world is different this time. I believe that the whole new world will be shocked because of him. Hancock closed the newspaper. He got up, his eyes were firm, and he said loudly, Chris is getting stronger and stronger, and Igia can't fall behind. Go out. Igia has to practice hard and move towards Chris. When Igia follows Chris in the future, and wants to be his biggest assistant, no one can be stronger than Igia. Itum has to let Chris inform him that he is inseparable from Itum. Marie Goruder and Sandersonia nodded quickly, and said in unison, Okay. My elder sister quickly turned around and walked quickly to the door. Not daring to waste Hancock's time, the two came to the door, and couldn't help but discuss in a low voice. The elder sister is getting stronger and stronger, and her spirit is very good. Marie Goku's face showed a look of rejoicing, and she said with great joy, "My old sister, I have been wasting time, and I can't find the goal of life. I am smiling. It's different now, every day is full of fighting spirit, every day is full of confidence, and it's great to be straight." Sundar Zongania nodded and smiled dangerously. "Shi Ming, my elder sister is really getting better and better, and she will no longer be as cold and arrogant as before." The former elder sister, although she looked cold, gave off a proud feeling. "But in fact, my elder sister's heart is very empty, and she is not confident at all. But now everything has changed. My elder sister will not be afraid because of the past, and there will be no shadow. Not only that, but the unbearable past has become the driving force of the elder sister, constantly reminding the elder sister, and urging the elder sister to move forward. I am really happy about this change, my lord." Marie Grod smiled and agreed. "Not only are we happy, but so is Granny Nu. Every time she talks on the phone, the old man has a smile on her face. She feels that she is many years younger and has no pressure anymore. In fact, Granny Nu is the most aware of her elder sister's situation. She has always been worried about her elder sister. My elder sister, like us, can't forget the past at all. She has been living in fear, and sometimes wakes up in the middle of the night and never sleeps again. If it goes on like this for a long time and accumulates over time, I am afraid that my sister will go crazy, and my spirit will definitely go wrong. We are the same, there is no way to change it." Marigold opened the wooden door, walked in, and said with a smile, "But don't worry about it now, everything is fine. Therefore, we would like to thank Lord Chris, because of his appearance, the shackles of the three of us have been untied, and the mind is no longer burdened. Now we can eat in a down-to-earth way, and when it is dawn at night, we will no longer be afraid, without the slightest pressure." Sandasonia sat on the chair, nodded, and said something with emotion. "Yes, to Chris Sama, I am really grateful. I really want to say thank you to him in person. He has the grace of recreation for the three of us, and pulled us back from the gate of hell, so that we can become real people, not walking dead. Looking back on the past days, it's just unbearable to look back. Every day seems to be living in hell, alas." Sandasonia looked at Marigold and said with a smile, "I'm really satisfied with Lord Chris. This brother-in-law is really great." Marigold nodded and smiled slightly. "Anyway, we don't know what love is. We just need to be happy for your elder sister. Didn't Granny Nu say that, if the elder sister can become Chris's woman, then it will definitely be a big happy event for Nine Snake Island. Everyone is supporting the elder sister, and I hope that she will marry Lord Chris. Lord Fuju is cultivating, we can't be behind Highlands. Young master, there is news from Chris again." Violet handed the newspaper to Doflamingo, with a gentle and dignified smile on his beautiful face. He looked extremely beautiful. Diamante looked at Violet and said with a smile, "Your figure is getting better and better, very attractive. Needless to say, she is a dancer, a person who specializes in dancing. Can you be in bad shape?" Jorah touched her cheeks and laughed loudly. When this young lady was young, she was in such a good shape. Violet looked at her, smiled and said, "You are very young now, you are not old at all. I hate it, Violet, how can you praise people like this? I hate it to death." Jorah held her cheeks and twisted. After twisting his fat body, he said with a smile on his face. Torapal leaned in front of Doflamingo, sniffed, and quickly said, I said Dover, what was said in the newspaper. Yes, it's not that Chris is making a big deal again, he tilde. Pika leaned back in the chair, her voice as sharp as always said, this Chris is really noisy, and reports about him at every turn. Dover, is it really appropriate to work with such a kid? I always feel that he is too tossed. I am afraid that one day he will kill himself. Gradius put his arms around him and said indifferently, this guy is really too arrogant, young and arrogant, maybe he will be killed by the Navy before he enters the New World. At this time, Doflamingo was leaning on the chair, with Erlang's legs crossed, and couldn't help laughing. He was smiling like a crazy model, foo. Throwing the newspaper aside, a member of the Waruo family said with a smile that Chris had offered a reward of 300 million Baileys and successfully detonated the entire sea. This is a big thing. Make trouble, the more troublesome the better. Let the sea boil completely, so that the Navy will have a headache, FFU. Everyone who hasn't read the newspaper, Chi-Chi was shocked by Doflamingo's words to the tune of 100 million. What a horrible bounty, how is this possible? It's incredible. You know, Doflamingo's bounty is only 340 million berries. The gap between the two is only a little bit left. If Chris makes a fuss again, so much Flamenco's bounty will definitely be surpassed. There is no doubt about this. This makes people, how can they not be shocked? 135. What are you afraid of? I have a white beard, tilde. Jorah's face was shocked, and she looked like she had seen a ghost, and said in disbelief, how is this possible? Chris, how did he do it? Torapal took a breath and said habitually, I said, the newspaper might make a mistake, it's impossible. It's really a bounty of 300 million, it's terrifying. Gradius picked up the newspaper, glanced at the reward amount, his eyes widened, his face full of horror. Dia Ida frowned, stunned, and said that this kid is really worrying, and his strength is too strong, to be able to achieve this. Pika's voice, as always, unpleasant and harsh, said, it's really incredible to be able to stir up such a big storm without entering the Great Waterway. Actually, if you think about it, that's pretty good. Let him fight with the Navy and see if he can rush into the New World under the siege of the Navy. Raoji nodded and agreed. If he can enter the New World, then the sea will definitely be very lively. Gigi listened to their conversation. Violet was very happy in his heart, and secretly muttered that Lord Chris really is the strongest, who has created the highest record in history, has never been able to achieve this step, it is really too powerful. HMPH, Doflamingo, 680, just wait, within 2 years, your death will come. At that time, I must kill you to avenge the people and my mother. Then, she turned. Consider her relationship with Chris. Chris is so good and so powerful. It is not unacceptable to be his woman. It seems that in the future, I will often contact Chris, chat with him, and talk about some emotional issues. Making him my man is actually because I have made a lot of money. Chris, who has nothing to be wronged, don't try to reject me. You are destined to be my man in this life, and no one can take you away. Deswindo's Rosa, Flower Fields. In a certain room, there were 2 people at this time, it was King Riku and Rebecca. Grandpa, look, Lord Chris is in the newspaper. When Jung Becca saw the contents of the newspaper, her beauty lit up, and on her beautiful and refined eyelids, she showed a look of incomparable surprise, and said quickly. Oops. Grandpa, Lord Chris has been offered a reward. A reward of 300 million Bailey. King Liku was shocked. The old face was full of shock, completely frightened. Rebecca, what did you just say? Lord Chris has been offered a reward of 300 million Baileys, how is this possible? Rebecca nodded, and hurriedly handed the newspaper to King Liku. Her beautiful eyes rolled around, and she said with a sweet smile, Grandpa, I don't believe you, is this 300 million yuan? King Liku didn't say a word, just looked down. The old face was full of shock, and he muttered that it was really 300 million, this is too incredible. Lord Reese is indeed the strongest, to be able to create such a record is amazing. But that's fine. The stronger and influential he is, the better it will be for us to help us. King Liku looked at the newspaper and said with a smile on his face, this young man is really outstanding. Haven't seen anything better than him. If he can become my son-in-law, then I'm afraid I'll wake up laughing when I dream. Ha ha ha. Schwabeka looked at him, winked at him, smiled and said, Grandpa, you don't have to dream, didn't my aunt say it? She will contact Chris, and then pursue his aunt who is so powerful, and so beautiful and dignified, Chris will definitely agree. At that time, I will have an uncle, and you will have a son-in-law. He. Li Kuwang waved his hand and said with a slight smile, although your aunt said so, she doesn't really want to pursue Chris. She can see through a man's heart and is very disgusted with men, you know that. So I want her to marry Lord Chris. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to talk about it. King Liku looked at Rebecca and sighed, it's a pity that you are too young to talk about marriage yet. Otherwise, it will be very safe to betroth you to Lord Chris. Becca rolled his eyes at him, groaned, and said something. Grandfather, what are you talking about? I'm still young, don't treat me. Let's talk about betrothal to others. Although Lord Chris is very strong, he is very good. But I have nothing but admiration for him, nothing else at all. So, Grandpa, don't mess with the mandarin ducks. Rebecca snorted and said angrily, Grandpa, you are annoying me, so you want to send me out, isn't that so? King Liku laughed and was amused by her. Grandpa is just joking, just ignore it. Now let's see if your aunt can succeed. I hope she will work harder and catch up with Lord Chris, ha ha ha. Moby Dick, above deck. Incredible. Marco looked at the newspaper and said with emotion, that kid Chris, who is in the newspaper again. Sachi smiled, gentle, what's the matter, did Chris make any big noise again? Fosa leaned over to Marco, and when he read the newspaper, he was taken aback. How is this possible? 300 million Bailey, the reward is so high. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, and quickly turned around to look over. All of them seemed unbelievable. Vista looked at Fosa and asked in disbelief, you're not mistaken, it's really 300 million Baileys. No, he is a newcomer who has not yet entered the Great Channel, and the reward of 100 million is enough. How can it reach 300 million? Jingu Duo quickly said something too. Brahmank shrugged and said casually, I don't believe it anyway, it's impossible. Marco looked away from the newspaper, looked at them, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said lazily, about you heard right, Chris, this kid, is offering a reward of 300 million Bailey. At this time, Whitebeard, who was sitting on the throne, said in a deep voice, Marco, bring the newspaper, I would like to see, what is this kid doing? Joes doesn't talk much, so it's rare to say, Dad seems to be very interested in this kid Chris, and always asks about his allegiance. Lakyo nodded and said with a smile, it's rare to meet such an interesting young man, it's understandable that Dad would pay more attention to it. But this Chris really has a set. Harda smiled and praised, saying that Dad said that he has a lot of potential, which is completely correct, really powerful. Yi Zhang wiped the flintlock gun, and said lightly, Dad's eyes have always been vicious, so it's impossible to read it wrong. At this time, Marco had already sent the newspaper to Whitebeard, only to hear Whitebeard laugh and say in a loud voice that Chris, the kid, is getting better and better. The sea has been calm for so long, and finally it is about to start to boil. Lysia, wearing a pink nurse uniform, stroked her pale blonde hair, and gently persuaded, Captain, you must not get excited. Woolen cloth. Jerkson, who has black and beautiful hair, nodded and continued, indeed, Captain, your parenting needs to be more stable, not ups and downs. Whitebeard raised his head and laughed loudly. He was very smart. He directly said that you were worried too much, and that my health was not that bad. You know, Lao Su is a white beard, boo lao laula. New world, an island off the beaten path. It's incredible, Chris, this young man, is in the newspaper again. Baker took a breath, read the newspaper, and said calmly, and this time, the bounty has been raised to 300 million Baileys. This young man is really scary. When they heard Beckman say this, they all looked over with surprise on their faces. Lajalu stopped to eat, his eyes widened, he looked at Beckman, and asked in disbelief, you read that right, how is this possible? Yeah, it's not 30 million, it's 300 million Baileys. Jesus Cloth nodded, couldn't believe it and said that Rockstar glanced at the newspaper and said in shock, it's really 300 million Baileys, there's no mistake, how is this possible, Chris, this little devil, what did he do? Arrived. Shanks held a big rock, laughed loudly, and said something strange. This young man is indeed very unusual. He is a strong man, ha ha ha. Beckman put down the newspaper and exhaled the smoke from his mouth. Cayenne flashed in his eyes, and analyzed. If I guess correctly, this young man must have a domineering look, which is why the Navy will give such a high reward. A young man with potential. Without this ability, the Navy would definitely not be able to offer a price of $300 million. After all, everyone knows how stingy the Navy is. Lackey ate the food all the way and said with a smile, I am looking forward to it. I really want to meet him now and see what's so special about this young man. Jesus B.U. nodded and continued, speaking of such a powerful young man, this is the first time I have met Roxda, shrugging his shoulders and saying something casually. Although I don't believe that he has a domineering look, but since the deputy captain said so 1.0, then he must have such a powerful ability. Shanks waved his hand and said boldly, you don't have to look forward to it. I believe it won't be long before he will definitely enter the new world. Of course, if he's not a strong man, then I don't say it, ha ha ha. This time, Chris Bounty has directly blocked the whole sea. Not only the world is discussing him, but also in every corner of the Great Road. The merchants and pirates all talked about it was too scary. The last time a reward of 100 million burleys was offered, this time it floated directly to 300 million. It was really scary. When did such a terrifying young man appear in the sea? It's unbelievable, isn't the Navy all eat shit? A mere rookie actually offered a reward of 300 million Bailey. The Chris pirates of the Grass Mud Horse have a way to enter the new world, and see if I don't destroy you. Another supernova wants to. It was born, and a new era seems to be coming. After many years, the sea has begun to surge again. The flag bearer of the new era, I am afraid that it is the young man Chris, the pusher of the era. It is really you. 136. Whispering Fruit Abilities. Abyss officially debuts. Chris, above deck. Abyss, I'm a master of Junyu. You can't compare to me. Padong sat on the railing, turned his head to look at the little loli next to him, looked very proud, and said something with a smile. Babo nodded and said in agreement, you are really good at fishing. You are so talented. Abyss sat on the chair, shook her little feet, blinked her big eyes, and said with a sweet voice, you are really good. So strong. However, I don't have much time to fish, so I have to practice with Lord Chris. Abyss tilted her little head and said with her little finger, recently, Lord Chris taught me to practice swords, and also taught me to develop whisper fruits. Oh, yes, I still have to run. Good man, where can I spend time fishing? It turns out that yesterday, when the Chris was moving forward, it ran into Abyss. Needless to say, she will definitely become a member of the boat. The Sweetheart Queen and Karina will join the Chris pirates under the influence of Baccarat's lucky fruit. Abyss, speaking of your evil man fruit, it's really powerful. Padong turned his head to the little black dog in the corner, and saw that his eyes were cold, and he was madly biting a fish there. Breath. This guy is so evil, you can hear his heart, it's really incredible. Babo looked at Abyss and asked curiously, Abyss, what is this little black dog thinking at this moment? Abyss looked at the little black dog, pricked up her ears, activated the whispering fruit ability, and listened to it. Sounds so scary. Abyss shook her little head, released the fruit, SO63 ability, and said with some fear, every time it says, it wants to kill everyone, and will not let anyone go. I don't want to listen to it anymore. I don't want to hear its voice in the future, it's too scary. I don't want to be friends with it, it's so annoying. At this moment, Bashes glanced at Abyss, shrugged his shoulders, and said helplessly, the captain really accepts such a child, it's a fart. Gao Q was lying on the bridge, smiling strangely and said, Don't you know that the captain likes women, especially little Loli, Harui? Ajin brandished the two strangely shaped weapons, practiced hard, and said coldly, who said that Abyss is useless, but she is someone with the ability to whisper fruit, and she will definitely play a big role in the future. Luo carried the demon knife and cried, nodded, and continued, Yes, it is indeed worth training. Lafayette just bought a newspaper, smiled slightly, very gentleman. The newspaper came out, and the captain really went up to the total bounty ratio. I thought it was much higher, and it has soared to 300 million. It's really amazing. When I heard Lafitte's words, everyone stopped cultivating, turned their heads and looked at their faces, all filled with disbelief. Look. Cavendish opened his eyes wide and hurriedly said, impossible, if the reward reaches 250 million, it's already sky high, where can it reach 300 million? As expected of the captain, he is indeed the strongest. Hawkins was playing cards, and he said in a lifeless voice. Vassos looked at the newspaper, raised his arms, and laughed. Captain is trying to scare people to death. Way ha 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 ha. Luo habitually pushed his glasses. Calm down. The sub-jig said, in the past, the Ministry of Shao has never been in command, and the Navy has no idea of the captain's combat effectiveness. This time, he killed the colonel of the headquarters with one move. Judging from his strength, he was at least at the level of a lieutenant general, so there was such a high bounty. However, this amount did exceed my estimate. It actually exceeded 300 million. Jin was shocked when he looked at the newspaper. His expression was as indifferent as ever, and he said that the captain had made a move, so the bounty skyrocketed. And we didn't do anything, and the bounty didn't change at all. The combined bounty of our pirate group is more than 600 million. Even if it is placed in the New World, it is still a giant. There is no doubt that Luo Wei squinted his eyes. Still so coldly said, the captain's bounty is almost catching up with Brother Doflamingo. If I remember correctly, that guy's bounty is 340 million. Bailey Lafitte ignored them. He took the newspaper directly and walked quickly to the training room. Lafitte put the newspaper on the table and walked out of the training room. He didn't dare to stay in it for a long time. Hurry up and see how much reward Chris offered. Karina hurriedly sat up straight, her beautiful eyes flowing, showing a sly color, and her pretty face was full of excitement. The sweetheart queen stroked her pale blonde hair, smiled and said, let's guess, Chris will be rewarded a lot. I think, there are still 230 million. Betty took a breath, still so calm, she used a sentence directly, it would not exceed 250 million anyway. Wan Nami blinked her eyes, smiled pure and sweet, and said carelessly, I think, 200 million is already the most. You know, we haven't entered the Great Waterway yet, and we are still in the East China Sea. In this weakest sea area, 100 million is already terrifying, let alone 200 million. Nuauchi nodded high and smiled sweetly, yes, Chris gave me a bounty of 100 million Baileys, and I was shocked. Now I am offering a bounty of 200 million, which is enough. I really can't improve it any more, or it will scare people to death. Leaning on the chair, with Erlang's legs crossed, she was elegant and generous, and Maymay said very much, if this is the case, I'm afraid you will be scared to death. Look at Chris' bounty, 300 million Bailey. Hearing Al read his words, everyone was stunned, even though they knew Chris very well, they couldn't believe the bounty. Gold Machi's eyes widened, her pretty face was full of surprise, and she muttered. He said, I didn't look at molybdenum, how could it be so high? The door quickly turned his head over, and when he saw the amount on the newspaper, he was shocked and said that it was really 300 million, that's right. This is too scary, how is it possible? Ju crossed Erlang's legs, looked at the man in front, and said with a gentle smile, Chris, your bounty has come out, 300 million Baileys. Chris was doing a handstand without raising his head. He was as calm as always. I know what I said, can you look surprised? Karina saw that Chris was so calm, she couldn't help but complained and said something. This is 300 million, don't you have any ideas, why don't you get excited? Woolen cloth. He is just a robot. If he has any feelings, he only knows how to cultivate. Baccarat waved his hand and said with a smile, I can't say that. The main reason is that he is really not interested in this piece. Let's not say 300 million, it's 3 billion, and Nami, who he doesn't care about, looked at Baccarat with a puzzled look on her pretty face, and hurriedly asked, Sister Baccarat, is there a reward of 3 billion for the sea? Sayanana floated in the air and said with a smile, I know. Didn't Chris say it? Let alone 3 billion, that is, the bounty of 5 billion, all exist. The white beard, the first of the four, will offer a reward of more than 5 billion. Kia blinked her beautiful eyes, her pretty face showed emotion, and she said softly, it's too strong, Lord Chris is really amazing. Najiu touched her delicate and white chin, and said gracefully, I've already become so famous before I entered the Great Waterway. If it gets in, it won't overturn the ocean. I think, this time Chris's name must have spread all over the world, and everyone will remember the smoke from Betty's mouth. I said, isn't this very good? The more people know about Chris, the more influence of Chris will increase. There will definitely be more and more new people joining our team. You must know that it is not an easy thing to attack a non-government country in the New World countries, all very powerful. Because they are too confident in their own strength, they do not need to be protected by the world government at all, and they can still establish a foothold in the New World. It can be seen how powerful the combat power of these countries is. Baccarat folded her crimson hair, Ying smiled and said, that's why we have been gathering our subordinates and recruiting potential newcomers. Because in the New World, there is a fierce battle waiting for us. The girls nodded in unison and agreed with what Baccarat said. Then, they had nothing to do, so they continued to chat around Chris's bounty. Get up guys, the above is a picture of Abyss. This one is from the anime, everyone knows it, so the author won't introduce it too much. About her, it will have a big role in the future. I will bury it here first, and it will come in handy later. 137. Report. Ahead is the Red Earth continent, here we are. One day later. Chris, in the training room. Lord Chris, I've swung my sword 50 times, and I've completed the mission. Abyss wiped the sweat from her forehead, looked at Ruo Chris with wide eyes, and said in a sweet voice, Lord Chris, I want to go out and find Papa Thumphem. Chris brandished the blood-red sword, as calm as always, go to Abyss, nodding her head, then kicking and jumping, making a silver bell shell laughter, and walking towards the door. Desire was sitting on the deck with black cloth tied around her eyes, her head turned to the right, and with a thud, the small wooden stick hit her on the head lightly. Desire offered a helping hand, and on the dangerously beautiful and fair-skinned side, showing a sluggish state, he smiled wryly and said, Makino, let me rest first, I'm a little tired. Karina stood by and swung her sword. May blinked, showing a sly look. She smiled and said a word before cultivating for a while, it's too fast. Come, let's continue the practice, don't rest. Corona floated in the air, drinking a drink, and said with a smile, you think everyone is Chris, how can you be so diligent? Anyway, after cultivating for a while, I have to stop and rest. It's really boring. Nuauchi held the barbell high and said with a slight smile, there is not a single one of us who practice hard, and our mental state is not very good. Yarly stood the big iron rod in front of her, akimbo on her hips, dripping sweat on the danger of the whole country and city, but she was still so gentle and generous, beautiful and fascinated. It can't be said that we don't work hard. I feel that everyone is working hard. Of course, compared with Chris and the others, our training time is definitely not enough. However, as a woman, it is impossible to compare with men in this area, so we are almost done. Carmen nodded and agreed. When everyone eats the evil fruit later, their strength will improve. I'm not afraid. Queen Sweetheart was wearing fist food and sandbags, and retorted, didn't Chris say it, don't be too fond of devil fruits. The world's top powerhouses are very powerful in physical skills, at least 2 color domineering, this is a prerequisite. Although we can't become the strongest group of people, we must learn to see the domineering and armed domineering. Betty leaned on the chair, took a breath, and said calmly as always, the overlord is domineering, we can't cultivate if we don't have it. But 2 color domineering, everyone really has to learn. If you eat the evil fruit in the future, you will get twice the result with half the effort. Needy brushed her pale blonde hair, sweating on her smooth forehead, took a deep breath, and said something with a sweet smile. With Chris as a strong man, as long as you don't be too lazy, then learning to be domineering is just a matter of time. Jume rubbed her forehead, a look of helplessness on her pretty face, and said with a wry smile, I feel that my talent is too difficult to find aura, and if I want to learn to be domineering in 2 colors, I don't know that I have to wait until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse, Ale. Ju sat on the chair, with her legs crossed. Mei looked at Baccarat, and said with a gentle smile, it's still your most severe palace, and the speed of cultivation is terrifyingly fast. Stopped reading, a sweet and lovely smile bloomed on her pretty face. Sister Baccarat is the goddess of luck, whatever you do, everything will go smoothly. For Sister Baccarat, I really admire it. It's amazing. Baccarat pulled up her crimson hair and said with a sweet smile, don't envy me, everyone has their own advantages, so why belittle yourself? Woolen cloth. Don't worry, Chris is very stubborn about cultivating domineering. He will definitely teach everyone. Let us all succeed at this time. There is a report outside. Discover the red soil continent. We are going to enter the Great Waterway. It was found that the red clay voice was very loud and hysterical, and it spread throughout the ship. It can be seen how excited the alarm officer is, and he definitely used all his strength. There is no doubt about this. Not only did the girls stop practicing, even Chris rarely stopped. Chris has always been decisive and said a sentence. After that, the girls who were cultivating walked to the door, and quickly got busy. Some wiped sweat, some put things. Nami was the most excited, wiped her jade hands with a towel, and said carelessly, finally, we are about to enter the Great Waterway. It's a big happy event, haha. Sweetheart shook her head, her flawless face was full of emotion. She sighed, and said that after sailing on the sea for so long, we have finally come to this point. It is not easy. Betty glanced at her sideways, and said calmly as always, you joined later than me, and if you want to express emotion, I must be more than you. But speaking of it, the elder sister Baccarat was the first to join the team. At that time, she was the only woman. Now you see, there are a lot of women, too many to count. Alrita carried the big iron rod, smiled and said, what's so strange? To use Fan Yiyuka's motto, this is destiny. Makino nodded lightly, eyebrows curled. It's very gentle, isn't it? It's fate to be able to meet Chris and everyone. I heard from Miss Baccarat that Chris fell from the sky that day. Karina squinted her beautiful eyes with admiration on her pretty face, and said something. Asking for flowers. Zero then go to sea, quickly pull up a group of people, keep expanding the team, and think about it until now. Chris has already looked for the direction before going to sea, and knows that the most important part is to find Baccarat big sister. Rona floated in the air and said with a smile, it goes without saying that everyone knows how important Sister Baccarat is to this ship. Meidi took elegant steps and smiled sweetly, let's go out quickly, I really want to see what the Red Earth continent looks like. I'd love to see it too, it must be pretty amazing. Kia nodded her head and smiled sweetly. Then, the girls chatted and laughed, made clear voices, and slowly walked towards the deck outside. Basas stood up, raised his arms high, and with a mad look on his face, he shouted, my mother, it has been sailing for so many days since the beginning of the South China Sea. Laosu is finally going to enter the Great Waterway today. Wei ha 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 Gao Q right at them. The smile is still so difficult. Speaking of which, you are all newcomers, and Bashes and I are the oldest crew members. Ajin glanced at him coldly, and said without a net, you forgot the rules of the boat, the strong are respected. This ship, it doesn't matter if it comes first or later, it doesn't matter how early you come. Playing emotional cards, there is no arrogance in nodding, Gao Leng said, this is undoubtedly the best. No need to consider the qualifications of the crew, and it doesn't matter whether it is an old man or a newcomer. Anyway, everything is based on strength. Don't worry about anyone's face. Hawkins was still dead and agreed, saying, this point, the captain has long been foresight, so he has avoided a lot of trouble. Crow pushed his glasses habitually, looked very rational, and said, It's dangerous here, but it shouldn't be taken lightly. Many pirates collided with the mainland of Hongxi before they entered the Great Waterway, and the ship was destroyed. They stopped here. Lafitte turned his cane and smiled. The gentleman said, "You are talking about others, as for what we want, it's easy to get in. With baccarat, we must be lucky and there will be no danger. The most important thing is that the captain is strong, and there will be no problems." Bartolomeo was at the top of the Red Earth continent, only to see the dark clouds covering it, and he couldn't help but shook his head and said with emotion, "This is too high, it's really incredible." 138. Vientiane, attract the barrier fruit. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps, and I saw Chris leading the girls, talking and laughing, and came over here. Karina raised her head and looked at the red clay follower in front of her, showing the color of amazement. This is the mainland of Hongxi, and it really is all red, which is really strange. Nami held her little hand. With a determined look on her face, she said loudly, "For the nautical land, this is a place that must be conquered, and I will definitely be able to do it." Nuo Chigao patted her shoulder and smiled. "No problem, Jung Mei, you can definitely be amazed by Aulrita," and said with admiration, "There is no end in sight, and the height is completely blocked by dark clouds. At least thousands of meters, it's terrible." Carmen nodded, shrugged his shoulders, smiled bitterly, and said that the most important thing is that we have to climb up and rush to the top, and then we will fall down. When I heard Chris say that, I still can't believe it, but now I really understand it. So at this moment, Bassos looked at Chris, laughed and said, "Captain, are you going to enter the Great Waterway? So I'm too excited and don't want to practice." Span. Poison Q rarely did not die, with a serious look on his old face. This moment is incomparably sacred and worth remembering by everyone. Ah Jin nodded, rarely agreeing with Poison Q, and continued, "I believe that many years from now, we will still remember it clearly when we look back on it today." A word, today is a day worth remembering. Chloe pushed his glasses with the palm of his hand, and said rationally, "The entire Great Channel will become tighter because of our arrival. Chris Pirates. E will give everyone a perfect transcript." Lafayette looked at him and said politely, "You said it so profoundly, but it's true, this regiment is so strong. Once it enters the Great Waterway, who can stop us? Absolutely does not exist." Cavendish smiled and said, "I seem to hear Chihuahui's call. Xiaocheng is about to achieve his goal. I have to say, after the last blow, he has already shrunk a lot, not so much. The title of narcissistic young master has completely disappeared and will never appear again. He is very pragmatic now. He is working hard to cultivate and become stronger. He doesn't have to deal with the rapid currents ahead. Everyone pays attention." Nami stood by the railing, looking at the red soil continent that was getting closer and closer, and hurriedly said, 12, let's take this ocean current and rush directly into the Great Waterway. Everyone, quickly grab the solid things, so as not to be caught. Throw it out." And sure enough, as soon as Nami's voice faded, there was the sound of rushing waves in front of them. Nuo Chigao quickly said, "Atsuko listens to Nami's advice and takes protective measures, so it's safer." The girls nodded in unison, and didn't say much. They quickly grabbed the more secure things and didn't dare to take the slightest bit. Luo held the demon knife and cried, and said coldly as always, "With such a fast flow rate, the ship can't steer at all, and this is the reason why many newcomer ships are destroyed. In the face of nature, the power of human beings has always been weak," and Hawkins said in a low voice. Suddenly, the hull of the ship shook heavily, rocked up and down, and was sucked by a strong attraction, and the speed was amazingly fast, like an arrow from the string. It looked very scary. Just rushing into the Great Waterway like this, Wei Bashes is not afraid at all. With an excited look on his face, he laughed, his voice shook, Ajin frowned, and said solemnly, "The attraction of ocean currents, it's really too strong, like a flood of beasts, it wants to incense us." Crow looked straight ahead and said lightly, "It's there, that crack is the entrance, and we'll go in and rise from it later. It's really incredible. The sea is so magical, there are so many incredible things, it is very shocking." At this time, there was a sound of honor from the observation deck. A wooden box was found on the right. Hearing what the alarm officer said, everyone looked over in unison. On the edge of the red soil continent, there was a black wooden box, which was undulating up and down with the waves. Nami looked at the black box a few hundred meters away, frowned, and said quickly, "Let's leave that box alone." Arrived. Now that the current is so fast, if the rudder is forcibly turned, it will definitely be pulled to the red soil continent, and it will be over. Karina grabbed the bar and said, "That's right, let's forget about the rest and rush into the slit with peace of mind, this is the most important thing." Carmen snorted, and said speechlessly, "The situation is so critical, where can I manage other things and just ignore it?" All the girls nodded and agreed. At this time, Baccarat looked at the stalwart figure, took it easy, smiled and said, "Chris, I feel good luck is here." Hearing what Baccarat said, everyone quickly turned to look at Chris, waiting for him to make a decision. "Captain, the speed of the current is too fast. If you change the direction, I am afraid it will be very dangerous." As the deputy captain, he has the most right to speak among these people, so he quickly persuaded. Crow frowned, his eyes flashed with wisdom, and he said quickly, "It's almost the entrance now, if you go to pick up that black box. Then the ship is pushed by the rapids, and it will inevitably hit the red soil continent, and the consequences will be disastrous." Basas looked at the black box not far away, scolded Cheoming, and said something special, "Such a critical moment, there is something good, what kind of thing is this?" "Captain, this is good luck, let's not do it, safety is the first, don't worry about the black box." Akin looked at Chris and said with admiration, "Don't underestimate the captain, I believe the captain must have a way to solve the little black dog." Silently squatting on the side, looking at Chris with cold eyes, full of killing intent, he also wanted to write, "What would Chris do?" Chris turned slightly, raised his right hand, and there was a white swirl in his palm. The black box broke away from the sea and gradually rose, like an arrow from a string, and flew towards Chris quickly with a kind of squinting sight. Feel. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Staying in that black box, I can't react at all. The wooden box fell to the deck with a crisp sound, which woke everyone up, and then came back to their senses. Then, thunderous applause broke out, and they all sent flowers and praised Captain Chris. Long live. Too strong, the captain is really the strongest, ha ha ha. Whoa whoa whoa. Vientiane Tianian, it's really amazing. I'm so excited, I'm about to cry, woo woo woo. Captain, please don't leave me, my brother will follow you for the rest of my life, la la la. The little black dog looked at Chris with a look of horror in his eyes, and was really afraid of this young man. It's too strong, it's really terrible, you must not mess around in the future, or you will be strangled to death. At this moment, Cavendish's personality and fear of Chris really reached the highest point, and he no longer dared to have the idea of resistance. "Sir, your move is too powerful, isn't it?" Basas was the most direct. Looking at Chris, he hurriedly asked Vientiane Tianian, "Captain, didn't you eat the fruit of rejection? How can you still attract things?" No, I can't understand it at all." Poison Q frowned and smiled hard to say, "It's so strong, it's even more impossible to start the captain's battle now." With a faint smile, he said with great admiration, "The captain has never disappointed anyone, I knew it would be the result." Sway cried with the demon sword on his back, followed by praise and said that although I knew the captain was very strong, I was really shocked to be able to use such abilities. When it was too powerful, the boat had already come to the entrance and was pulled by the current, heading towards the sky without moving forward. It looked like the ship was climbing a hill. It looked very weird and unbelievable, but for this scene, everyone was not interested at all, and they were still discussing Chris's feat of Cavendish just now. Looking at Chris, he was puzzled and asked directly, "Xiao Chong, can you explain what this Vientiane heavenly enchantment is?" "This must be the ability of the devil fruit, but why is it not repelling, but attracting?" Lafitte stood his cane in front of him, smiled slightly, and said, "Xiao Chong, everyone is very curious, can you explain it?" "I know, this must be your trump card, and it will not be used under normal circumstances. If it weren't for a special situation this time, you would definitely continue to retain your strength." Others who wouldn't use this trick didn't say anything. They all looked at Chris with a hopeful look in their eyes. They really wanted to know the answer. Chris wrapped his arms around him, calm as always, and repeated what he said to Hancock. It seems that he has just entered the Great Channel, and Chris is in a good mood, otherwise he would be too lazy to explain anything, let alone let him repeat what he said before. Hearing Chris's answer, everyone was really shocked. They never thought that the development of the fruit of evil can actually achieve this step. It's really scary. When Chris was practicing, he basically practiced swords and the like. I didn't expect that it would be terrifying to develop such a skill. Queen Sweetheart shook her head, her pretty face was full of emotion, and she really admired Chris. Betty shrugged her shoulders, exhaled the smoke in her mouth, and said lightly, "This guy is always mysterious. How can we know so much? It doesn't taste like it, but Chris is fantastic with it." Karina's beautiful eyes flowed, and she smiled and praised the development of the devil fruit. "I believe that Chris must be the number one in the world, and no one is more powerful than him." Perona floated in the air, nodded repeatedly, and echoed, that is, the person I admire the most is Chris, hamming Haley. Arita carried the big Tiu and said with a smile, "If you are not strong, how can you be our captain?" At this moment, Bashes laughed, "I don't know what to say, anyway, the stronger the captain, the happier I will be, way ha 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 ha." There is no doubt that the captain's development of fruits is truly unparalleled. Hawkins's voice was low, and he must have said something. Cavendish shook his head and said in awe, "Although I don't care much about devil fruits, it's really admirable for the captain to be able to do this. Positive repelling, reverse attracting, it is easy to say, but if you want to do this, you can't just talk about it without sufficient understanding of the development of evil fruits. It is definitely impossible to do this." From this, it can be seen that the captain has completely comprehended the fruit of rejection, and there is no problem. Lafitte adjusted the whole gift and said with a slight smile, "Not necessarily. After all, the fruit is evil, but there is a higher level of utilization. Wake up. Animal-type abilities can awaken, and superhuman-type abilities are the same. They eat superhuman-type fruits. Whether they have developed to the level of awakening is still a question." At this time, Bartolomeo opened the box and looked surprised. Yelled up, "Captain, it's a devil fruit. Great, ha ha ha." Hearing this, everyone hurriedly looked over. I saw Bartolomeo holding a whole white, apple-shaped evil fruit in his hand. Under the sunlight, it shone with a faint white light. It looks beautiful, especially eye-catching. White evil mania fruit, but also apple-shaped. The sweetheart queen touched her delicate chin and said in a very positive tone, "No surprise, this one must be superhuman." Betty's relationship with Queen Sweetheart is the best. She glanced at her sideways, and said angrily, "Whoever told you that the apple-shaped one is superhuman? Regarding the shape of the devil fruit, it is not absolute at all what type it corresponds to. Apple-shaped, it may also be a natural 863 series. It is not impossible." That Leju stroked her hair, put Baccarat on the right, smiled and said, "This fruit is a bit charming, I forgot what it is called, can you remember?" Baccarat nodded lightly, generously and decently, "Don't say it, I do know this fruit. This is the superhuman barrier fruit. After eating it, the capable person can use a selected barrier to defend an attack. Overall, this devil fruit is still very powerful." Karina's beautiful eyes lit up, a sweet smile bloomed on her pretty face. She nodded repeatedly, and said, "I also remembered, it is indeed a fruit of the screen. The copyright of the novel resources belongs to the original author, and the text is only for personal study and discussion. Trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy." This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's novel internal group 1,142,529,731. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. This fruit of evil is mainly used for defense, and its defense is so strong that it can hardly be broken. Mei Gang looked at them, Ying smiled, and said happily, no matter what, it's a good thing anyway. I heard Ba when Carla said this. Bartolomeo immediately looked at Chris with excitement, with a look of excitement on his face like a ghost, and hurriedly pleaded and said quickly. Chong, this evil nightmare fruit, give it to me. I don't know what's going on, but I always feel that somewhere, this devil fruit appeared for me. Of course, this should be my illusion, ha ha ha. Desire knew him best, and when he heard this, he became angry and immediately became angry. Speak straight if you like, why do you need to be around the corner? What does it mean to appear for you in the dark, Bartolomeo? You think too much. Carmen nodded and said with a disdainful smile, yes, that's not how we look for excuses, when we are so gelding. Basas shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, it has nothing to do with Lao Su anyway, it's okay to give it to anyone. Lafitte looked at the incompetents and smiled slightly, still so gentle. You four, let's figure it out, the captain will definitely not care about it. Not interested. Cavendish seems to have a natural repulsion to the fruit of evil and honesty, and does not want to eat the fruit of evil and honesty at all. Agent shook his head and said indifferently, I'm taking the attack route, and the defensive type devil fruit is not suitable for me. Habitually pushed his glasses and said to Shu, if you don't like it, then give it to Bartolomeo. Anyway, he valued it so much, and it fulfilled his wishes. Hearing that several competitors had all withdrawn, Bartolomeo immediately smiled and was very happy. However, he still looked at Chris and said with great respect, Long, I have chosen this devil fruit, and I hope you can agree to it. Chris still put his arms around him, spit out a word, thank you, Captain. With an ecstatic look on Bartolomeo's face, he thanked Chris and said, Captain, you are so great to me, and I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. After that, without the slightest hesitation, he directly sent the fruit to chew on and took a bite. 139. Captain, at such an exciting time, please give a speech. The sweetheart queen stroked her pale blonde hair and said with a smile, every time I see someone eating a devil fruit, I feel very interesting. Betty spit out the smoke from her mouth and said lightly, with his pale face, the old lady couldn't help but think of bad memories. The taste of the evil fruit is really hard to forget. Arita carried the big iron rod and said with a smile. At this time, Bartolomeo pulled the grass-green hair, and said in a dangerous manner, what the hell, devil fruits are really not edible for humans, ***. Zaya looked at him and scrutinized it carefully. With a look of doubt in her beautiful eyes, she asked Ptolemy, why do I feel that you have not changed in the slightest? Is the fruit invalid? Basas was the most direct, glared at him, and said loudly, stop the ink, let me see the power of the barrier fruit. The others didn't speak, they all looked at Bartolomeo with curiosity in their eyes. Ha 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 ha. Bartolomeo opened his arms, his face full of excitement, he laughed, and said is this the world of the strong? It is too eye-catching. Don't blink your eyes, everyone. As long as you cross your fingers, you can open the protective barrier in the Joe Kingdom. This is common sense that even little devils understand. Bartolome crossed his hands, greedily placed his fingers in the middle, and snorted. At the moment of the protective barrier, a transparent wall appeared in front of him, shining and crystal clear under the sunlight. Very beautiful, it is a perfect work of art. On the right to the transparent barrier that suddenly appeared, everyone was stunned, a little unable to recover. At this moment, Fanyoka released his sharp gun, quickly pulled the trigger, and with a bang, he moved towards Bartolome. Al fired a shot. The bullet hit the protective barrier immediately, with a crisp sound. It did not penetrate, it slipped directly, and fell to the armor. Seeing that the protective screen was completely intact, there was not even a single crack, everyone was shocked, and their faces were exposed. Surprised expression. That's awesome. Abis blinked her big eyes, a sweet smile appeared on her little face, and her voice was tender and clear, which was very nice. Karina nodded, her beautiful eyes were shining, and she said with a smile, even Fanyoka's bullets can be resisted, and the defense is indeed very strong. Now the team has improved its strength. Haley ha 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 ming. Rona floated up and down in the air, giggling like a silver bell. Desire wrapped his hands in front of him, his beautiful white eyelids were covered with gratification, and he smiled sweetly and said, very good, Bartolomeo, you have become stronger. When the time comes to call Grandma, she will definitely be very happy. Xiaoju sings and touches her delicate chin, she is slim, and smiles gently, the defense is very strong. If it is developed well, it can indeed make him a strong man. At this time, Fan Oka put the gun on his shoulder, nodded slightly, and said with a blank expression, it can't even break through bullets, so it can be seen that the defense is extremely powerful. This is a very powerful evil fruit. Bashes raised his arms high, laughed loudly, and said that a strong defense is the best. When the battle for the squad leader begins, I can let go and fight, way ha 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 ha. Luo held the demon sword and cried, and said coldly as always, I just entered the great waterway, and I immediately had good luck. This is a good start. Hawkins played the cards and said in a low voice, this indicates that the next voyage will be smooth sailing for us. It becomes stronger again, which is a good thing to celebrate. Lafitte stood his cane in front of him, a smiling gentleman said something. The situation is thriving, and everything is getting better and better, and it is time to reach the kingdom of Alabasta, kill Crocodile, and become Chihuahai. At this moment, Nami laughed out loud, and quickly reminded everyone to pay attention. We have to reach the highest point, and then we will start to land. Ha ha, Nuauchi looked at the white fog on both sides, and her beautiful eyes were shining. Chao Xian burst into a smile and murmured, it's too high, we even surpassed the clouds. Makino nodded lightly and said, yes, it's too shocking. Suddenly, with a swoosh, the Chris jumped over the highest point, carrying countless waves and flying in the air. There were bursts of exclamations on the ship, all faces were very inviting, and there was an explosion of joy. The Chris fell on the ocean current, splashing a lot of water, and sailing down quickly like a ride like a hitchhiker. The sea breeze blew, bringing a sense of coolness and blowing away all the troubles, so that everyone couldn't help laughing and cheering one after another. Rush into the great waterway like this, la la la. Karina stood by the railing, waving her small hands, her beautiful white eyelids covered with excitement, and she shouted loudly. Great channel, here I come. After sweetheart, her heart was surging, she put her hands on her lips, she stood up with Yana and looked at Baccarat, her eyebrows were curved, and she smiled and said, after going to sea for so long, we have finally ushered in the holy moment. Everyone is very happy. Woolen cloth. Baccarat folded her crimson hair, and said gently and dignifiedly, everything in the past was just a little trouble. From now on, it is really a new chapter, and naturally I will be very excited. Bashes waved his hand and said with high momentum, Great Jingdao, Lao Su has finally stepped in. Way ha ha ha. Akin was carrying the two strangely shaped weapons with a very serious look, and said loudly that my bounty would exceed 500 million Baileys. Cavendish held Durandal, and Ningui said, I want to become a great swordsman, famous for the great waterway. Fan Yiyuka folded his shoulders with his gun, and said lightly, my goal is to become the world's #1 sharpshooter. Lafitte turned his cane and smiled, very polite, everyone made a rhetoric, really it's quite a nice nickname. Immediately afterwards, he turned his head to look at Chris and said with a big smile, Captain, at such an exciting time, won't you make some speeches? Crow nodded and said calmly, there is only one chance, you really have to say a few words, just leave us a good thought. All ears. Luo was crying with the demon knife in his arms, cold as always, and responded that no one else said anything. They looked at Chris one by one without blinking. I really wanted to hear what he would say. A big man, where did he get so much emotion? After Chris finished speaking, without the slightest hesitation, he put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked directly to the training room. Looking at his majestic back, everyone couldn't help shaking their heads in unison. Quite speechless, Carmen shrugged. He smiled bitterly and said, "Come on, about this guy, what can we expect him to say? He is still so cold and ruthless, he is drunk." Karina covered her forehead, looking like she was defeated by Chris, complaining. "Up." Kia gave a sweet and lovely smile and said with a smile, "Master Chris said it very well, no deterrence is the best deterrence, isn't it?" Makino patted her little head. "Very gentle, you are the one who understands the most." Betty took a breath and walked directly towards the practice, saying lightly, "It's nothing to do anyway, so let's continue to practice." Continue to practice the arrogance of seeing and hearing. Desire was stimulated by Bartolomeo, and secretly decided to double his cultivation. By one, the two of them went to sea together. "If you don't become stronger, you will definitely be scolded by Grandma. This is not the same face that Desire wants to see." The girls did not hesitate, chatting and laughing, walking gracefully and leaving one after another. "Li Hao Hao, did you hear that?" Bashes glanced at them coldly, and said disdainfully, "A big man, where does he feel so much?" After he finished speaking, he walked directly to the side and began to practice the armed look and domineering agent with a look of admiration. Clicked nodding his head, he said with great admiration, "The captain's words are very reasonable, it is true. Instead of expressing a lot of emotions and complaining, it is better to practice hard, improve your strength, and walk to the side, waving the two weapons in his hand, and practicing hard." Chloe habitually pushed his glasses with the palm of his hand. He said lightly, "The captain is still so ruthless, and he never wants to say anything more. It seems that this important moment was wasted like this, which is a pity." Fanoka said with a serious face, "This is fate." Lafitte adjusted his top hat and said politely, "The captain at least said one sentence is enough. After all, the captain doesn't talk much, it's really rare to be able to say such a sentence." 140. Princess Weiwei was shipwrecked as soon as she appeared. 5 hours later. Chris, in the training room. "This is the Great Waterway. The climate is really changing. It's really weird." Nami stood in front of the window, looking at the blue sky and white clouds, wiping the sweat on her forehead, and muttered something in shock. "It was a heavy rain just now, but now it has become a big sun, and the climate is completely reversed. No wonder people keep saying that this is a dangerous sea area." Nuauchi nodded high, sighed, and said with a wry smile, "The weather is very hot for a while, and then it snows heavily. It feels like a whole year has passed to me in just a few hours." Erlida wielded a big iron stick, cultivated a domineering look with armament, and said with a sweet smile, "Listen to Chris, these are nothing." When entering the second half of the Great Front Road, that is, the New World, where the weather changes, it is the real fear that Meaty stroked her pale blonde hair, and raised her eyebrows and said, "Yes, Chris said that there are the sea, rough waves, lightning and thunder, extremely dangerous. So what we are encountering now is really nothing. It's all a little bit of trouble." Carmen waved his hand and refuted it quickly. Although he said that, the weather change just now was too big. "Well, I have never seen such a strange weather. It was raining a few minutes ago, and a few minutes later the sun was scorching hot." Makino nodded lightly, still so gentle and kind, with a sweet smile. "I was frightened just now. I just put on thick clothes, and the weather turned hot, and then it was raining heavily and lightning. It's incredible that everything that should be experienced throughout the year has happened in these few hours." Kia sat on the chair. The laughing guest was sweet and clear, just like the sister next door. "Very cute," said that I have written all these down, and I will not forget it. Hee hee. Desire sat on the deck to rest, brushed his red and yellow hair, and said with a slight smile, "Chris knows a lot." Before entering the Great Waterway, I already knew what was going on behind it. It was really amazing. The Queen Sweetheart held the barbell, and the sweat slipped from her pretty and dripped onto the deck. She said something casually. "As soon as the king is placed, he arrives." Chris is a strong man, it is normal to know more. Anyway, since the first day I met him, he has the ability to solve all the problems that I encountered. Betty has always waved the banner and cultivated the devil fruit, and said calmly as always, anyway, this guy has always been like this. Mysterious, never revealing too much. Ju crossed Erlang's legs, Ying smiled and said, didn't Chris say it before, low-key is king. Talking about talking all day, that's not what the strong do, so isn't it better to talk less? Just then, an alarm sounded from outside. Above the sea area in front, there is a man and a woman floating. Hearing the voice of the alarm officer in the sea area ahead, the girls couldn't help but look at each other. Karina shrugged her shoulders with curiosity, and said with a smile, according to my experience, everyone is here. It has some effect. Sister Baiwei Baccarat will bring good luck. Corona was floating in the air hungry, giving out a silver bell-like laughter, agreeing, yes, there must be something wrong with these two people, and that woman must be very beautiful. Holly Carmen looked at Corona, blinked her beautiful eyes, and said with a smile, it's the same as what I thought, and I think so too. Anyway, every time a woman appears, no one is ugly. This has become a well-known saying. Nuauchi raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, speaking of which, this is the first group of people we meet after we enter the Great Channel of Lambda. Woolen cloth. I don't know if the people here are the same as the Four Seas, it should be about the same. Meaty stroked her pale blonde hair, and said elegantly and generously, then it goes without saying, it must be the same. Baccarat folded her crimson hair, the Joker was dignified and noble, and said, you continue to practice, I will go out and have a look. Those guys are very hard-hearted, if they don't stop them, maybe those two people will be killed. Ju nodded lightly, and said with curved eyebrows, Chris will definitely not go out, it's really possible that they would do such a thing if they don't care. Let's go, I'll go out with you and see how beautiful this woman is. Makino looked at them both, her beautiful eyes shining, and she said gently and generously, I'll be fine anyway, I'll go out with you guys. Bar. Kia quickly followed, and me, don't forget me. Then, all the girls stood up one after another, walking gracefully and slowly towards the outside. I haven't seen half a figure for a long time, and now there is finally someone. Wei ha ha ha. Bashes held up his double pipes and said with a big laugh, but the special mother, as soon as you meet someone, do you save him? When we are philanthropists, we think too much. Poison Q leaned on the reclining chair and said with a weird smile, you have so much control, shoot them and kill them directly. Ajin waved his fists and said in a cold voice, men can be killed, women must stay. After all, the captain is the strongest, and Bartolomeo, who can't be without a woman by his side, kept changing his screen, practiced hard, nodded and said, in my opinion, as long as it is a beautiful woman, then it belongs to the captain. Whoever wanted to grab a woman from the captain, Lao Su refused to allow Luo to carry the demon sword and cry, as always coldly, are you thinking too much, is this the kind of person the captain is? Hawkins put away the cards, a pair of the dead man said, from the looks of it, the captain is still single and has not had that kind of relationship with a woman. Cavendish glanced sideways at Hawkins, with a speechless look on his face, and said something that you can even tell, should you be so ruthless? Crow pushed his glasses and said calmly, you don't need to look at it at all, how can you have a relationship with a woman as a captain? Although there are many beauties on the ship, the captain is pure and clean and will not be controlled by women at all. This is the true hero. And Fan Yoka looked at the sea level in front of him and said expressionlessly, this woman, blue hair, dangerous and beautiful, and is a beauty. Lafitte stood his cane in front of him, smiled slightly, and said gentlemen, anyway, everyone remembers that when you meet a beautiful woman, you can put it on the boat. As for men, accept them if you have the strength. If you don't have the strength, you can kill it directly. At this moment, on the sea ahead, there is a cry for help. Help us, please help us. Bassos looked at the approaching victims, sneered, and said loudly, why, you think who you are and we won't save you, can't we? Just kidding, we are pirates, not good people. Just think about saving people. Ajin looked at the two people and said with an indifferent expression, being able to die at sea shows that his strength is just average. The woman will let her on board, and the man will kill it. Listening to these people's words, Mr. Nine and Princess Weiwei couldn't help but looked at each other. Their faces were full of fear. Mr. Nine hugged the wooden board, and said with a wry smile, "We are really unlucky, the boat was overturned by the waves, and now I have met such a person. It is extremely vicious, and maybe it will really attack us later." Princess Weiwei nodded, looking helpless on the verge of being beautiful and fair. She sighed, and said something in a sweet voice. "I'm better, I'm a woman, they shouldn't kill me, but you're different, they don't seem to like you, they'll probably kill you alas, if there's no food in town, how could we? Going out to hunt whale Rabu, it's really bad." Mr. Nine looked at her and smiled to please her. "Miss Wednesday, we are partners, you must beg for me. We took the task of guessing and killing Rabu together, and we chose the shipwreck. It can be said that we have the same disease. So, they plan to attack me later. You must help me and say good things for me. Thank you, Miss Wednesday." Princess Weiwei nodded slightly, smiled, and said beautifully and generously, "Don't worry, if they want to do something, I will definitely help you talk. It's a big deal, we won't get on their boat, just drifting down like this." Mr. Nine, who will always find a refuge, sighed with a depressed look. "The sea of people is vast, if we can't find the island, we will starve to death. At sea. So, no matter what, we have to get on this ship." Even if he knelt down and begged them, at this moment, Fan Oka looked at Lafitte, tapped his shoulder with a gun, and said solemnly, "Would you like to kill the man and let the woman get on the boat?" Poison Q coughed and smiled ugly. "The captain hasn't come out yet, which means that these two people are useless." "Hey." Cavendish wielded Durandal, practicing swordsmanship. "For ladies, you can't be so fierce, be gentle and sudden." The sound of footsteps came, and I saw Baccarat leading the girls, and walking over. It was really two people. Karina also followed. Maimyu looked at the blue-haired woman in front, and said with a smile, yes, she is indeed a beauty, she can be let on board." 2.7 Perona floated around and nodded her head, and she has blue hair, which is relatively rare. Leiju also looked at Princess Weiwei, touched her white chin, smiled and said, "You are so beautiful at such a young age. If it were a few years later, wouldn't she be a beautiful beauty?" Baccarat folded her crimson hair, and smiled sweetly. "It's really beautiful, and it will definitely make Mr. Nine and Princess Weiwei fascinated in the future." Seeing a woman on the boat, her face is full of excitement, knowing that the opportunity is finally here. "That's great, women are very good at talking, now we are saved." Mr. Nine smiled and said quickly that Princess Weiwei nodded. Her eyebrows were curved, and she was on the verge of falling, showing a startled look, and continued to say, "Yes, I see those sisters are very gentle. As long as we shout to them, they will definitely help. Save us, please, ladies and gentlemen, please save us, please. Pirates, I can reject everything." 141 to 160. 141. Princess Weiwei was shocked by Chris. The captain didn't come. It seems that these two people are really not important. Bassos looked at Lafitte, laughed loudly, and said loudly, "You are the deputy captain, the second in command of the ship, do you want to give an order to kill them both?" Gao Q's eyes were dark and cold, and his smile was weird. "The deputy captain's power is great, and the captain can give any orders when he doesn't go out. So, let me sit as the deputy captain, he tilde." Ajin glanced at him coldly, and said disdainfully, "Poison Q, don't keep talking, you don't have that Shitoromio at all." He touched his nose ring, and his smile was very ugly. "Zan, I'll let you know that you can't even be a first-team captain." Lafitte ignored their words, looked at Baccarat, smiled slightly, and said modestly, "Sister Baccarat, ship." "Sure enough, if we don't come out, it is estimated that you will do it." Karina squinted at them with a look of helplessness on her pretty face. "All of them are so cruel, they don't have any sympathy at all, is that so?" Shanluona nodded her head and agreed with Kichung. It's really ruthless, even if you don't save people, you can't have the idea of killing them, right? Baccarat looked at Lafitte, raised her eyebrows, stroked her hair and said, Lafitte, Chris Jing didn't say anything. But in my opinion, let them both get on board. When it's safe, let the man off the boat. As for the little blue-haired beauty, let her follow us. Lafitte adjusted his top hat and said politely, Miss Baccarat, I will definitely listen to your words. Bye, you are the goddess of luck on the ship, and the most important woman. Bashes shrugged his shoulders and said speechlessly, It's boring, I thought I could kill the two of them. Crow pushed his glasses. Very sensible, the two of them had good luck, they should never meet us, and it is estimated that they will be buried in the sea. There is no other possibility. Fan, Oka nodded slightly, his face expressionless. Said, This is their destiny. At this time, Baccarat turned to the two of them to the right, and made 12 gestures, when dignifiedly said, Come over here, don't soak in the water. Hearing this, Mr. Nine and Princess Wei Wei, the eyes of Ju immediately radiated light, with smiles all over their faces, very excited, Thank you, thank you. Ju brushed her pink hair and said with a smile, I'll have to ask about their relationship later, if it's a couple, then this woman can't stay. After all, a person as good as Chris, the woman who follows him, can't have a blemish. Carmen shrugged Ling Xiang's shoulders and said casually, I don't think it's that kind of relationship, the demeanor between the two is fundamentally different, not intimate. At this time, Mr. Nine and Princess Vivi had already come to the Chris, and soon appeared on the deck. Thank you very much. The two bowed deeply to Baccarat, their tone was full of gratitude, very sincere. Baccarat waved his hand slightly, smiled and said, Don't be so polite, it's all right. Okay, little beauty, come with us, let's go to the house and chat about Princess Karina and Wei Wei. With a sly look in her beautiful eyes, Zhuizhou said, It looks so beautiful, I will grow up later. Must be bubbling beautifully. Perona floated in the air, let out a silver bell-like laughter, and said a match to head, It's so beautiful, I like it very much. Haley ha ha ha. Lai listened to their compliments. Princess Wei Wei is a little embarrassed. I plucked the blue hair in front of my forehead and hurried out. My sisters. You are so beautiful. How can I compare to you? Mei Mei turned to Baccarat to the right, and said in a pleading tone, That sister, he is my partner, please don't care about him in general, please. Her character is very gentle and kind, and she is a very virtuous lady. Although she was undercover in the Baroque Work Club, her heart was not affected, and she was still so understanding, generous and dignified. What a nice girl. Please take care of me. R9 bowed to everyone and said very humbly, We will leave immediately after the next island, thank you. Nianju looked at Princess Wei Wei and said with a sweet smile, It's all right, don't worry, we don't stand here, you can sit in the room with us. Get to know each other. And Princess Wei Wei doesn't dare to refuse, after all, they are kind-hearted. Help, she must agree to this small request. All the sisters are so beautiful. I was just about to chat with them. Then, the girls laughed and walked towards the training room. Sitting by the railing, the minister rolled her eyes and asked curiously, Have we got a new partner on the boat? Padang pulled up the fishing rod and said with a smile, Who knows, it has nothing to do with us anyway. Our fishing is the best, hee hee. Bashes waved his student and threatened Mr. Nine, Although Baccarat asked you to come up, you'd better be honest, did you hear me? Special mother, seeing you dressed like a prince, I really want to beat you. And lean on the reclining chair with a mysterious smile, Why are you holding back? Killing him directly to save trouble. Agent is practicing armed color domineering, he said coldly, This ship, not everyone can come up. It's okay to stay on the side. Don't talk, or you will be slaughtered. No one sympathizes with you. Lafitte, Mr. Nine, smiled slightly, Still the same, you are polite. Say something. Don't worry, watch it honestly, no one will treat you like that. We'll let you down when we get to the next island. Mr. Nine, like a pardon, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said tremblingly, Yes, yes. After I have finished speaking quietly, I hurriedly walked to the corner and stayed far away. He was really afraid of these people. One by one is too ruthless to kill him at every turn, which is really frightening. Mr. Point 9 has no doubt that if he dares to beat, these people will definitely kill him. There is nothing else but he really wants to ask who these people are and why they are so cold and ruthless. But he didn't dare, so he could only keep silent and take the problem to heart. Inside the training room. With a crunch, the wooden door slowly opened, and the girls walked in one after another, and saw a lot of women, and all of them were beautiful women. Princess Wei Wei was stunned for a moment, her beautiful eyes widened, and an incredible look appeared on her eyelids. She was really shocked. What's the matter? How can there be so many beauties? Surprised, you will be one of them in the future. Ha ha ha. Karina patted her shoulder. Her beautiful eyes were slyly, and said with a smile. Aleph stopped practicing and looked up and down Wei Wei. Princess Wei glanced at her, nodded, and said with a gentle smile, it's not bad. She really is a beautiful woman. The sweetheart queen wiped the fine sweat on her forehead and agreed with a smile, it's so beautiful now, it'll be fine when I grow up. Chris, here comes the newcomer, aren't you right? Betty took a breath and shouted at the man. Chris turned a blind eye and didn't even look back. He continued waving the blood-red sword, very serious and focused on seeing him like this. The girls looked at each other and shook their heads. They were very helpless. This guy is so, leave him alone. Carmen waved his hand and said something with a wry smile. Desire looked at Princess Wei Wei and asked with a slight smile, what's your name, little beauty? Hearing someone ask herself, Princess Wei Wei quickly came back to her senses, stroked her blue hair, and smiled sweetly and pure. Hello, sister, you can miss Wednesday. She is not familiar with these people at all, so she can't say her real name, she can only use the code name. 40. Although Princess Wei Wei is considerate, gentle and dignified, it does not mean that she is a suffering woman. It is impossible for her to reveal her identity for the sake of her own country. Come, let's sit down and talk. Baccarat sat down, raised her eyebrows, and said generously, I'll introduce that man to you first. His name is Chris, and he is the captain of this ship. Princess Bailey Wei Wei has just sat down with a bounty of 300 million. Hearing this, he quickly stood up, with a look of shock on his pretty eyes, and said something incredulous. What? When he found that he was a little rude, he sat down quickly, apologized and said, I'm sorry, I'm so surprised, I hope you don't take offense. Corona floated in the air, smiled and said, you don't have to be so polite. This princess doesn't like your outfit very much. Nuo Chigao looked at Princess Wei Wei, and Yingying smiled and said, since you are here, relax. No need to be so nervous. Everyone is good at talking, and chatting can be more natural. You are indeed too polite. Baccarat patted Princess Wei Wei's little hand, gentle and generous, you still can't let go, you don't need to apologize all the time, you know. Princess Wei Wei nodded again and again, smiled sweetly, and said happily, sisters are very good at talking, I will listen to you, so please don't be so polite. Sister Baccarat, you just said that Chris offered a reward of 300 million Bailey, is this true? Nami looked at her, her eyes widened, her pretty eyes showed curiosity, and she asked, Chris has been in the newspaper a few times, haven't you read it? Karina nodded with a suspicious look on her face, and said yes, it stands to reason that Chris should be famous on the Great Channel, how come you haven't heard of it? It seems that you don't usually read newspapers, so you don't know his name. Princess Wei Wei brushed her blue hair and said embarrassedly, I've been busy recently, so I haven't had time to read the newspapers. I must take a good look back, look for news about Chris, and take a serious look. Queen Sweetheart leaned on the chair and smiled, where do you need to wait until later? There are newspapers here, news about Chris, we will not throw them away, we will collect them all, and we can be a remembrance in the future. Nodding his head, he smiled lightly and said, Chris is destined to become a legend in the future, so as long as his newspaper is mentioned. Then they all have the value of collection, and it will definitely be difficult to obtain in the future. There will be many people vying for these old newspapers. There is no doubt about this. Carmen sat down and agreed. It is indeed necessary to collect. This value-added space is very large. Maybe in the future, if you take out such a newspaper, a copy can be sold at a high price. I firmly believe that at this time. Baccarat took out the paper in the drawer and handed it to Princess Weiwei. She said with a smile, "There are all information about Chris. If you are interested, you can read the general content." There were newspapers, and there were quotes from Chris 767, things Chris did. Scattered, anyway, they are all records of Chris's affairs, which can be regarded as a relatively detailed information. Ju cocked Erlang's legs and supported her delicate chin with her jade hand, and said gently and generously, "If you want to know Chris, reading these materials is enough." From what he said and what he did, one could analyze his personality. It wasn't difficult at all. Makino looked at Naku and nodded lightly. He was still so gentle and kind, and agreed that the information was indeed written. Very detailed, analyzes Chris's situation very thoroughly. It's very convenient and simple. Kaya blinked her big eyes, smiled sweetly and warmly, and said happily, "I like watching Chris talk the most, and I think every sentence makes sense. Every word is thought-provoking. I learned a lot of things, and my heart became stronger." Hidezaya nodded and agreed. Chris's sayings are indeed collected very well, and I have also learned a lot. To sum up, it is 2 words, one by one: domineering. Hearing their conversation, Princess Weiwei was in perfect danger, showing a look of anticipation. She really wanted to see these materials and what was written. Meimu glanced at the back of the stalwart in front of her. Although she couldn't see his face, Princess Weiwei felt an incomparable shock from this back. If you look at this back, it is like seeing a big mountain. It is so calm and heavy, giving people a very strong sense of security. I can't help it. I want to rely on him, and the country wanders around him. The most important thing is that when she saw this back, a breath of wild beasts came directly to her face. This was what shocked her the most. With such a terrifying aura, she has never met anyone since she was a child. This is the only one. In addition, Princess Weiwei found that looking at this back, her eyes were attracted unconsciously, and it was difficult to move away from all kinds of things. Everything, taken together, made her feel that she was really a strange man in her heart. Sisters, Lord Chris is so powerful. I will definitely take a good look at these materials and take a closer look at Princess Weiwei. Without any hesitation, I hurriedly lowered my head and looked like the materials were here. 142. Lord Chris, please save Alabasta. What, did they just want to kill someone? Desire looked at Karina, her beautiful eyes blinked, and a sweet and charming smile bloomed on her pretty face. She asked Karina curiously, shrugged her shoulders, and said casually, "It's needless to say, of course it is. Slightly without Chris, certainly lawless." Corona floated up and down in the air, nodded again and again, and said with a smile, "If my wife were to come later, it is estimated that the man will be killed." Makino raised her eyebrows and looked very gentle. "Actually, it's okay. They are very fierce to outsiders, but for us," Nakiyu had Erlang's legs crossed and her white chin was supported by her jade hands. She looked at Baccarat and said, "Speaking of this quote, I think it can be promoted in the future. When we have established a base in the New World, we can send Chris's quotations to people in China so that everyone can learn from it. In this case, the citizens will respect Chris even more, identify with him from the bottom of their hearts, and even treat him as a god." Needy raised her eyebrows and said with bright eyes, "This idea is very good. I think I want to let the people know about Chris. This is undoubtedly the best way. It can deeply implement Chris's thoughts and guide the people. Belief. At that time, the country can be developed into a military power, so that all citizens will work hard to cultivate, and one will become a militant." Alrita leaned against the table, wiped the fine sweat on her forehead, and said with a smile, "Didn't Chris say it before? That's what Chris will do in the future. At that time, various training grounds will be established in the country, so that the citizens can start training from an early age and cultivate their warlike factors. Anyway, in a word, this country must be the supremacy of strength, and the strong were respected. Baccarat put her arms around her jade hand, and said with a smile, "Okay, these are all too far away, and I'll talk about it later when I enter the new world. Bye, we have just entered the great front road now, and it is indeed too early to mention the new world." At this moment, Princess Weiwei finished saving the newspaper, raised her head, and her beautiful eyes saved the girls. She felt that Lord Chris was really amazing. The first reward was offered, and it was the second reward for the highest existence in the world. 300 million Baileys, Shore Megatron's Great Channel. Princess Weiwei stroked her water blue hair, blinked her eyes, and said with a gentle smile, "This is the first time I've seen a young man as powerful as Chris." Nami looked at her and said carelessly, "It's not just you, we are all the same. There is no way, for a young man as strong as Chris, the world has only. Speaking of which, it's still not famous enough. When we become Chihuahai, then we will be the big people who are straight and righteous, and the world will recognize our sweet queen holding the barbell. The tone must be very incomparable. At the speed of this whale ship, in less than 10 days, we can reach the kingdom of Alabasta. When the time comes to kill Crocodile directly, wouldn't it be over?" Betty took a breath and said calmly as always, "Actually, what I'm curious about is the battle for the squad leader. After all, there are really too many members now, and I really want to know their strength rankings and see who is the strongest." Hear that? During their conversation, Princess Wei was stunned, her beautiful eyes widened, and her flawless face was full of surprise. Reach the kingdom of Alabasta and defeat the Shichibukai crocodile. How is this going? Karina discovered the abnormality of Princess Weiwei, patted her incense, her beautiful eyes were sly, and asked with a smile. "What, are you surprised? Ha, don't be shocked, you'll get used to Perona floating in the air, laughing like a silver bell," and said, "Head to head, you can't be too surprised to stay by Chris's side. After all, Chris is the strongest existence in the world, so what happened must be earth-shattering." At this time, Princess Weiwei finally came back to her senses. Her beautiful eyes were extremely bright, and her pretty face was full of shock and hurriedly asked about it. "Ladies and gentlemen, you just said that you want to go to the kingdom of Alabasta and then defeat the Chihuahai crocodile. How is that possible? That is the Chihuahai. It is the strongest pirate in the sea, and no one is his opponent at all." Princess Weiwei looked at them, frowned, and murmured, "Although Lord Chris offered a reward of 300 million Baileys, there is still a big gap compared with Chihuahai, so I think, sisters, you guys. Let's think about it again. This is really too dangerous. Something will happen." Hearing her words, the girls couldn't help but look at each other. Their pretty eyes showed strange colors, and then they burst into smiles. The crisp and pleasant laughter sounded in the training room, which was very pleasant. Seeing the appearance of the girls, Princess Weiwei was stunned, and she was very puzzled by what she said. "Is it so funny?" "Probably not." "That, sisters, what are you laughing at? Can you tell me?" Princess Weiwei couldn't bear it any more, and hurriedly asked. Joju touched her delicate chin, smiled and said, "It's very simple, you worry too much, and see Chris's strength is too weak." And Desire looks at Princess Weiwei with a fascinated smile. I don't know how strong Chris is. In your opinion, the Chihuahai crocodile is very strong. But for us, it's really not enough to see." Karina crossed Erlang's legs and said with great certainty, "You don't know, even Doflamingo, who is counted in the Chihuahai, lost to Chris. Span. As for Crocodile, that group of people at the bottom of Chihuahai was weak. So hearing what you say makes us laugh. You know, Chris is a strong general." Rona nodded again and said with a smile, "Don't say it's Crocodile, even if you add Doflamingo, it's not Chris' opponent." Will. Hearing these two words, Princess Weisheng was really shocked. Her eyes were full of horror and her eyes widened. Looking at Karina, she asked very eagerly, "Sister Karina, you just said that Chris-sama has the strength of a general. How is this possible? Isn't Mr. Chris only about 19 years old? How can he have such a strong strength?" Karina shrugged and said casually, "You didn't see that Chris was cultivating hard, just although this Yuan is young, He is really too diligent, coupled with his outstanding talent, so he has such a strong combat power. Bakara patted Princess Weiwei's little hand gently, and said gently and dignifiedly, the strength of the general is also different, and Chris's current combat strength is definitely the strongest. This is beyond doubt. It's all right. Betty took a breath of cigarette, and she was still so calm, and said a sentence without such strength, how to be the king in the new world, how to conquer a powerful country. At the extreme, it made her head dizzy, unable to react at all. She did not doubt what the girls said, but chose to believe in the contents of the newspaper, plus the strong aura emanating from Chris, and the vicious Xiao staff outside. All this. They were telling her that Chris really had the strength of crocodile in front of him, and he was not worth mentioning at all. Since Lord Chris is so powerful, I must ask for his help, ask him to save my country, and the kingdom of Alabasta again. Even if I kneel down to him, I will not hesitate to let him agree. Princess Weiwei secretly made a decision in her heart. Her beautiful eyes show a firm color. It's time to find out who you are and find help. 143. In the dead of night, Princess Vivi and Chris are alone. Without hesitation, he turned to the girls on the right. His tone was full of pleading, and said directly, "My sisters, please help me. Actually, Miss Wednesday, this is just my code name. My real name is Neferutali Wei. I am the princess of the kingdom of Alabasta. In order to save the people, I joined the Baroque Work Club, wanting to spy on some useful intelligence." Wei Wei shook her head, her pretty face showing a look of no relatives. She sighed and said, "The Baroque Work Club is really strong, and the leader Crocodile is even more mysterious and very mysterious. With my strength, I can't defeat this behemoth at all. I also ask my sisters to help me and save my country. Wei Wei is here to thank you sisters, please." He stood up and bowed deeply to the girls, with a sincere attitude to the extreme. Her beautiful eyes lit up. She looked at Princess Wei Wei and asked in disbelief, "You are the princess of the kingdom of Alabasta, this is incredible, right?" Yes, I am really surprised by this princess." Haley Ha-Ha-Ming Perona nodded again and again. She was really shocked. Arita stopped her practice, looked at Princess Wei Wei carefully, and said with a smile, "Don't even take a serious look, it does have the style of a princess. That kind of elegance and nobility is not something a person can possess." Carmen smiled and agreed, without such a family environment, it is impossible to cultivate a dignified and elegant temperament, this is inevitable. Kia looked at Princess Ruo Wei Wei, her beautiful eyes were shining, and a sweet and pleasant smile bloomed on her delicate white face and quickly praised her. "No wonder you are so beautiful. It turns out that you are a princess. It's really amazing." Lei Ju gently pulled Li Weiwei's little hand and said with a gentle smile, "Come on, sit down and talk, don't be so polite, you are really nice being strong, for the sake of the people, volunteering to be an undercover agent in the enemy camp is not something ordinary people can do. Sister admires you very much, you are really a responsible princess." Princess Wei Wei sat down, shook her head gently, and said with emotion, "Sister Nianju, I don't want to do this either. It's really hard for the people to live through it. There are deserts everywhere, the fields are barren, and the people are in dire straits. I feel uneasy in my heart. It's all because of this crocodile. If it weren't for him, how could my country be like this?" Princess Wei Wei gritted her silver teeth, with a look of indignation on her pretty eyelids, and said very angrily, "He is a natural sand fruit person who can turn the land into a desert. He is so unscrupulous, destroying my country, changing the climate in Rabat, making it impossible to reign there all year round. If it goes on like this, my country will be completely ruined, and Shah is really ruined by this bastard." Nami turned to their right, her eyes widened, and she said with a sweet smile, "I suddenly discovered that Vivi's situation is very similar to Violet's. Both are princesses of the kingdom, and the country is ruled by Chiwahai. The most important thing is that the people who seek help are all Chris." Needy nodded lightly, smiled and said, "Don't tell me, I haven't found it yet, it's really too similar." Arita waved the big iron rod and said, "And the two princesses, both they look pretty, that's what they have in common. Baccarat took Wei Wei's jade hand, raised her eyebrows, and said generously, "You don't have to do this, we will definitely help you." Defeat Crocodile. This is a plan that Chris has made a long time ago. It is impossible to change, you can rest assured and wait patiently. It won't take long for your country to be liberated, and the citizens will definitely live well. Day. Makino was very gentle, and continued, "These days, you can eat and sleep in peace. You don't have to worry about anything, it's absolutely fine." Princess Wei Wei was very moved, and she choked up a little. She held back her tears and said with a smile, "Okay, I will listen to my sisters. I won't think too much. Really, the sisters are so kind to me, I really like everyone, and I like them very much." Karina patted her shoulder, smiled and said, "When the problem of the Kingdom of Alabasta is solved, you can do it. Went to sea with us. It would be great to stay together every day without having to separate." Perona floated in the air with a crisp laugh. "That's right, I like Wei Wei very much, too." Haley sweetheart Queen waved her wooden sword and said with a slight smile, "This is the princess of the kingdom, yes she joins, that's what you want." "Really?" Princess Wei's pretty face showed a look of surprise, and then she frowned her beautiful Luyi eyebrows, shook her head gently and smiled bitterly. "I am afraid that my father will not agree. He loves me so much, and he will definitely be afraid that I will suffer. Nuchi, who will not let me leave, smiled and said with relief, "Don't worry about this, when Crocodile is resolved. You can say it then." Needy brushed her pale blonde hair and continued, "When your father sees Chris' strength, he won't go back to Van Oka's words. As soon as you get on this ship, your destiny will be yours. It's already doomed bccc hee tilde. Kaya blinked her beautiful eyes and joked that all the girls laughed together, very happy, and the voice was particularly pleasant, which echoed in the training room for a long time and did not dissipate. Night, 11:43. In the dark night sky, there is a bright moon hanging, the stars are dotted, and it looks so beautiful and mysterious. It's already late at night, I can't hear the chirping of seagulls, only the sound of the waves crashing, like a beautiful lullaby, which is enchanting. With a creak, the wooden door of the training room was slowly opened, and a blue-haired beautiful girl, Mrs. Chris, walked in. "It's so late, you haven't rested yet." Princess Wei Wei closed the wooden door and walked gracefully, leaning forward. On Guo Qingcheng's eyelids, a gentle and sweet smile appeared, and he said a word of concern. Chris didn't turn his head, waved the blood-red sword, and said calmly as always, "Come on, it's going to be so late after a while, why haven't you slept yet? Are you worried?" At this time, she and Chris were alone here, so Princess Wei Wei let go, not so nervous and calmed down a lot. Mei Mei looked at Chris's side wrist, and only felt that this man was really handsome, and he seemed to have a winning power that attracted her attention. Make her unable to extricate herself. "Lord Chris, I'm here to thank you." Princess Fa Wei stood quietly, bowed deeply to Chris, and said gratefully, "I didn't speak to you during the day. Sir Chris, I really appreciate you in my heart. Thank you for helping me. If I need any help in the future, I will repay your kindness as soon as I define it. Thanks a lot." So she waited until it was dead of night and everyone was asleep before she came over and said these words to let Chris know what was on her mind. For Princess Wei Wei, Chris is very fond of it, and it is not unacceptable that she stops practicing for her. Chris lit a cigarette, stood the blood-red sword in front of him, and said lightly, "Baccarat and the others are right, you don't have to be so polite. I know you're in the dark, and you're afraid something bad will happen. However, these are just your personal thoughts, there is no need to worry too much at all." Chris took a breath, looked at Princess Wei Wei calmly, and said in a tone that Huangsu could not say that I never do anything I am not sure of, so Crocodile will definitely lose, just relax and rest well. Princess Wei Wei is very considerate, dignified and gentle on the outside, strong and unyielding on the inside, a typical good wife and good mother who participated in the World Conference when she was a child. Crying, Chris is very clear about her gentleness and kindness, so she said these words to her, took the initiative to care about hearing Chris's words, and felt his concern. Princess Wei Wei was moved in her heart. Very, very beautiful face cannot help but burst into a gentle smile. Her eyebrows were curved, her voice was sweet, and she said happily, Master Chris, with your words, I don't need to worry anymore. Hee hee. After he finished speaking, he turned around quickly, skipping his light footsteps, as if he had been dancing with butterflies, heading towards the outside of the training room. It can be seen how cheerful her mood is. She is simply overjoyed. Chris hung blood red, spit out the smoke from his mouth, silently watched the beautiful image of Princess Wei Wei leaving. Get up and devote yourself to the practice. 144. Landing on Whiskey Peak, devil fruits appear. 2 days later. Chris, in the training room. How is it? Are you very emotional? Lei Mei crossed Erlang's legs, her jade hands supported her chin, and her beautiful eyes looked at Princess Wei. She said elegantly and noble, tell me what you think, Wei Wei. Karina nodded, looked at Princess Wei as well, and said with a smile, after reading Chris's quotation, I must have an idea, it's time to publish it. Corona fluttered in the air, letting out a crisp laugh. Head to head, let's talk about it, Princess Wei Wei, Haley Haley Haley. Arita waved a big iron rod, cultivated a domineering armament, and said with a smile. Anyway, when I first got on the ship, I was really shocked when I saw these materials. I have to say that Chris's consciousness is really not something that ordinary people can compare. It's too powerful. Makino raised her eyebrows and said softly, this is the world of the strong, our strength is too low, naturally on Kizan, I don't have such a vision and insight. At this time, Princess Wei Wei brushed her water blue hair, looking at the girls with her beautiful eyes. Her beautiful and delicate face showed a proud look, and she said something very powerful, really too strong span. Chris's ideological awareness is definitely the most powerful one among the people I have ever met. There is no one. Lions and tigers are always alone, only foxes and dogs are in groups. Princess Wei Wei looked at the man in front of her with respect, and said with admiration, Chris's words are very profound and reasonable. The strong choose to walk alone, and are destined to be lonely. And the weak will report to the group to control the warmth, and they will eat and wait to die every day, full of complaints. The Queen Sweetheart nodded, leaned against the table, smiled and said, yes, it is an eternal truth that the beasts walk alone, and the cattle and sheep form a group. Speaking of which, after following Chris, my thinking height has improved a lot. Hee Betty waved the great banner and cultivated the ability of evil fruits, and said lightly, with Chris here, even a pig can become smart. Karina shrugged her shoulders and said something with a smile. How should I put it? Anyway, I think, Chris is a leader, leading everyone to the other side of success. Nuauchi stroked his blue hair, and said with a smile, everyone's words are more and more true. Philosophical meaning, proper literati. Nami was leaning on her chair with her legs crossed. She looked at the chart with her beautiful eyes, and said a few words. At this moment, there was a sound of an alarm coming from outside the door. Discover the island ahead, and you're about to reach Whiskey Peak. I found that I heard the voice of the alarm officer in front, and the girls looked at each other, and there were beautiful smiles on their pretty faces, very beautiful. Nami waved her little hand with an excited look on her face, and said very excitedly, it's not easy to reach the first island at last. Karina nodded, her beautiful eyes blinked, and she said with a smile, since entering the Great Waterway, this is the first piece of land we've come across. Look, this is something to remember. Carmen rubbed his shoulders and joked, that guy has been nervous for the past 2 days, and he was frightened by Bassos and the others. Queen Sweetheart wiped the sweat on her forehead, and said casually, those guys are all ruthless, can he not be afraid? If he dares to say more, he has already been buried in the belly of the fish, where can he be seen by Princess Wei Wei? Looking at them, with wide eyes and sweet smiles, he explained this Whiskey Mountain. The people inside are very enthusiastic and welcome the tourists there. But in fact, there is a gathering place for bounty hunters. They specially hunted the pirates from the past in the town. Moreover, This town is actually a branch of the Baroque Work Club, but there are relatively few people who know about it. Arita put away the big iron rod, stopped practicing, and was generous. Said, "This is interesting, one thing on the surface and another on the other side. I have never seen such a small town before, and I will definitely take a good look at it later." Kia looks at Princess Wei Wei. Her eyebrows are curved, and she asks with a sweet smile, "It shouldn't be like this in other places, only whiskey. That's what mountain peaks do, isn't it?" Wei Wei nodded, smiled and said, "It's not like this in other towns, only this is an exception. But we don't have to worry, those are ordinary people, and they don't have much combat power at all." Desire wiped his sweat with a towel. After training, he must have said something in his tone and waited for the hall. Those guys outside will definitely come up with something. The movement, this is unavoidable. At this time, Baccarat looked at the figure of the man, folded her crimson hair, smiled gently, and said something dignified and elegant. "Chris, I feel lucky." Hearing this, the girls quickly stopped chatting and looked at Baccarat together with curiosity in their beautiful eyes. "Let's go out." Chris was as decisive as always and walked directly to the door. Perona floated up and down in the air, let out a laughter of silver bells, and said happily, "It's been a long time since I met Good Luck. I'm really looking forward to it, ha 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 holly." Sweetheart Queen smiled slightly and said, "It's been a while, it's not easy." "Is this the fruit ability of Sister Baccarat?" Princess Wei Wei looked at Baccarat, her beautiful eyes lit up, and her pretty face showed a look of surprise. It was incredible to be shocked. It was amazing to be able to feel the arrival of Good Luck. Bending, Ying Ying smiled and said, "Don't be surprised, you will get used to it slowly. Speaking of which, the Good Luck this time should be the devil fruit." Betty took a puff of cigarette, but she was still calm. "I think it should be a newcomer this time." Then, all the girls talked and laughed, stood up one after another, and went to the door. "Go to the deck. It's finally here, thank goodness." M9 stood by the railing, looking in the direction of the Whiskey Peak, with a very happy expression on his face, and he was completely liberated. These few days, he was really frightened. He couldn't eat well and couldn't sleep, for fear of being killed by these vicious guys. It's so scary. What's so special? After so many days of sailing, I finally reached the first island. Wei ha ha ha. Bashes raised his arms, laughed, and was in a good mood. Poison Q leaned on the reclining chair and said with a weird smile, "This is the first island, why should I leave a memorial to destroy the town and destroy 3.0? Fan Yauka covered his shoulder with a gun, and said expressionlessly, "It looks like a cactus, this is the so-called Cactus Island. The climate of the Great Waterway is completely different from that of the Four Seas, so the natural landscape of the island is definitely different from the Four Seas." Luo hugged the demon knife and cried, as always, cold, and said something. Bartolomeo touched his nose ring. His smile was very ugly. "I hope the strength is not too weak, and let Lao Su practice the latest skills." Crow habitually pushed his glasses and said rationally, "It just so happens that there is not much food on board, so I can grab it and replenish it. This is the first time I have landed on the island of the Great Dirty Tao, and I am still a little excited." Lafitte turned his cane politely. 145. Stun everyone with domineering arrogance. At this time, a series of footsteps came, and I saw Chris leading the group and strode over. "This is the Whiskey Mountain, which looks like a cactus, which is really unique." Nami looked at the front, her beautiful eyes were bright, and her pretty eyes were covered with xingqiao, and she said with a smile, "Sure enough, the islands of the Great Waterway are different from others. The weather here is constantly changing, and the influence on the natural environment is very large, so such a strange scene was born." Carrying the big black iron rod, Arita nodded, smiled and said, "It's really special, it's the first time I've been to such an island." Makino's eyebrows are curved, gentle and generous, so not entering the Great and Dirty Way is really a legacy of life. When you are young, you should go out more and get to know the customs of various places. Will become more open, how nice. Kaya nodded heavily, smiled sweetly and warmly, and agreed. Yes, after I came out of the East China Sea, I found that I have grown a lot. It won't be as simple and ignorant as before, and I feel that my heart is a lot firmer. Carmen shrugged and said casually, this is just the beginning. When we reach the new world, what we learned at that time, there will be many more. At this time, Bashes laughed loudly, and said aloud that the captain showed up. Does it mean that good luck has come? I am not wrong. Way ha 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 ha. Akinti's two strangely shaped weapons, look indifferently said, I hope that new people will join, and there will be no more devil fruits. Luo held the demon sword and cried, facing Hawkins. Speaking of which, the high squad leader is fighting, and there are still 12 days of Hawkins playing cards, and his voice is still so low, saying that I never pay attention to this. Anyway, there are still 10 days. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, Bartolomeo laughed. Deputy Captain, I have no chance, but the captain of the first team, I still have to fight for it. At this time, the boat has entered the inland river, and you can see the plants on the island, which are lush and full of life. On the banks on both sides, standing invalid people are waving their hands, smiling, and cheering enthusiastically to welcome you to Luwei Tuji Mountain. Ha ha ha. We are the most hospitable. Everyone come down and rest. We have prepared a lot of delicious food and wine. We will definitely make you eat enough. Wow, the girls are so pretty. We have the best makeup in town. Can give you something to make you more beautiful. Hee hee hee. Come down, for the sea, cheers. Quack has not landed for a long time. Your arrival, let the small car become bright. The sea of joy is everywhere. Roar roar. Big brother, big sister, come down and play with us. La la la. Listened to the cheers from both sides. Aussie blinked her big eyes. Her smile was sweet and cute. She was very happy to say that they were all so enthusiastic and good people. Hee hee. Pa Dong sat on the railing, nodded, and said with a smile, yes, yes, I like them very much. They are all very good people. Karina looked at Abis and Padong, rolled her eyes, and said angrily, don't be so gullible, keep your eyes open. They are all pretending. How can they be so enthusiastic? Don't be silly. Corona is rarely flying, standing on the deck, and said, you two little guys, I don't know that people's hearts are sinister. Be careful of being given too much. Makino brushed her dark green hair, and said something with a look of amazement on her white and gentle face. If it wasn't for Wei Wei, I really couldn't believe it. Anyone who sees such a warm side will put down their vigilance and will not think too much. Alrita smiled disdainfully and sarcastically. These guys, do you really think we are so easy to deceive? But don't say, whether it is an adult or a child, the expressions on the wrist are so straightforward. It takes a lot of practice to achieve such an effect. Lot of hard work in order to hunt the passing passengers caught by them. At this time, Carrie took a step forward, wrapped his arms in front of him, and his eyes were fixed. Shut up for me. A terrifying aura instantly radiated out. The space oscillated, producing faint ripples, and the voices that swept through the entire group stopped, rolled their eyes, and were stunned. All fell to the ground at this time. There was no more sound on the shore. It was extremely quiet. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, a little unable to react to the captain's good, and directly overturned them. Basas was the first to react and said with a big laugh, but this overlord is domineering. It's really the most suitable for clearing up soldiers. Poison Q coughed and said, it's a pity that I don't have this ability. I'm really disappointed. It's okay. It's too noisy. Let them be quiet. Agent said coldly. Cavendish looked at Chris looking back. He said with admiration, I really want to have this ability. I dream of it. If I have a domineering look, I will definitely become the focus of the audience, and the most surprising person. Everyone will surrender to me as Princess Wei Wei. She stared blankly at the people on the shore, her face full of shock. Is this the tyrannical domineering? It is too strong. 2 days ago, the girls mentioned the type of domineering to her, and there was a domineering arrogance in it, but at that time, I just listened to it, and I hadn't seen it at all, so I didn't have much impression. But it's different now. This is the most intuitive performance, and it's actually happening. Chris doesn't have to do anything. Just radiate momentum, so that can take care of everyone on the shore. It's incredible. Still more interesting last time. Bei Bang took a breath, and said calmly as always, faced with a lot of attacks from the Sea Kings, I just said a word, thinking about the scene, I can't help but get a little excited. Queen Sweetheart rolled her eyes at her and said angrily, don't show off, okay? Well, at that time, I didn't get on the boat yet, I really missed a good show, I'm sorry. Cricket blinked her big eyes, shook her head, and sighed, this is the world of the strong, it's really shocking. Alrita smiled, she was very beautiful, don't envy everyone, millions of people have one person, this is the chosen person, we can't compare. Needy Wei Wei agreed and said, let's have a look, don't have other ideas, it's all impossible little ones, bring all the things in the town. After Chris finished speaking, he jumped to the shore without any hesitation, Captain. The people below agreed and hurried to work. For them, plundering everyone's food and treasure is the most interesting. One by one, the invitations are like chicken blood. As soon as Princess Wei Wei landed in the town, she hurriedly searched the crowd, and finally fixed her eyes on a middle-aged man with pale blonde curly hair. He is the captain of the escort of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Next to Ecolem lies a pale yellow goose. It is her mount. Don't worry about running fast, they are all right. Baccarat patted Wei Wei's fragrant shoulder, raised her eyebrows, and said with a gentle smile, they just fainted and they will recover after a while, without any sequelae. Nayu stroked her pink hair and said with a sweet smile, this is the peculiarity of the tyrannical king of Ba 490. It only launches a mental attack and does not harm the body. Of course, this is also controlled by Chris, and well does not want to kill them. Otherwise, it can completely shock them to death. Karina blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a smile, when Chris practiced last time, didn't he use the tyrannical domineering look? At that time, even the board of the rhinoceros was directly shattered. That is to say, Wang Sei domineering can bring physical attacks, not just a kind of anger. Corona nodded repeatedly and laughed like a silver bell. Anyway, this domineering is very, very powerful, and it's amazing. Span. As soon as M9 landed in the town, he even hid far away and looked at Chris with a look of horror. What Chris did just now was really scary. Deeply affected. This person is really terrifying. I must not speak, keep silent, or face Chris if I will be killed. He really feels as if he has encountered a wild beast. He has no idea of resistance at all, he will be scared died. Vashes looked at Chris and asked curiously, Captain, since everyone was stunned by you, it doesn't seem like a newcomer has joined. The only explanation is that we met the evil fruit. That's right, Bartolomeo shrugged his shoulders, looked helpless, and complained that he wanted to have a good fight and practice my Jingshin skills. Now it seems that he is really thinking too much, and he has no idea what Christopher has to say. He has used his knowledge to be domineering, and he has sensed where things are located. The right hand was slowly raised, and the white vortex appeared, facing a house a few hundred meters ahead, directly using the attraction. 146. Devil Fruit Barometric fruit that controls the entire atmosphere. On the right, when Chris used this familiar move, everyone was stunned for a moment, all looking to the house in front of them on the right, looking forward to the magical scene. Seeing the color as domineering, it is really useful. Queen Sweetheart shook her head, her pale jade-like eyelids showed emotion, and she muttered, even if you don't have to go forward, you can still know where things are placed. I really want to learn it. Betty carried the banner and said calmly as always, I see domineering, but also strong and weak. It is impossible to cultivate to Chris level. At this moment, a purple box flew out from the house in front, coming towards Chris. Seeing this scene, Princess Wei Wei was really shocked. Qingguo Qingcheng's face was full of surprise, and he murmured, Chris is so powerful that he can actually do such a thing. Vientian Tianian, what a great skill. Mei Mei looked at her father Chris back, with a look of admiration. She looked at her with admiration, raised her eyebrows, smiled and said, when you have been in contact with Chris for a long time, you will know that this is not a big deal. What? His trump cards are not ordinary, but they are never displayed in front of people. Karina's beautiful eyes flowed, her sly color flashed, and she said something with a smile. The so-called whole cards are not hidden. If it is revealed in front of people, then it can't be regarded as a trump card. Mr. 9 hid to the side, seeing this scene, his pupils shrank, his face showed a look of horror, and he was frightened again. It's terrible, who is this person and why is this strong? He is the devil, he must be. At this moment, for Chris, he was really afraid to the extreme, and he had already left a shadow in his heart. In the days to come, I am afraid that it will be difficult to forget the picture that I saw today. It is really terrible. The box quickly flew into Chris's hands, and he opened it directly. I saw that it was a white, apple-shaped devil fruit. Under the sunlight, it shimmered and looked beautiful and beautiful. Apple-shaped, it seems that this is a superhuman type. Way ha 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 ha. Bashes held his stomach high, and laughed out loud, extremely bold. Poison Q glanced fiercely at Cavendish, Chloe, and Akin, and said with an ugly smile, the three of them didn't eat evil fruits, who would they be? Luo carried the demon knife and cried, still so cold, and said that it was the same as the one that Bartolomeo ate, it was all white. Hawkins still looked like a dead man, and said in a low voice, from the appearance, this is a very strong evil fruit. Cavendish waved his hand and said directly, I don't want to eat devil fruit. Come on. Bartolomeo looked at him and sneered, if you don't eat devil fruit, you will never be my opponent. Just your swordsmanship, you can't break my absolute defense at all. Haha. Desire looked at the devil fruit in Chris's hand with a puzzled look on his pretty face, and asked, what kind of devil fruit is this? I have some impressions. Jame clapped her little hands, her beautiful eyes lit up, she suddenly realized, I remembered. This is a superhuman air pressure fruit. After eating it, it can control the pressure of the atmosphere, which is very powerful. After the sweetheart was presented, she stroked her pale blonde hair, and said with a smile, air pressure fruit, haven't we discussed it? It seems that Leju said last time, I hope Chris will eat this evil fruit, but Jingran really appeared now. Alrita carried the big iron rod with a charming and generous smile, thinking about it seriously. This devil fruit is really strong and silent, it controls the atmospheric pressure of the entire piece, and then ignites it. Stain, its lethality is super powerful. Carmen, nodding his head, he agreed and said, it is indeed a very good fruit, I just don't know if Chris will eat it. Ju looked at Baccarat, her eyebrows curved, and she said generously, I think it's really suitable for Chris to eat this evil fruit. Among these people, only Baccarat knows the real situation of Chris. He who has the replica fruit will definitely not eat this devil fruit, there is no doubt about that. However, she will definitely not say this. After all, this is a secret within a secret, and it cannot be known to others. He can't eat it, this one is not suitable for him. Baccarat smiled and said, as for which one to choose, Chris already has the answer in his heart, so we don't need to worry about it. At this moment, Crow's serious face showed a rare expression of excitement, his voice was eager, and he quickly said to the captain, this evil pickled fruit is very suitable for me. If possible, also ask the captain to send him to me, please. After finishing speaking, he bowed to Ruo Chris. His attitude was extremely sincere, and he was extremely humble. Agent squinted at Chloe and said indifferently, since you are so enthusiastic, then I will not argue with you, give it to you. Lafayette patted his shoulder, smiled slightly, and said something politely. Agent, I feel that this devil fruit is not very suitable for you. It is more suitable for Chloe. After all, his IQ is excellent, and he can use the power of the air pressure fruit more perfectly. You should understand that Agent gently nodding his head, he didn't say much, and expressed his agreement with Bassos looking at Chloe and laughing. Come on, this guy likes air pressure fruit very much. This is a request like a clown again. It looks really funny. Wei ha ha ha. Gao Q smiled strangely and said, yes, it's really difficult to bow like this. Like a dog, hee hee. Chris is calm at this time. If you like it, just say it, don't make all those messes. After speaking, without hesitation, directly put the air pressure fruit. Crow took the evil fruit with both hands, nodded again and again, smiled and said, "A good captain. You are right, there is really no need to be so polite, but thank you, captain, for your reward. I will remember your kindness. Don't say anything, put it directly to your mouth and bite hard." Lafitte turned to the earth-colored Chloe, turned his cane, and said very gentlemanly, "This time, the strength of the team has been further improved. It seems that the battle for Captain Chong in a while will be very fierce." Luo nodded and agreed. Being able to control atmospheric pressure is indeed a very strong ability, and it is very difficult to deal with. Hawkins looked at Crow. His voice was still so low, and he said, "From the looks of it, I'm not his opponent." Fan Yi, Tonka habitually used a gun to cover his shoulders, and said with a faceless expression that as soon as he entered the Great Waterway, he obtained 2 evil mansions, which made the team grow stronger. This is fate. Bassos was the most impatient. Facing Crow, he hurriedly said, "Stop the ink, quickly use the ability, let's see how the power is." Karina looked at Chloe, looked up and down, and said suspiciously, "The atmospheric pressure he controls, we should be looking at." "Okay Zhao, I can't." Needy stroked her pale blonde hair and smiled, "Atmospheric pressure is invisible, it's definitely not there." Koya looked at Makino with a sweet and pure smile on her pretty face. She was very happy and said, seeing Chloe, "I'm really happy that the adults have become stronger." If father found out, Makino, who would also feel very excited, touched her little head with a very gentle appearance, "That's for sure. You and your uncle are both kind-hearted people who don't care about the past. Naturally, they will feel happy from the bottom of their hearts." At this time, Crow pushed his glasses, his eyes flashed with wisdom, and said rationally, "Very strong, this evil waste fruit, really is the most suitable for me. With my IQ, as long as I develop to the level of awakening, then I can definitely control the atmospheric pressure of the entire space, and even detonate everything. Very good, the top powerhouses in the future must have the name of my Chloe, I firmly believe this." 147. Robin comes on stage and decides to join Chris. 2 hours later. Kingdom of Alabasta, Rain. Also go to the pig farm. Inside the luxurious room. Knock knock knock. A crisp door rang, interrupting Crocodile's thoughts with a squeak. The wooden door slowly opened, and a slender beauty walked in. She was wearing an old boy, her steps were elegant and noble, and her body exuded a strong scholarly fragrance. Temperament, one can know that he is a person who is full of poetry and books. It is Nicole Robin, who was born in O'Hara of the West Sea. "Boss, news came from Whiskey Mountain just now that the devil fruit we grabbed was taken away by the Chris pirates." Robin leaned against the sofa, folded his jet black hair, smiled and said, "Also, they are in the Kingdom of Alabasta." He said that he wanted to defeat the boss and become a new generation of Shichibukai. Hearing this, Crocodile leaned on the sofa and crossed Erlang's legs. He couldn't help laughing, and said, "A group of ignorant brats." Crocodile took a breath, looked at the banana crocodiles in the pool, and saw that they were all very large and all 527 green, and they were swimming leisurely. The first reward of 100 million Baileys, and the second reward of 300 million Baileys, were all randomly reported by the Navy. Crocodile sneered and said disdainfully, "A mere newcomer, who has never even entered the Great Channel, how could the reward be so high? The current Navy can no longer deter this sea, and its influence is so poor." Robin nodded lightly, raised his eyebrows, and said with a sweet smile, "Being right with the boss, that's Chris reacting to a situation under him." They all fainted at that time, and they didn't even know what happened. That evil fruit was taken away like this. Robin frowned his beautiful Luyeme, with a look of doubt on his pretty face, and murmured, "What kind of ability would it be to be able to let so many people pass by?" Crocodile sat up straight, the cigar in his hand almost fell to the ground, and he exclaimed. BCF originally calm expression turned into a shock, as if seeing a ghost. "What did you say?" Everyone fainted. "How is this possible?" Crocodile took a breath, shook his head, and said in disbelief, "Impossible, how could this kid Chris have the domineering look? He is a mere rookie, and he can't use this ability to hear the words, Overlord." Robin was puzzled and thought about it seriously. He has never heard of this ability. Maimie looked at Crocodile, and asked with a sweet smile, "Boss, what is a domineering arrogance?" Crocodile calmed down gradually, leaned on the sofa, crossed Urchin's legs, took a deep breath, and explained the so-called tyrannical domineering, which is the ability of only one person in a million people. In this world, the top powerhouses all possess such abilities. Crocodile's eyes penetrated killing intent, and he said coldly, "Chris is a mere rookie, there is no way he can have such a unique explanation. It is impossible to hold this kind of force away. Such a powerful little devil must not be allowed to live like that. I must personally take care of him. Keep spreading the word, and closely inquire about the whereabouts of the Chris pirates. Once they reach Alabasta, I will immediately go over and kill them one by one." Shock. Robin was completely shocked. Among millions of people, only one person has the ability. How terrifying is this young man, Chris, who is so powerful? It really scared her. After I came back to my senses, I sneered in my heart when I heard Crocodile say this, but I was still so arrogant, and I didn't put anyone in the eyes of Crocodile. "You will feel because of your arrogance." Blinking her beautiful eyes regretfully, she smiled sweetly, agreed, and said, "Okay, boss, I will order it." After finishing speaking, with an elegant and dignified step, he slowly walked towards the door with a creaking sound. The wooden door slowly opened, and Robin walked out, lightly covering that she did not leave, leaning against the wall, slender, his eyes kept on the light of wisdom flashed, carefully analyzed. Crocodile is too conceited and always looks like the number one in the world. He didn't realize the problem with him. He opened and closed his mouth. Undoubtedly, I can't follow him anymore. I have to choose to leave Robin and touch his delicate chin, pondering secretly, thinking about the young man Chris. The first time I saw his bounty, I was deeply impressed. I was very curious about how he did it. When the bounty reached 300 million Bailey, I collected his information in detail, but I couldn't find it. Reason. Looking at it now, it must be because the so-called domineering Chris is too mysterious. From my intuition, Crocodile is definitely not his opponent and will be defeated. If that's the case, then go to Chris, rely on this mysterious powerhouse. Robin, with a firm look in his eyes, made a decision in his heart, and walked outside without any hesitation. As for what Crocodile explained, she was too lazy to pay attention and would not pass on the order. At this time, she was extremely curious about Chris, and wanted to see this young man who walked around the dark world all the year round, avoiding the enemy, chasing and killing, has developed a special ability to smell danger, very sensitive, able to sense the crisis in advance that ordinary people can't detect. It is with this ability that she has escaped the enemy's capture time and time again, and has played everyone around until now. Now, she has felt that Crocodile is certain to die, and there is no other possibility. Therefore, it is impossible for her to stay here any longer. Relying on the strong Chris is the best thing she should do. "Chris, I hope you don't disappoint me too much. My intuition is definitely not wrong." Walking on the nest, Robin's sweet and pleasant voice echoed, and it didn't dissipate for a long time. 148. The Navy headquarters calls Chris with a request. One day later. Naval headquarters, Marin Vando. In the office, a meeting is being held, and the lowest level is also the damned Chris. Because of his appearance, the world has become more chaotic, and pirates are popping up everywhere, all of which are under his influence. Warring States patted the desk, and said with a serious face, "The navies of the four seas have been tired of dealing with it recently, and they have called in one after another to ask for help. There are not enough troops and horses in the headquarters. Where can we support the four seas? Let's discuss the impossible things, how to stabilize the situation now." Porcelino leaned on the chair, crossed Erlang's legs, and said strangely, "It's incredible, today's young people are really getting more and more scary." Sakaski's eyes sank, and he said loudly, "There is nothing to say, for absolute justice, all pirates must be caught in one net." Nodded and echoed, "General Sakaski is right. For pirates, we must punish them severely. There is no other way." The generals of the Hawk faction nodded in unison. Their attitude was very firm, and there was no room for negotiation. "What does it mean? Everyone should understand." Tautu wrapped her hands in front of her. Her voice was sweet and clear. "To be able to escape the pursuit of Lieutenant General Ghost Spider, it seems that Chris's strength is indeed very powerful." Aokiji leaned on the chair and said sleepily, "If there is no accident, that Chris should be coming to Audiobook soon. I feel that the situation is out of control." Flying Squirrel looked at the generals present with a serious face, and said, "I thought that the Ghost Spider could catch up with the Chris pirates. But judging from the current situation, it is impossible for Dan Chris to enter the kingdom of Alabasta, so Crocodile is only afraid of the worst." At that time, there was a vacancy in Chiwahai, and once the news got out, the situation would definitely become serious. Shaoshan took a breath and said with a gentle smile, "The problem now is that we can't stop Chris's footsteps. This is the most troublesome thing." At this moment, Branno walked over quickly with the phone bug in hand. "Marshal of the Warring States period, Lieutenant General of Ghost Spider, there is a situation to report." Hearing this, everyone looked at the phone bug, and it really looked like a ghost spider. Garp patted the table and laughed. "It seems that there is good news." Ha ha ha. Warring States ignored Garp's words and directly said, "Ghost Spider, I'm in a meeting, if you have something, just say it." "Yes, Warring States Marshal." Ghost Koji Spider looked serious and said in a deep voice, "I just landed on Whiskey Mountain, and I learned from here that as soon as a pirate group came here, all the residents of this town fainted, so I'm sure that Chris definitely has domineering, and he can use it proficiently, retracting and arguing." The whole office was silent for a moment. Everyone was shocked by what the Ghost Spider said, so that Pulsolino liked to die as always, crooked and buzzed, and said yin and yang strangely, "You are so young, you will be skilled in using the domineering arrogance." What a terrible young man, scared the old man to death. Sakaski's face was serious, and he said forcefully, "Such a seed of evil must not be allowed to exist, it must be destroyed with all its strength." Doberman frowned and said something very puzzled. "The Ghost Spider rides on a warship, and the speed is the fastest. But it has been unable to catch up with the Chris pirates. What the hell is going on? Could it be that the Chris pirates have captured a ship that is faster than Junliang? This is too incredible." T-Dolphin nodded, and said in a wave, "Ghost Spider's style of doing things is typical of vigorous and resolute, and it is absolutely impossible to waste it. Time." He tried his best to hurry, but he still couldn't catch up with Chris Hazang group. The only explanation was that the other party's ship was too fast. Aokiji moved the blindfold down, looking very sleepy, and said, "This Chris, what a freak." Flying Squirrel sighed, shook his head and said, "I thought it was good news, but it turned out to be good news. But made things more complicated. Being able to use the domineering arrogance skillfully, this must have been taught by experts. If the mother and the two doubt this point, if you are a young kid like Chris, no matter how much you think about it, it is impossible to spit out the burning mountain." With the smoke in his mouth, he smiled slightly. "In the Four Seas, is there such a strong expert? Those retired big pirates are all in the Great Waterway. No one stays in a small place like the Four Seas, just like Silba's. Rayleigh, nestled in the Chambord Islands, worked as a coating artisan. There are others, all in the Great Waterway. That is to say, Chris's domineering arrogance was learned by himself, and no one taught him." Cap laughed and said loudly, "What an interesting kid. If this enters the New World, it will be a tyrant again, ha ha ha." Three Warring States right Crane, Zheng Zongxi, you were right. Chris really has the arrogance of a king. If he can reach the kingdom of Alabasta, then the situation can be seen to be bad. The staff member Quail crossed his hands. His chin was straight, the light of wisdom in his eyes flashed, and he said something in an old voice. The ghost butterfly spider chased after him with all his strength, but was still thrown away by the Chris C group. It can be seen that their ships are definitely faster than warships. There is something odd about this flap boat, and it must be investigated. As for Crocodile, I personally think it's better to contact him by phone and tell him not to fight with Chris. Of course, this guy is arrogant, and talking to him is actually like saying that the staff looked at the generals here. Shu Shu said, from the perspective of various circumstances, Crocodile will undoubtedly lose, which has become his destiny. Looking at this situation, we can only call Chris and persuade him not to do stupid things. However, this is definitely useless. This young man has already made a plan before going to sea, and it is impossible to stop Gabu. That being the case, I propose a plan. Contact Chris, after he defeats Crocodile, let him stay in the Kingdom of Alabasta and wait for the arrival of the Ghost Spider. We will use the check of strength as an excuse to confirm whether he is qualified to become the new Shichibukai. As long as Chris wants to become Shichibukai, he will definitely not leave the Kingdom of Alabasta. This way, the Ghost Spider can catch him. The staff officer looked at the warring states, and said in a vicissitudes of voice, contact the pirates actively, although it will damage the majesty of the Navy, but the situation is urgent, and there is not so much for Dad. As soon as 5.0 heard this, Sakazuki immediately quit and directly refuted it. No, I would never agree. As a righteous Navy, it is absolutely not allowed to bow to sea loot. Justice doesn't allow us to do this, and I'm adamantly against it. Nodded and said in agreement, General Sakazuki is right, and I also object to Crocodile being a Kibui after all, and a legal pirate, so it's acceptable to contact him, but Chris is just a pirate. The vicious pirate, let's take the initiative to contact him and reduce our worth, so where should we put the face of the Navy? The generals of the Hawk faction hurriedly echoed, Chi-Chi opposed it, justice must not be smeared, absolutely not. 149. Reject fatigue, you can practice 24 hours. I think it has nothing to do with face. T-Dolphin leaned on the chair and said casually, the process is not important, what we want is the result. As long as we can take Chris and stabilize the same side of the sea, then doing so is worth doing with Tautu's arms around him. Nodding his head, he agreed and said, there is no good way at the moment, only Pulsolino cut his nails like this, and said strangely, if Chris doesn't buy it at that time, it will not end well. Today's young people, full of vigor, are very impulsive. And he has the spirit of a king, and he will definitely ridicule the Navy at that time. It's really scary to think about. Yumo said solemnly, for the stability of the sea, there is no way to make compromises. Anyway, it is us who will win in the end. As for the process in the middle, just ignore it. The generals of the Dove faction nodded again and echoed, Staff Crane is right, I fully support it. Warring States was silent for a while, and said solemnly to the phone bug, Ghost Spider, you continue to travel with all your strength, and strive to reach the Kingdom of Alabasta in the dry spot. As for Chris, don't worry, he'll be waiting for you in Alabasta 12. Ghost Spider nodded and responded, yes, the Warring States Marshal continues, the call ends here. Warring States looked at Brand Shuang and said directly, to check the contact information of the Chris Highway Group, speed up. Okay, Master Marshal. Blanco didn't dare to hesitate, and after he finished speaking, he hurriedly turned around and walked towards the door, and started to assign tasks. Seeing that Sengoku made this decision, Sakazuki was very dissatisfied, and said angrily, damn Chris, where did you come from? Just because of you, the whole world has changed accordingly. You, the scum at sea, Borisolino, leaned on the chair, crossed his legs, tilted his head and said, the old man is also very curious, what is the origin of this young man? At a young age, he will use the domineering look of domineering, which is not something that ordinary people can do. Huo Shaoshan took a breath and said with a slight smile. This question can only be cross-examined after catching him. Anyway, the origin must be extraordinary. Everyone knows this. The mouse was expressionless, and said lightly, I hope to call when the time comes. This Chris will not be too arrogant and can be more respectful. Tautu didn't say a word, but sighed in his heart. Chris, you have finally come this far, and you will soon become Kibukai, and achieve the goal of the first stage. As a person like you, you will definitely be dismissive when you receive a call from the headquarters. Cooking has made me look forward to it. I really want to see what you will say. 2 days later. Chris, on deck. In the corner, there is a man and a woman, plus an animal. It's Princess Vivi, Ikaram and Run Fast. Ikalam, Run Fast, are you still used to living here? Princess Weiwei stroked her water blue hair. A charming smile bloomed on Qingduo Lancheng's face, and she asked gently and generously. Ikalam nodded and said with a smile, Princess, don't worry, I lived very suddenly, I got stuck in my speech, and I was not lazy, so I sang a song, Princess Papapa, I lived very long. Get used to it, don't worry. After running fast, he nodded his head and let out a crisp cry. Princess Gu Weiwei's eyebrows were curved into a crescent shape, and she smiled sweetly and said, That's good, I'm happy to live here too. The sisters are very good at talking, and they can cultivate domineering when they are with Chris, which has taught me a lot. As I said, Chris-sama, it's really amazing to be straight. I have never seen such a good young man so powerful. Ikalam smiled slightly and agreed, it's like a dream to be able to stun everyone without taking action. If it wasn't for the princess's explanation, I still don't know that in this world, there is such a powerful ability as tyrannical arrogance. Princess Fei, based on the experience of people who have come here, Lord Chris, who will surely be a big name in the future, the existence of Wei Da Qiandao. She ran fast and listened to the rude words, she nodded quickly, and with a quack, she agreed. Princess Weiwei put her hands behind her back, she was pretty and slim, she looked innocent, cute and beautiful. Yes, so do I like this. According to my sisters, Chris's strength has reached the level of a general. It can be said that the most outstanding young man in the world, the strongest one, must be Lord Chris. Princess Vivi, who shook her head gently, with a look of shock on her flawless face, she muttered. In fact, there is a reason why Lord Chris is so strong. Ever since I got on the boat, I see him practicing hard and never resting well. He was cultivating before I got up in the morning. When I lay down to sleep at night, he was still cultivating. With such hard work, coupled with his outstanding talent and strength, it is normal for the equal marriage to frown, and said with a worried look, he is so hard-working, I am afraid that his body will not be able to bear it. After all, people are not made of iron, they always have a good rest. If they work too hard, it will definitely cause great harm to the body. Princess, I think, you can talk to those beauties and let them persuade Chris not to work so hard anymore and learn to rest. Run faster and nod your head, with a sigh of approval. Princess Weiwei brushed the hair on her forehead, blinked her big eyes, and said with a sweet smile, you don't have to worry about Lord Chris, you will be fine. Because Lord Chris ate the fruit of rejection, he developed a skill to reject fatigue one by one. So, Chris-sama, you won't feel tired at all, you will be full of energy every day, and your fighting ability is full. It is also because of this skill that he has been cultivating hard, and his strength has increased rapidly, and he has reached the strength of a general at a young age. Shock. Akari got married and ran fast. Chi-Chi was shocked, her face was full of surprise, she couldn't believe it. So amazing. Ikalam shook his head, with a look of emotion on his face, sighed and said, this young man is 150, he is really too strong. When he reaches the kingdom of Alabasta, Ketoko will definitely lose, there is no other possibility. To be honest, he is so young and his strength is so powerful, the height that he can reach in the future is definitely unimaginable. Ikalam looked at Princess Vivi and said with admiration, you are still very powerful, Princess, and I have met such a powerful character as Chris. With this noble person, the crisis in the kingdom will definitely be lifted. Moreover, the future will surely develop rapidly and the citizens will live a happy and beautiful life. All this, thanks to you, Princess. I ran quickly, took a breath, and agreed. Princess Wei Wei waved her hand gently, smiled and said, "It's not thanks to me, it's Lord Chris who really needs to be thanked. By the way, don't tell other people about Chris-sama, just know it in your heart. Although my sisters didn't ask me not to talk nonsense, but I think it's better not to say anything about Chris-sama." Okay. Ikolem and Run Kue nodded in unison, expressing their understanding. At this moment, a loud bang sounded on the sea on the left. There was an explosion in the air, cracks appeared in the void, the ripples continued to spread outward, the wall extended the entire space and the sea level sank, and then high water walls were erected in all directions. It's shocking, it's terrifying. 150. Robin said, "Can you take me to meet Chris?" Captain Chloe, who is cultivating the ability of the fruit of evil, is really amazing. Ikaram looked at the sea level on the left side with a look of admiration on his face, and said with emotion, "The captain of the squad is so powerful, that deputy captain. How strong is it?" Sure enough, there are no weak soldiers under the strong generals. With such a strong person as Chris, the strength of the crew below cannot be too bad. He ran fast, covered his ears with his wings, and looked scared. What he didn't like the most was that he would explode. Exploding. He was very afraid that this Princess Wei Wei had plucked her blue hair, her eyebrows were curved, and she smiled. Said, "Everyone is very strong, they are all learning from Chris, and they are practicing hard. Ikolem, run fast, I will go back to practice first. I will learn to be domineering and domineering earlier, I want to become stronger." After saying that, without hesitation, I walked straight to the training room with elegant and dignified steps. Seeing the beautiful shadow of Princess Wei Wei leaving, Ikolem showed a relieved look, and said to himself, "The current appearance of the princess makes me very relieved. If the king knows, he must be very happy. Princess, she has finally grown up, this is a great thing on the deck." Bassos looked at Crow and scolded with dissatisfaction on his face, "Mother, can you stop making such a big noise all the time to affect Lao Su's mood?" Poison Q's eyes were ruthless, and he said with a smile, "Bassos, this guy is too arrogant, just beat him up with Close silent steps, combined with the air pressure fruit, Bassos can't be his opponent agent at all." Waving the two strangely shaped weapons, he said indifferently, "If there is a fight, Bassos will definitely lose." Luo carrying the demon knife and crying, as always, coldly, he said, "Now Clo's strength has indeed become a lot stronger. If I fight one-on-one, I'm afraid I'm not his opponent." Hawkins nodded lightly, played with the cards and said, "A powerful fruit of evil can play a very obvious role." Lafitte stood his cane in front of him, smiled slightly, and looked very polite. "I think what the captain said makes sense. There is no weakest devil fruit, only the worst user of any devil fruit. As long as the development is in place, then the effect is very great." Crow habitually pushed his glasses and said rationally, "A good devil fruit is actually just a threshold and doesn't mean anything. However, in my hands, this devil fruit will definitely exert its strongest power," and Chloe Lafitte, who made me the vice captain, said in a serious tone, "Vice captain, you must also work hard to improve your strength, otherwise your position is doomed." Bartolomeo laughed, touched his nose ring and said, "I've already taught me bad, he gave me the direction of development. One by one, you are destined to be no match for me." Ha ha ha. Van Oka tapped his shoulder with a gun and said something else with no expression. "I don't know anything else, but if you want to fight me, you have to make sacrifices. Get my gun ready, it's not so easy to pick up." Just then, an alarm sounded from the observation deck. A normal ship was found in front. No, it was a turtle with people. In front of the training room was found. Hearing the reporter's voice, the girls looked at each other, and all of them were curious. Karina's beautiful eyes flowed, revealing a sly color, and said with a smile, "The turtle that carries people, this is my number one. The first time I heard it, What kind of tortoise is so spiritual? It's incredible. Perona floated in the air, let out a silver bell-like laughter, and followed. It must be very interesting. Let's go out and have a look. Haley, Haley, Haley. May showed a pure and sweet smile and said something carelessly. The things of the great waterway are indeed different. Kia, who cannot be compared with the world, nodded her head and said with a sweet smile, then let's go out and see, I can't help it. Desire waved the wooden sword, exercised his arm strength, and said lightly, go on, I will practice hard, and become more dignified and elegant looking at Baccarat. With curving eyebrows, we Germa are using snails are used as moving ships. As for turtles, this is the first time I have heard of them. Let's go out and see. Baccarat folded her crimson hair and stood up without hesitation. Queen of Sweethearts stopped practicing and followed with her steps. Anyway, every time someone who appears in the field of vision will eventually have a relationship with us. This time, it will certainly be no exception. Betty carried the big flag and said calmly as always, this is all thanks to Miss Baccarat, she has brought good luck to this ship. Then, the girls chatted and laughed, and walked towards the door. Above deck. Wow, so many turtles. Abis stood by the railing, her eyes were wide open, she looked very cute, she nodded her head very kawaii, and said with a smile, this is the first time I have seen such a big turtle. Dashi Bibo practiced his kicking skills on the side, and made a sound of, Amini tilde yo, and then said that there was still a woman sitting on it, saving our fleet and adding another newcomer. At this time, Ika Lemkong shrank, a look of surprise on his face, and muttered, it turned out to be her. Miss ran quickly and looked at him suspiciously, and vomited, I don't know why Ika was so surprised, it's very strange. Damn, here comes another woman, grass. Vassos looked at the woman on top of the tortoise with an angry look on his face. He sneered very silently and said with a weird smile, the captain still likes women's sex. If you leave women, you can't live. Hey, Agent cultivates armed sex and is domineering. Glancing at him, his expression was still indifferent, and he reminded you to persuade you to speak through your brain, otherwise I wouldn't mind teaching you how to speak. Hawkins looked at Akin with a dead man, and said in a low voice, from the appearance, it's not his, so I advise you not to challenge him, or you will have a bloodbath. Luo was crying with the demon sword in his arms, and said coldly, we don't have much to say about the captain, just pretend we didn't see Fan. Ka aimed his gun at the distance, and said with a blank face that the captain is a well-deserved strong man, beside him. Surrounded by beautiful women, this is his fate. Cavendish waved his durandal with a look of envy on his face, and said angrily, why am I not treated like this, damn it. I want to become stronger, and I want to have a lot of beauties around me, so that they all adore me. Crow pushed his glasses, looked at him and said, you don't have the arrogance of an overlord, and you don't have enough charm, so it's impossible to do this. Lafitte showed off her snow-white wings and cultivated the ability of devil fruit. As always, it was too little to say a word, only a dozen beauties. With the strength of the captain, without dozens of beautiful women to accompany him, everyone would laugh when he said it. At this time, the sound of footsteps came, and the Queen's sweetheart said angrily, what did you say? There are still dozens, your heart is really big, Lafitte. Linachin blinked her beautiful eyes, a sweet and lovely smile bloomed on her pretty face, and said with a smile, I think this proposal is very good, it won't be boring then. If you play cards, you can form a lot of tables, hee tilde. Perona floated in the air, very happy, with a smile on her face, okay, then let's get some more beauties. Didn't it say that there are mermaids on Fishman Island? When the time comes, I will receive a few mermaids. I am so embarrassed. Holly Name's beautiful eyes lit up, and she said, this proposal is very good, I'll give it a shot. Both hands agree. Speaking of which, I've seen murlocs before in Kokoja village, and they're all ugly, but the mermen who are especially ugly are different, they must be very beautiful, and each of them is a beautiful woman, haha. Nuauchi nodded and said with a smile, indeed, there is a big difference between a merman, and the two are not the same concept at all. Maidie stroked her pale blonde hair, and said gracefully, "Last time Chris didn't say the curtain. The mermaid Princess Shirahoshi is the most famous. The three most beautiful women in the world. She occupies one of them." Princess Wei turned her head to look at Maidie. She blinked her beautiful eyes, and asked curiously, "The three most beautiful women? What's the point of this?" I don't know. Ask for flowers." "Oh, the most beautiful woman in the world. Isn't Shichibu Haibo Yahan Cook? Why are there others?" Ranju looked at Princess Wei, smiled and said, "If Chris doesn't say it, I don't know. He said that the three most beautiful women in the world, one is the Queen of Nine Snake Island, Boyahan Cook, one is Princess White Star of Fishman Island. As for the other one, most people don't know. She is the Princess of Wano Country, Guangyueri and Sweetheart Queen. No wonder she is a top beauty." Nuo Ruauchi looked at them high, and asked curiously, "Chris has never been to Wano. How could he know this? There seems to be nothing in this world that Chris doesn't know. It's amazing." "Yeah." Makino saved her. Her eyebrows curled, and she said very tenderly, "Anyway, there are no questions Chris can't answer. He always knew it in his chest, but he just didn't want to say it." It was very mysterious. At this moment, Princess Wei saw the man on the bird turtle, and couldn't help but exclaimed and opened her eyes wide. Chao Xian showed a look of shock, and said in disbelief, "How could it be her? How is this possible? Why did she appear here?" At this time, the tortoise had come to the front, and all the girls saw the man above. They saw that she had an old child, and her skin was dark. At first glance, she knew that she often basked in the sun, and her body was very healthy. Her figure was very slim. The facial features are exquisite, the hair is fluttering, there is a different kind of beautiful such a black woman, it is rare to see it. Karina shrugged her shoulders, her beautiful eyes were slyly, and said with a smile, "If she had fair skin, she would definitely look beautiful, I firmly believe that." Kia looked at Princess Weijun, blinked her eyes, and asked curiously, "It will surprise you, who is that person?" Betty, who took a breath and said lightly, "No matter who she is here for us. That must be to join the fleet." Princess Wei shook her head gently, sighed, her pretty face still had a look of surprise, and said that she was the vice president of the Baroque Work Society and the highest commander's palace. Talk directly to President Crocodile. She is Crocodile's right-hand man. How could she come at us? I really can't figure it out. At this time, the tortoise has come very close. Robin smiled slightly and said intelligently and generously, "Bangchi, you will follow me later." After speaking, he jumped up and jumped directly to the top of the Chris. "Hello everyone, I want to meet your Captain Chris, who can introduce me?" Head to look, with bright eyes, he smiled sweetly and said, "Oh, M8 and Mrs. Wen Sday, you are all here. Coincidentally, my family is full of acquaintances, so take me to meet Chris. I don't know if you can agree to this little request of mine. It should be fine, right?" Basas was the most direct, cursing and saying, "What the hell, where is the woman? So arrogant, mad, if this is a man, I will kill him directly, crap." Poison Q coughed and smiled ugly. "What happened to the woman? She can still be killed." Basas, this woman doesn't look down on you at all, you can endure it, don't be kidding. Ah-Jin glanced at Robin, then ignored it, and continued to practice. For women, there is nothing to say. It can be said that it is better to leave it to the captain to deal with it. Bartolomeo opened his arms and laughed loudly. The captain should not be very pleased with such a black woman, ha ha ha. Lafitte adjusted his top hat, and said mildly, "After all, she is also a beautiful woman, whoever comes, just accepts it. It's okay to have dark skin. After a year and a half, it will turn white." 151. Robin, if you keep talking, you'll be killed. "How did you come here?" Miss All Sunday Ecolem put on a battle, looked at Robin seriously. If there was anything wrong, she would attack. Princess Vivi nodded, frowned her beautiful Louis eyebrows, and hurriedly said, "Yes, you are not by Crocodile's side, why did you come here?" Karina snorted, with a look of disdain on her pretty face, and said with a sneer, "What else can I do? I just came here to flee after seeing it. Head to head, this princess thinks so too. Haley ha 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 ha. Ilona Perona floated in the air, let out a clear laugh. Very happy. Betty took a cigarette, and said calmly as always, this is knowing Crocodile is sure to lose, he betrayed in advance. Queen Sweetheart stroked her pale blonde hair, smiled and said something like this, she must have come to join Chris. There is no doubt that Robin put his hands in his trouser pockets, and blinked his beautiful eyes. With intellectual beauty, he gave the answer with a gentle smile. You're right, I'm just here to vote for Captain Chris. During this time, I have collected a lot of information about Chris, and I have a deep understanding of him. Captain Chris gave me the feeling that he is powerful and mysterious. 12. It is simply unfathomable. Smiling sweetly said, Crocodile is arrogant and arrogant, he can't see the difference in strength between each other, and he is destined to perish. The so-called person who knows the current affairs is Junji. Since I know that he will die, how can I stay by his side and go to hell with him? Captain Chris is so powerful, he is a well-deserved powerhouse, so relying on the powerhouse is not what we women should do, are you right? Bossos is the most direct, cursing and saying, it makes sense, but don't be squeamish here, if you go to the training room and talk about it, it's annoying. Poison Q smiled strangely and said, Bossos, this woman is so self-righteous, why don't you kill Candle? Agent waved his fist and said coldly, it's really arrogant, she takes herself for who, she thinks she is a character. Miss Baccarat, let's take people away. Lafitte's snow-white wings flapped in the air, making a fluttering sound, and said politely, these guys are very disgusted, I'm afraid they will make a move later. For this woman, I don't like it very much, and I will not stop it. If something goes wrong by then, it will be bad. Crow pushed his glasses habitually, and said rationally, as soon as he got on the boat, he said a lot of things, took this place as her stage, and performed to his heart's content. It is a pity that she is not the protagonist, and no one will give her this chance to appear. If you dare to make trouble again, there will be many corpses on board, which is inevitable. Hearing these people's threats, Robin wrinkled his beautiful eyebrows, and was very dissatisfied in his heart. He was about to speak, but was interrupted by Xiaoju. I advise you not to speak, otherwise, no one can guarantee what will happen. Ju blinked her beautiful eyes, gentle and generous, elegant and noble, and said, these guys, they all kill people without blinking and do what they say. Baccarat waved his hand and said with a sweet smile, okay, since you want to see Chris, let's go over there. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the training room. Queen Sweetheart took a small step and explained to Robin, these people, who only follow Chris' orders, will not pay attention to us. If you continued to speak just now and angered them, I'm afraid you will die quickly. Karina covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, and said with a smile, it's mainly because she talks too much, which makes them disgusted, and even has murderous intentions, Princess Wei looked at Robin, frowned tightly, and asked in disbelief, you can analyze so much just by collecting information on Lord Chris. I don't think you're here to fly, but for other purposes. I'm not mistaken, Miss All Sunday. Betty took a breath, carried the flag, and said lightly, in front of Chris, she has other ideas. Besides, Big Sister Baccarat's fruit ability can bring good luck. So it's not unacceptable that she will come to her door. Makino nodded lightly, her eyebrows curved, and she looked very gentle. She said something about how she made me feel, very intellectual, elegant, and generous. If I guess right, she must have read a lot of books, that's why she has such a temperament. Kei-yan hummed twice, with a sweet and pure smile, and said in agreement, Sister Makino is right, and I think so too. People who have read a lot of books will have a bookish quality. This is cultivated. This sister has such an elegant temperament, she must have read a lot of books. Robin looked at the girls to the right, his eyes narrowed, and he smiled and said, don't worry, I have no other purpose, I just want to join this team. As for my bookish quality, that's because I was born in O'Hara in the West Sea, the so-called archaeological sanctuary. Actually, my real name is Nico Robin. Have you heard of it? Leiju froze for a moment, looked her up and down with her beautiful eyes, and asked in disbelief, "Are you an O'Hara survivor who was despised for tens of millions of Baileys when you were only 8 years old?" Nami was wearing Leiju. Her smile was pure and sweet, and she said carelessly, "Sister Najiu, I heard it right, you can offer a reward to one Bailey at the age of 8. If this is true, then how can people live?" The sweet queen shook her head gently, smiled bitterly, and said something incredible, but in fact it is so. I've heard this before. At that time, the Navy launched the Demon Order, which completely destroyed O'Hara. The only survivor is Nicole Robin. Saving Robin's clothes, he sighed and said, "What I didn't expect was that she was lurking beside Crocodile and became the so-called vice president." At this time, a group of people had come to the door of the training room. With a creak, the wooden door slowly opened, and the girls stepped in one after another. When he entered his eyes, Robin saw that this was a very wide training room. Some women were practicing, and there was a man in front with his back to her, waving a big knife. In an instant, Robin's pupils shrank, a look of surprise appeared on his pretty face, he sighed and said something. Such a strong aura. Looking at this back, it is like seeing a strong man coming from ancient times, making the heroes tie their hands and dominate the world. Sure enough, my choice was not wrong. Crocodile had absolutely no chance of winning against Lord Chris. Hearing her words, all the girls who were cultivating looked over in unison. Desire sat on the deck, and the Joker said charmingly and sweetly, "You are very knowledgeable, you are very well spoken, it seems that you have read a lot of books, and you are undoubtedly a scholar." Arita stood the big iron rod in front of her, wiped the sweat on her forehead, and said gracefully and generously that her skin is very dark, and she thought she was a man. However, the facial features are exquisite, and the body is 237. If the skin turns white, it will definitely look very beautiful. Carmen stopped practicing, shrugged Linxiang's shoulders, and said casually, "And she looks very temperamental, a typical intellectual beauty, really a very good newcomer." Karina looked at Robin with a sly look in her beautiful eyes, and said with a smile, "As expected of O'Hara's wise man, as soon as you see Chris back, you can feel his power. You or no one else. Yes, it's really great." Perona is flying around in the air, laughing constantly. "Chris's back is amazing, why didn't I notice it, ha 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 ha." The Queen Sweetheart rolled her eyes at her and said angrily, "You've been in contact with Chris for a long time, so naturally you won't be affected. If you just saw Chris, you'll definitely be shocked by his aura, that's for sure." The doubtful Meaty brushed her pale blonde hair and said generously, "This is called habit becoming natural, subconsciously, I have become accustomed to Chris' aura, so I can't feel it." Princess Weiwei nodded, her beautiful eyes were bright, and she smiled sweetly and said, "When I just got on the boat, I was also shocked by Chris's aura. I have never seen such a terrifying aura. Facing Chris, it was like encountering a flood of beasts. I have never encountered such a sense of oppression. But after a while, I felt that it was nothing, and I was used to the momentum that Chris exuded, so there would be no other feelings." 152. Set up a branch in Alabasta, and Robin is in charge. "Chris, there's a new guy to join." Baccarat looked at the man who was wielding the sword in front, folded her crimson hair, and curved her eyebrows to explain that her name was Nico Robin, a survivor of Yuhai O'Hara. She was full of wisdom and a typical scholar style. Now she hides in the kingdom of Alabasta, acts as Crocodile's right-hand man, and is the vice president of the Baroque works. She knew that our target was Crocodile, and she predicted in advance that Crocodile would definitely lose, so she came to defect and wanted to depend on us. Baccarat smiled warmly, and Luo Fan said generously, "Chris, she can become the vice president, which shows that the father's ability to manage must be extremely strong. This will help us in our future plans. So, I personally suggest that we can let her join us." Kaju stroked her pink hair, smiled and said, "I remember that Chris made a plan very early to defeat Crocodile and become Shichibukai. Then in the kingdom of Alabasta, he established a branch to recruit potential subordinates, prepare for the future. From this perspective, if Robin joins, it will undoubtedly be very beneficial. She knows the Kingdom of Alabasta very well, and when the time comes, let her stay here to facilitate her work. Turning to Baccarat, Yin smiled and said, "Your proposal, if you think about it carefully, it makes perfect sense." Karina's beautiful eyes lit up, she smiled, and she was amazed. She said something amazing. "You two are so considerate." "That's right, it is indeed the most suitable for Robin to manage the business of Alabasta." Princess Weiwei knew that Chris wanted to establish a branch in Alabasta. Sejing would not be surprised. Mei Mu looked at Robin and said with a smile, "Sister Robin's management ability, it's really powerful. If you let her handle the branch, there's absolutely no problem." "I'm amazed to think that you guys have come up with a plan so quickly." Robin looked at the man in front with a look of admiration on his pretty face. "This is the so-called Weiyu net fate, turning your hands into clouds and covering your hands into rain. Everything is under control. Think about it too, a man as strong as Chris must see things clearly and know what he wants." Robin brushed his jet black hair, smiled and said, "Captain Chris, promise me to join the team and stay in the Kingdom of Alabasta. You can rest assured that my management experience is very rich. I will take good care of the branch and recruit a lot of new people to perfectly accomplish every task you have given me." At this time, she was really curious about Chris. From the moment she came in, the man didn't say a word, didn't even turn around, as if he didn't hear their conversation. He just focused on wielding his sword and practicing. Combined with the aura of wild beasts on his body, Sui Bin can be considered to analyze that this man is a cultivator, so his strength is so strong. And because of her super strength, she is naturally very confident in herself, so she doesn't care too much about her arrival and is not willing to take care of her. I have to say that Robin is worthy of being a scholar and is quite intelligent. In a short period of time, he has observed so many details, which is really amazing. The girls didn't say anything more, and looked at Chris one by one, waiting for the man to make a decision. After all, everything that needs to be said has been said, and the next step is to leave it to Chris to deal with it. They can't help but continue to tickles brandishing the blood-red sword, but they still don't turn around, so they turned their backs to Robin and spit out 2 deza lightly. Ya shook his head, with a wry smile on his fair and delicate face, and murmured, "You're still so indifferent, you know how to cultivate." Arita stood the big iron rod in front of her, shrugged her shoulders, and casually said that there is no way, this guy will never allow others to disturb him when he is cultivating. Wanting him to stop cultivating is really harder than ascending to the sky. Carmen smiled and teased, "It's really hurtful to be so cold-blooded. Robin just got on the boat, and he's also a father figure. Even if it's not a grand welcome, at least you have to turn around and face it." Broken, Robin felt sad, and felt a chill in her heart. Baccarat patted Robin on the shoulder, her eyebrows were curved, and she explained in a gentle and generous way that Chris was like this. When he cultivated, he was "It's not just you who are in this situation, the other people on the boat are all the same, and there is no difference. So, even if you relax your mind, Chris doesn't look down on you, nor does he other meanings, you know." Betty took a breath and said calmly as always, "Chris is indeed such a person, you will know after you get along with him for a while." All the girls nodded in unison, and hummed twice in agreement. Robin smiled lightly, showing intellectual beauty. "Don't worry, I won't think too much about it. I'm very happy that Captain Chris can let me join the team. And it also allows me to stay in the Kingdom of Alabasta without having to travel around, which is undoubtedly the best result. So, I only have gratitude and respect for Lord Chris, and all the things that I don't think about have been dealt with." Nami finally found the opportunity and looked at Robin with a curious look on her pretty face, and asked carelessly, "Robin, there's nothing to do right now, just tell us about O'Hara. I'm really interested in the Tree of Omniscience that has the most books." Kia is a girl who likes to read books. When she heard this, she nodded her head and hurriedly followed. "Yes, I also really want to know. This tree of omniscience can be said to be the most wise place in the world. It really makes all readers yearn for it. Makino frowned, and said very gently, O'Hara has become the past. Bringing this up will make Robin recall bad things. Robin was sitting in a chair, with his legs crossed and his hands on his knees. He looked dignified and elegant. Don't worry about it. Don't worry, saying this has no effect on me. Since you want to know, then I can tell you in detail. I just hope you can like. All the girls nodded in unison, and said nothing, save Robin one by one, waiting for her to tell the past. Robin did not hesitating. The jade hand touched the delicate chin, and there was a look of reminiscence on the pretty face, and she slowly spoke. O'Hara when I was a child was a very quiet and leisurely place. The villagers liked to read quietly, study all kinds of knowledge, and keep making progress. Speaking of the villagers, each of them is full of poetry and books, and has a very rich knowledge of the Navy headquarters, Marin Fando. In the office, there were many people sitting, all of them at the level of generals. They were sitting at a meeting in the Warring States period. They glanced at the generals present. Their faces were extremely serious, and they said with dissatisfaction, the following people have already contacted Croc. Doll. But this guy is self-righteous, doesn't listen to the reminder at all, and slanders the prestige of the Navy, saying that the Navy has lost its influence on the sea. The words were so sarcastic that they almost pointed to the nose and scolded the Navy. And the most annoying thing is that he hung up the phone before we finished speaking. With this bastard's character, so arrogant and domineering, he will be defeated by Chris, and he deserves to hear the words of the Warring States. Karp patted the desk 4.7 and laughed. He is right, Navy. The influence of the sea is indeed weakening. Ha ha ha. Pirusolino likes to kill himself as always, cutting his nails, and said strangely, as expected of Shichibukai, it's really scary. He even dared to hang up the phone call from the Navy headquarters. It really scared the old man to death. Sakazuki was the most opposed to the Chiwahai system. His face sank, and he said aloud, the damn Chiwahai, they should be sent to hell. Go, it's all garbage from the sea. Daobo nodded and echoed, yes, the Chiwahai system is really unreasonable, and it is a shame to the Navy to even recognize the existence of pirates. The generals of the faction nodded again and again, and said in unison, yes, the Chiwahai system is really unreasonable. 153. Chris is amazing, attracting the attention of the 5 old stars. The Chiwahai system is a decision made above, and we can oppose it. The mouse looked at the generals of the Hawks, frowned, and directly refuted Huo Shaoshan, took a cigarette, nodded, and said with a slight smile, since the above decides this way, there must be a reason. We can't talk too much. But speaking of it, this guy Crocodile is really too arrogant, and he dares to hang up the phone of the headquarters, which makes him fat. T-Dolphin leaned on the chair and said with air, this guy hides in the kingdom of Alabasta every day. He doesn't want to make progress, and his strength doesn't retreat. But he didn't realize this serious problem at all, and he was still so arrogant, looking at the world from the perspective of a superior. Hey, it's not surprising that such a guy was pulled from the throne of Chiwahai. Tautu wrapped her arms in front of her, Kumon the beautiful Luyeme, and said that his strength is indeed getting weaker and weaker, and it is no longer suitable to stay in this position. But the key problem is that the replacement of Chiwahai is not a trivial matter. If he is removed and replaced, all the pirates will aim at the position 12 of Shichibukai and start a battle. If so, the sea will be completely messed up. The staff officer crossed his hands, supported his chin, put his hand on the Warring States period, and slowly put forward his own suggestion. As reflected above, how will the adults on the right decide? If you wait for Crocodile to be defeated and report to the top at that time, I am afraid it will be a little too late for her words. Sengoku frowned, thought carefully, nodded slightly, and said in a deep voice, Crane staff, you are right, the situation has reached this point, and it has become very serious. It's really time to speak up and let them make a decision. Just then, there was a sound of footsteps. Branu walked quickly to the front of the Warring States, and said respectfully, Master Marshal, we have already found out the contact information of the Chris High Regiment. Carp was very interested in Chris, and when he heard this, he quickly laughed. Sengoku, don't hesitate to call Z, ha ha ha. A kid with a domineering look, it's really scary. Pelusolino leaned against the chair, crossed his legs, tilted his head and continued to die. T-Dolphin was also interested, squinting slightly to hide it, and said in a wave, I can finally interact with Chris. I'm really looking forward to it. Tautume looked at the desk, and said secretly, wait for these people, must be very angry. With Chris as a person, it is impossible to ignore the admirals and even the marshals of the Warring States period. What would he say? It made me a little curious. At the time, Warring States nodded and said solemnly, I personally called him to communicate with him that young people are too impulsive. If I let the people below call, I will definitely not be able to understand Chris, and I will not be able to say what I should say. After finishing, without any hesitation, he directly called Chris, inside the training room. Kia looked at Robin, with a look of pity on her fair and delicate face, and murmured, it's a pity that such a good place to study was destroyed by the Navy. I have always felt that the Navy is just, bright and great. Now it seems that if the Navy makes mistakes, it is much more terrifying than the pirates. In such a good place, Jing Ran can do it, it's just maddening. Makino nodded lightly, sighed, and smiled bitterly. Pirates are not necessarily bad people, just like us in the Navy, not necessarily all good people, there are many dirty things in it. The Queen Sweetheart stroked her pale blonde hair, shrugged her shoulders, and said something casually. Regarding the secrets of the world government, Chris has revealed one before, that is, Chilliwackles in the East China Sea calls it the Labor Country, which is a country on a bridge. The people inside, many ordinary people, were forced to build bridges with difficulty. If Chris didn't say it, who would have thought that such a terrible and dark thing would exist in such a weak sea area as the East China Sea? Maybang rubbed his smooth forehead, sighed with emotion, and agreed, I was born in the East China Sea, but I have never heard of such a thing. It can be seen that the world government is so secretive about this matter, that outsiders can't know it at all. Arita waved the big iron rod and sneered disdainfully, the so-called world government is actually a wolf in sheep's clothing, and it will pretend to be. The spirit of justice is preached all over the world, and these things that people and gods are outraged about will be done behind their backs. It's really disgusting. Hearing these words, Robin was stunned, her beautiful eyes widened, and her pretty face showed a look of shock, and she asked incredulously. You said just now that there is a country of labor in the East China Sea. What is going on here? Why have I never heard of it? Ju looked at her, her eyebrows curved, and she said with a sweet smile, you don't know it's normal, so do we, we've never heard of this at all. If it weren't for Christopher, this secret would continue to rise and fall, and no one would know it. It can only be said that this kingdom on the bridge has been controlled too strictly by the world government, and not the slightest sound has leaked out. So, Chris knows too much. It's a pity that he doesn't say much. If he needs to reveal everything he knows, it's very perfect, ddd. Perona flew around in the air, let out a crisp laugh, and said, head to head, I know more secrets, I really want to know. Robin shook his head slightly, his pretty eyelids were covered with a low sense of color. He smiled bitterly, and said that it is the world government, it is really hateful, it will bully ordinary people and constantly oppress the people. From the incident in O'Hara, to the kingdom on the bridge in the East China Sea, and various other examples, all of them show that the world government is not so good. Beneath the bright and beautiful appearance 253 hides all kinds of unbearable ugly rooms, which is really unreasonable. At this moment, a crisp sound resounded in the training room, blue blue blue. Hearing the voice of the phone bug, the girls immediately stopped chatting, and all looked at the drawer in front of Baccarat. The voice came from inside. Queen Sweetheart leaned back in the chair, Ying Ying smiled and said, it won't be Violet again, she just called yesterday and called again today. Zizhui, it seems that she misses Chris much more than I thought, he. Karina blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a smile, "So far, the only person who can contact this phone bug is Wei Wei. Or it. So, don't think about it, she must have called." Perona was dancing in the air, laughing cheerfully. "I like Sister Violet very much, and I was just bored to chat with her, ha 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 ha." Baccarat folded her crimson hair, slowly and gracefully, opened the drawer, and took out the phone bug inside. My intuition told me that this time, it was not Violet who made the call. 154. Sengoku, I'm Chris, if you have something, just tell me. Is that Chris? I am Marshal Sengoku. The phone worm simulates the appearance of the Warring States period, with a pair of sharp eyes, looks very elegant, vivid voices heavy and powerful, not angry. The heroic appearance of the superior is undoubtedly, it is deeply shocked. Hearing the words, Marshal Warring States, all the girls were shocked, all the pretty faces showed horror, and the beautiful eyes stared wide, looking like they had seen a ghost. It was really incredible. This is Marshal Meng, the number one in the Navy, is more powerful than the general. Yuan. Marshal. Karina covered her mouth, Mei Chu opened her mouth wide, and on her delicate white eyelids, Lu Kui was full of surprise, and she exclaimed intermittently. Queen Sweetheart shrugged her shoulders and gave a stunned voice. This is a big man in the sky. Wan Ran will play Nami for us, frowning her beautiful Lui eyebrows, her pretty face showing a puzzled look, and murmured, it shouldn't be fake, it's real. It is true. Robin didn't dare to speak aloud, for fear of being recognized by the Warring States, and whispered that I had seen the pictures of the Warring States before, and he really looked like this, and she could not be wrong. At this time, she was really shocked in her heart. Extreme. The Marshal of the Warring States period actually called Chris personally. What does this mean? There is no need to say more. It can be seen that Chris's strength is so strong. It really surprised Robin. The decision made was definitely not wrong. If you continue to stay by Crocodile's side, it will definitely be the end. At this time, Baccarat folded her crimson hair and adjusted her state to try not to be nervous or excited. Her eyebrows were curved, and Chao Xian showed a gentle and pleasant smile, and said, Qing Yuanqing, please wait a moment, I will help you ask Chris. The opposite side didn't speak, his eyes were very serious, he didn't smile, the typical tyrant attitude, and the leader's demeanor was vividly displayed. Baccarat was not surprised that Sengoku didn't answer. Instead, he thought it was normal. After all, at his level, he was very stable and mature. Chris, there's a call. Baccarat looked at the man who was wielding the sword in front of him, smiled and said, the other party is the Marshal of the Warring States period, and I have something to ask you. Arita stood the big iron rod in front of her and wiped the sweat on her forehead. With an elegant and generous smile, Chris will answer the phone. After all, the other party is the Navy Chief Nick Carmen, shrugging his shoulders and saying, that's for sure, this is respect for the strong Desire sits on the deck. Stopped cultivating, and sighed, from childhood to adulthood, this is still the biggest big man I have ever seen. The Marshal of the Navy headquarters, this is the top big man in the world. It's really scary. Chris didn't rush to answer, and finally waved the blood-red sword and turned around slowly. Vientiane God. The right hand was raised, the 5 fingers were spread out, and a white vortex appeared in the palm of the palm. A super strong attraction formed. I saw the phone worm vibrated, and then slowly left the table, rose into the air, and quickly flew towards Chris to see. Robin was shocked by this scene. May's eyes widened, her pretty face showed a look of surprise. She said in disbelief, this. What's going on? Why is the phone bug flying over? It's unbelievable. Seeing Robin's surprised appearance, Karina is very surprised. It is proud, Mei is sly, and said with a smile, you don't know this, come on, let me explain to you that Chris has the repulsion fruit, and this guy has amazing talent, and he is very good at the development of devil fruits. If it is positive, it is repulsion, but if it is reversed, it becomes attraction, which is the skill he created, Vientiane Tianian. Perona floated up and down in the air, let out a clear laughter, and said happily, every time you see Chris using this ability, everyone is surprised. I don't know why, seeing other people's shocked expressions, this princess wanted to laugh very much, ha 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 ha. Queen Sweetheart rolled her eyes at her and said angrily, what's so funny about this, where is the point of the joke? Pulojiu looked at Robin, looked at the second part, and said generously about Chris, there are many secrets in Dad, and you will get used to talking about it later. What special abilities do we have in him? No, oh no, Baccarat probably knows something. Baccarat stroked her crimson hair and curled her eyebrows. Without saying anything, she silently looked at Chris. Robin nodded lightly, with beautiful eyes, and said with admiration that sure enough, my decision was not wrong. Following Lord Chris is definitely the most correct. He's been a great captain. At this time, the previous conversation has already begun. Chris lit a cigarette and said calmly as always, Sengwo, I'm Chris, what's the matter, directly. Hearing Chris's calm voice, the generals were angry, and their eyes were covered with anger. Porosalino leaned back on the chair, crossed his legs, tilted his head, and said in a sullen voice, young people today are really scary. In the face of the marshal, it is really scary to be so calm. With a resolute expression, Sakaski said, damn pirate, another potential seed. Jiyandan said lazily, talk to Yuan, Mono's handsome, even if it is Shichibukai, will be trembling. From this, it can be seen that this Chris is either arrogant or very confident in his own strength. T-Dolphin leaned back on the chair and said with air, he is very ambitious. Military. Therefore, his strength must be very strong, and there is only this possibility. At this time, Garp patted the table, laughed loudly, and said loudly, this young man is very fond of me, ha ha ha. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers, and they don't even give face in the Warring States period. It's really interesting. Staff Officer Crane didn't speak. This is the first conversation with Chris. In any case, we must get a rough idea of his character, strength, etc. 155. They are not children. If you have something to say, the Warring States period. Chris, are you coming to the Kingdom of Alabasta now? Are you ready to attack Crocodile? Warring States looked serious and said solemnly, we have communicated with Crocodile, and his strength has improved a lot in recent years. The power of nature is the rustling fruit, but it is not Chris that you can deal with. You have only practiced for so many years, and you really thought that you could resist the Chihuahai. It was ridiculous to hear the irony of the Warring States period. The girls looked at each other. It is very interesting to borrow the weird expressions on the faces one by one. Karina's beautiful eyes flowed, and she said with a smile, this Warring States Marshal is using psychological tactics to attack Chris. Nami blinked her big eyes and said carelessly, how could someone as strong as Chris care about this? I really think too much. There is a problem with this in itself. After thinking about it a little, you will know the loopholes in it. Robin brushed his black and beautiful hair, and analyzed it intellectually and generously. If Chris is not Crocodile's opponent, then why should the Navy pay so much attention, and how can it possibly call? At that time, Chris goes to the Kingdom of Alabasta and takes it directly from Piccolo Doll. Where else is the situation? Therefore, the words of the Warring States period are simply nonsense. Kaya looked at Robin, her beautiful eyes lit up, a sweet smile bloomed on her fair and delicate eyelids, and she praised Sister Robin for being the wisest. He can analyze so much in no time. It's really amazing. Ma Qian nodded lightly and said very gently, Robin's analytical ability is really not simple. You can see the essence through phenomena. At this moment, Chris took a breath, still so calm, and said lightly, Warring States, don't use these little tricks on me. Staff Harrier is listening, he must be analyzing my situation and trying to investigate me thoroughly. I'm not mistaken, Marshal of the Warring States period. Everyone in the office was so shocked by Chris' words that they looked at the phone bug and saw that it imitated Chris's appearance, cold and indifferent, with a subtle disdain ha ha ha. Garp patted the desk, laughed loudly, and said loudly, Warring States, your strategy is useless, people know our side well. Posolino leaned on his son, squatted Erlang, continued to die, and said a little out of anger. The young people today are so smart, so scary. Sakaski is the most advocating force, pays attention to using violence to control violence. With a firm face and a solemn expression, he said, "Why do you need to talk nonsense? Just warn him directly." Dao Bo Liang nodded, and Chun Tong got up. A mere rookie pirate, even if he has potential, then there is really no need to use tactics. Qingzi yawned and said lazily, "It seems that he is not only powerful, but also very calm and rational." The T-Dolphin looked like a phone bug, and said with air, "It's very indifferent, and it's really mysterious to look through everything for a long time." As expected of Chris, I immediately guessed the thoughts of the Warring States Marshal, and it didn't make me miss Tautu secretly praised in my heart. This is the young man she knew. The powerful and intelligent staff badge is slightly wrinkled. Pale eyebrows, she didn't say much, and the old face showed a solemn look. She knew very well that this Chris is much more mysterious than she imagined. It is really not simple. At this time, the Warring States sneered and said sarcastically, as expected of a guy who has been planning for a long time, he knows so much about the Navy. "Chris, you are very good. You are so powerful at such a young age that even the Colonel Si Yuanj was defeated by you. Now that you have countless talented people under your command, if you go to the Kingdom of Alabasta, then Crocodile's position is destined to fail." Sengoku paused for a while, and said in a deep voice, "Chris, you want to become Chiwahai, we already know it, but things are not that simple. It doesn't mean that you can become Chiwahai by defeating Crocodile. There is a request that you must agree to, otherwise the Navy will never recognize you when you hear the words of the Warring States period. What kind of conditions will be put forward? It should be very harsh," and she didn't speak. Maimu looked at Chris, held her breath, and listened to the Warring States. "Don't talk nonsense. If you have any requirements, you can directly say." The smoke from Chris's mouth calmly said, "I'm not a child anymore. There is no need to go around so many detours, and there is no need to fight psychological warfare. These are useless to me." Seeing Chris' indifferent appearance, the girls shook their heads in unison, and couldn't help but sighed with emotion. The Queen's sweetheart stroked her pale blonde hair, and said with a smile, "This guy is always like that no matter who he faces. Even if the other party is the leader of the Navy, he still doesn't pay much attention to it." Bei Gang took a breath and said calmly as always, "He's just a machine, you can't see other expressions on his eyelids." Alrita stood the big iron rod in front of her, shrugged her shoulders, and said something with a wry smile. If it were a man, facing the Marshal of the Navy, he would have been frightened long ago. How could he be so calm and calm? Nami's right father Chris figure. Maimu chose the color of admiration, and said carelessly, It's the confidence of the strong, it's amazing." Princess Weiwei nodded, raised her eyebrows, and agreed. Master Chris didn't engrave it. All of this is of outstanding quality, which is admirable. Robin brushed his black and beautiful hair, intellectual and rational. As a pirate, everyone will be afraid of the Warring States Marshal, there is no doubt about that. If I were replaced by Crocodile, I would have been silent for a long time, and I was too scared to speak. I can only say that Chris is really too strong, so he has such confidence and will not be affected by any shadows. Inside the office, listen to him. When Chris gave such a direct answer, the generals were all angry, very angry. Doberman's eyes turned cold, and he said loudly, "A mere pirate newcomer, he is so pretentious, he really treats himself as a character, damn it." Flying Squirrel sat up straight and said coldly, "You are so disrespectful to the Marshal, this Chris is really courting death." Huo Shaoshan took a cigarette and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Young man, it is inevitable that you are a little impulsive, you really need to take care of yourself. Teach him to be a man." Sengoku ignored Chris's unreasonableness. His face was extremely serious, and he said directly, "Chris, the Navy has a request. After you defeat Crocodile, you must be in the Kingdom of Alabasta, waiting for the arrival of the Ghost Spider. After his inspection, if your strength is strong enough, then we can make you the new Shichibukai. Remember, you must agree to this condition, and there is no room for negotiation. Of course, if you don't want to become Chihuahua, then when I didn't say that I heard the request from the Warring States Marshal, the girls looked at each other, communicated with each other, and discussed it to make suggestions for Chris and avoid risks. Karina raised her pretty willow eyebrows and asked in doubt, send the ghost spider to check the strength in the future. I'm afraid it's not that simple, right? Desaya nodded and agreed. We are pirates, how could the Navy be friendly to us? There must be something tricky here. Checking the strength is probably fake. Robin leaned on the chair, crossed Erlang's legs, and said rationally, the real purpose must be to take Chris. In the past, I have been avoiding the pursuit of the Navy, so I am familiar with high-level generals. This ghost spider lieutenant general is very powerful and is a typical elite lieutenant general. Therefore, the purpose of his coming to the kingdom of Alabasta must be to control Chris and prevent Chris from becoming the Chihuahua Robin. Looking at them, the light of wisdom flashed in his eyes, and said very seriously, Baiwei Chihuahua is a person who deters the sea, if there is a replacement. Good Jiao, then the sea is bound to boil and become chaotic. This is not the situation the Navy wants to see, so in order to stabilize the order of the sea, they will never agree to Chris becoming the Chihuahua, this is beyond doubt. Well, they are doomed to miscalculate. The power of Baiwei Chris is the final result they can't imagine. They can only watch Chris and become the new Chihuahua, who can't stop him at all. Ju crossed Erlang's legs and held her delicate chin in her jade hands. She complimented Robin and said, I found that you are really smart. You are indeed born in a holy land of archaeology. Your eyesight and knowledge are far beyond a shell. As a woman, I really admire you very much. Baccarat folded her crimson hair, smiled and said, it's because Robin is very smart and very powerful that she was asked to manage the business of Alabasta and contribute to the growth and development of the branch. The others didn't say much, they all nodded and looked at Robin with a look of admiration, admiring her very much. 156. Warring States, don't let this fart go. Let the ghost spider check my strength. With a half smile, Chris said lightly, Warring States, don't let this fart go. Well, after defeating Crocodile, I'll be waiting for the ghost spider in Alabasta. In terms of time, it is limited to 2 days, and it is not out of date. After speaking, there was no hesitation. Before the Warring States period could react, he hung up the phone and threw the phone worm, drawing a kiss curve in the air, and landed safely in front of Baccarat. Desktop. Without hesitation, he turned around, picked up the blood-red sword, continued to wave, and devoted himself to the practice. Seeing that Chris hung up the phone directly, the girls were stunned for a moment, staring at Chris back. I can't react. Does the call end like this? It's too decisive to hang up the phone. Stains _ Karina was the first to react, her beautiful eyes flowing, revealing a cunning look. She said with a smile, I think, at this time, the Warring States Marshal's nose is crooked. Perona floated up and down in the air, nodded again and again, let out a pleasant laughter, and followed up. That's right, he's the Admiral of the Navy, just hang up the phone like this, his lungs are about to explode, Haley. Sweetheart Queen shrugged her shoulders and said with a wry smile, Chris is as fierce as ever, and he doesn't even give him the face of the Warring States Marshal. Betty waved the flag, cultivated the ability of evil fruit, and said calmly, if he is not fierce, then it is not Chris. Alrita looked at them, blinked her beautiful eyes, and smiled gracefully and generously, isn't this very good? What a man, he is indeed a man, so handsome. Carmen looked at the back of Dad Chris, and her eyes were filled with admiration. I admired Chris so much. Princess Weiwei plucked her water blue hair, with a sigh of emotion on her pretty face, and said with a smile, I believe that among the pirates in the world, Chris would dare to do this even if he just hangs up the phone. The Marshal of the Warring States period is also unbeatable. What about him? Robin leans on the chair, his legs are raised, he is intellectual and elegant, and he smiles slightly. Chris' character is really too decisive, swift and resolute. This kind of quality is exactly what the strong should have. It is worth waiting for everyone to learn. But then again, the Marshal of the Warring States was in a high position. When someone hung up the phone, he would definitely be very angry and really want to see what he looked like at this time. Was it so angry that she slapped the table and cursed? Dangju raised her beautiful eyebrows, her lazy face like a city, showing a trace of worry, saying what she thinks is not too arbitrary. After all, the other party is the Supreme Marshal of the Warring States period. If he does this, will it make him angry and affect our plans? Baccarat patted her jade hand, dignified and elegant, and said generously, "Don't worry, since Chris does this, there will definitely be no problem. Besides, this is a dialogue between the strong, we are not strong enough to understand the deep meaning of this, just keep silent." "That's right, Chris will never do anything unsure, you can rest assured." The female Chi-Chi nodded and agreed with what Baccarat said. After all, from the time they knew Chris, they had always trusted him, never doubted him. It was like this before, and it is now, even in the future, they will unreservedly believe that Chris has other reasons, just because he is Chris. Naval Headquarters, Marin Vando. Inside the office, there was silence at this time, and the atmosphere was quite strange, as if some kind of fear was brewing. At this time, Carp was the first to react, patted the desk hard, and laughed loudly. "I was hung up. Guo Wanren was hung up, ha ha ha. Yo-yo, Popsolino has always liked to kill himself," and said with a crooked mouth, "Young people today, it's really scary. Even the Marshal's phone dares to hang up, scaring people to death." Sakazuki has reached the edge of anger, his face sank, he cursed angrily, and said something. "Damn pirates, dare to insult the justice of the Navy, unforgivable." Doberman's eyes showed a fierce light, and he said with a sneer, "At the speed of the ghost spider, I will definitely be able to reach the damn Chris in 2 days. Let's see how arrogant he dares to be at that time, and honestly go to the advanced city to repent." Gigi yawned and said sleepily, "Even Lord Warring States dares to hang up the phone, the strength is probably beyond our imagination. Whether the ghost butterfly spider can take him down is still unknown." The mouse frowned and said solemnly, "If even the ghost spider can't take him down, then let him become Wuhai. It's not that he can't accept that he is so young, so he has this. In the future, the role it will play in containing Sichung will certainly not be small." Two Dolphin leaned against the chair, tilted too. Liliu said, "Let the ghost spider get him, this is the safest plan. The replacement of Chiwahai is not a trivial matter, and it will inevitably cause an uproar, which is absolutely impossible. Wisdom keeps flashing, and the old voice says something. I will tell you the results of my analysis." Hearing this, the office instantly became quiet, and the generals stopped discussing. Chi-Chi looked at Staff Officer He and waited for her to speak, showing full respect. The prestige of the naval intelligence is evident. Without making them wait any longer, he said directly, "From the conversation just now, it can be seen that Chris is an extremely strong and domineering man. Yes, he has the domineering look of an overlord, and he must have this characteristic. It is not surprising that the ghost spider wants to arrest him and dare to stay in the kingdom of Alabasta. It can be seen that he is very confident in his own strength. As for whether he will wait 2 days in Alabasta, there is no doubt about that. After all, if you have the spirit of a king, you must do what you say." Combined with the tone of his speech and the attitude of doing things, I personally think that we are afraid of underestimating his strength. Staff He sighed, and on the vicissitudes of life, there was a color of emotion, and he murmured, "If I expected him well, the strength will not be weaker than the ghost spider. This time the ghost spider's action is doomed to fail, and it will come back without success, alas." 157. The 5 old stars said, "Let Chris become Shichibukai." Shock. When the general's present heard the words of Staff He, Chi-Chi was shocked to the point that Staff He was the brains of the Navy. Every time he said something, it turned out to be true in the end. How could it not surprise the generals? Porosalino continued to die, and said strangely, "Even the elite lieutenant general can't get enough, the young people today are really scary." Sakaski sat up straight with a resolute face and said, I am the purest in Ghost Spider's strength, so I won't even be able to win against Chris. Staff, every analysis of yours is correct. But this time, I can't agree. Daobo frowned, with a puzzled look on his face. Ghost Spider is an upright veteran lieutenant general, and his strength is beyond doubt. But the analysis of Staff Officer he has never been wrong, and it is completely trustworthy. This time, the situation is much more complicated than I imagined. Huo Shaoshan took a breath. 010 smiled and said gently. Since Staff Officer Crane said so, it must not be wrong. It just so happens that the Marshal will report the situation to the top, so that the adults can make a decision. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's novel internal group 1,142,529,731. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. Aokiji leaned on the chair, tilted his head, and said lazily, this kid Chris is really good at tossing. At this time, Warring States knocked on the desk and said something in a deep voice. Next, I will report the situation. Home. The generals did not hesitate, stood up one after another, and walked towards the door of the conference room with graceful steps. Now, he is completely famous, and when he enters the sight of big people, he will definitely get their attention. I have to speed up the rhythm. I want to draw as many potential navies as possible, and cultivate my own team to become a general in the future. Prepare. Holy Land, Mary Joa. It is a very spacious palace, with fresh air and bright sunshine. It is very luxurious in appearance, showing nobility and elegance. It is enviable. At this time, there are 5 people in it, all of them are men. They are the top leaders of the world government. 115 old stars. The sea has been calm for so long, and it's time to make waves. The blonde 5 old stars leaned against the sofa, crossed Erlang's legs, looked at the information in his right hand indifferently, and looked at Chris. You have such sharp eyes at a young age. If you let him grow up, I'm afraid that he can become the next one. What I mean is, let the navies pursue him with all their strength, and can't leave any hidden bald-headed 5 old stars to hold him. Bao Dao said with a serious face. A mere rookie kid, there is no need to be so important to know. The trouble is always the D family. As for the others, it is just a flash in the pan. It can't cause too much trouble, don't worry too much. The 5 old stars with long beards put the information on the table lightly, and said with an expressionless face, there is really no need to pay too much attention to it. Since we ruled this world, there have been many amazing young people, and in the end not all of them. Disappearing in the long river of history will not threaten our rule at all. Anyway, as long as it's not a descendant of D, then there's no need to care too much. It's not worth mentioning. The 5 old stars with curly hair sat on the sofa with their arms on their knees, their hands folded in front of them, and said calmly. Whether it is the former Sea Overlord Rox, Roger the Pirate King, or others, they are all descendants of D. History has proved that only D can move our rule, and the others are all petty, and don't care about the 8th character Wu Laoxing standing in front of the window, looking up at the blue sky and white clouds outside, and said lightly, don't discuss the rest for the time being, deal with the Chihuahai thing first. Lieutenant General Crane is extremely intelligent, and the Navy's analysis will definitely not go wrong. This is worthy of Otsuka's trust. That is to say, Crocodile is destined to be a loser, unable to continue sitting on the throne of Chihuahai, turning around slowly, with his arms around him. His eyes are calm and indifferent. My personal suggestion is that Chihuahai's position absolutely can't move. If the candidate of Chihuahai is replaced, there will definitely be evil spirits. At that time, all pirates will learn from this kid Chris. Then this sea will fall into chaos, which is not conducive to our rule. The blonde 5 old stars stood up, wandered for a few steps, and said in a deep voice, the sea has been calm for so long, it's time to have some fun. Replacing Crocodile will arouse the enthusiasm of the pirates and let them fight as much as they want, so that the Navy does not need to do it. After all, the throne of the 7 Marshalseas is really too attractive. No pirate can be calm and bald. The 5 old stars still hold the treasured sword and say with a solemn expression, "This sea is about strength first." Regardless of age and qualifications. If Crocodile is killed, it can only mean that he has insufficient weapons. He is a damned person. Let's introduce the Chiwahai system. The purpose is to contain the 4 emperors and at the same time deter the pirates below. If someone is not strong enough, then there is nothing to say. If you replace them directly, there will be turmoil in the sea. That is a small matter. The bald-headed 5 old stars looked at them and said loudly, "The Navy has always been the overlord of the sea, and there is nothing to be afraid of when there is a little chaos." The long-bearded Wu Laoxing leaned on the sofa, looked down at the ground slightly, and said in a low voice that the sea is stable and quiet, which is conducive to our rule. If Crocodile is replaced by Zan, the balance will be broken, the sea is bound to be rough, and the time F will change accordingly. Such a situation is undoubtedly very bad. It will bring a lot of pressure to the Navy, and it is not conducive to their work. So as far as I am concerned, the position of Chiwahai is absolutely irreplaceable, there is no doubt about it. The curly-haired 5 old star leaned back, wrapped his arms in front of him, and said with an expressionless face, "This Chris, just because of him, wants to be badly balanced by the sea. Yes, only the D family. This kid Chris, even if he has the potential, even has the domineering look of the king. That's just a little guy who is not worth mentioning. Therefore, if Crocodile is killed, then let this kid become Chiwahai." Without thinking too much about the 8th character, Wu Laoxing sat down and said lightly, "We have discussed it before, we can discuss, but we can't argue. Although I am firmly opposed to it, I don't want a temporary replacement in Chiwahai. But our rule is that the minority obeys the majority. 2 were against, 3 were in favor, and the matter was settled." The long-bearded Wu Laoxing nodded slightly, and said lightly, "It was done in the past, and it is still the same now. Since the 3 agree, there is really no need to say anything more, just pass the matter to the Warring States period." He stood quietly, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and said calmly, "A newcomer kid, who can enter our line of sight, he is proud enough. Real sword is not too weak, but don't get killed easily. It is rare for a seed with potential to appear in the sea, and it is certainly not so fast." That Wu Laoxing with curly hair waved his hand and said directly, "Since the matter has been settled, there is no need to mention him. A mere rookie kid, not worth our time, so be it." Then, the 5 old stars put aside the topic of Chris and ignored it. After all, they have lived for so many years. What kind of characters have not seen before? How could they care about a young kid? 158. The men with the highest bounty at present, Dongli and Brokey. 5 hours later. Chris, in the training room. Speaking of which, I still don't know much about the structure and organization of the Navy. Karina raised the barbell, practiced her arm strength, and said with a smile, "Who of you knows better? Give me a little bit of science." Perona floats in the air and emits silver. Suzugu's laughter. The Navy organization is so big, how can they understand it so clearly? Anyway, this princess knows the 3 generals, as well as the Warring States Marshal. Holly Haley Name arguing with Erlang's legs, looking down at the map of the sea, with a pure and sweet smile. In the branch, the highest rank is usually a colonel, and there are no generals at all. Exist. People like me who came from the East China Sea are even more ignorant about matters in the Navy headquarters, and it is completely impossible for me to wield a wooden sword, practice hard, and smile sweetly. I remember that Chris probably mentioned it, saying that the 3 generals above is the Marshal. On top of the Marshal is the Army Commander-in-Chief, Steel Skeleton Kong. Above the Commander-in-Chief is the highest leader of the world government. The 5 old stars are divided into 5 old stars. Whether there is a higher level above the 5 old stars, Chris did not say clearly, just answered a word. Yarita put the big iron stick on the ground. In front of him, with a slender figure. He wiped the sweat on his forehead, smiled. 12 said with a smile. Above the 5 old stars. This is too mysterious, so Chris did not choose to reveal it, but kept silent. The news is shocking enough. Everyone thinks that the 5 old stars are the highest rank, and Robin was shocked when they heard this. May's eyes widened, and Chao Xian showed a look of surprise on her face, and she muttered, "There is a higher level above the 5 old stars, how is this possible? The 5 old stars are the highest leaders of the world government, how could there be people on them? They cannot be the subordinates of others." Shaking his head lightly, his eyes were full of doubts. He couldn't believe it. Could it be that above the 5 old stars, the Queen of Tianlongren was leaning against the table? She blinked her beautiful eyes, and said with a sweet smile, "Don't think too much, characters at this level are beyond our reach. If Chris wants to say something in the future, he will naturally give an answer." Betty took a breath and said calmly as always, "Chris obviously knows the existence of the other party, but this is a secret and can't be said. Of course, it is possible that the other party has some kind of special ability. When his name is mentioned, he will be perceived by him. This well is not impossible. Bai Wan, the sea is so mysterious, what kind of things are possible?" Kaya was stunned for a moment, her eyes widened, her fair and delicate little eyelids showed a confused look, and she asked curiously. "When you mention the other party's name, you will be perceived. This is really incredible. If such a thing really exists, wouldn't the opponent's strength be very powerful?" As if the god Makino patted her little hand and said very gently, "The big man above the 5 old stars is like a god. Exist. It is normal for a big man of this level to have power and status and eat strange devil fruits." Carmen stopped practicing and looked at them. Ying asked with a smile, "By the way, how long will the battle for the squad leader be left? Do you remember the days?" Nuauchi brushed her blue hair and smiled lightly. "I really didn't pay attention to this, but it must be less than 10 days. Zhu cocked Erlang's legs. His jade hands supported his chin, gentle and dignified. "We didn't pay so much attention to this matter and naturally didn't pay attention. Don't worry, Lafitte is a conscientious deputy head, and he has already registered. There will be no mistakes." Princess Wei Wei raised her eyebrows and said with a sweet smile, "Speaking of which, this kind of team competition is very inspiring." They cultivated hard one by one, and they all wanted to rank ahead, and no one wanted to be left behind. Desire sat on the deck to rest, and said casually, "Regarding the order of the squad captains, what kind of deputy captain do you think should be Lafitte? I think his strength is the strongest." Karina, with sly eyes with a smile, he said with a smile, "Anyway, the captain must be Chris. They don't have the guts to start a battle for the captain, this is inevitable. As for the deputy chief, I think Fanyoka is more likely. He could go inside the paddock, hide first, then pop up and fire a gun. Stain, it's really scary." Yarli Ji wielded a big iron stick. With a dignified and elegant smile, Fanyoka respects Lafitte, and judging from his indifferent appearance, he is obviously not interested in the position of deputy chief, so he is the captain of the first team. This is more likely. Nami put it on the chart, blinked her big eyes, and said in a big way, "I think everyone should stop guessing, and we'll find out in a few days. And Chris will be there in person to watch the battle for the squad leader, which is very exciting." The Queen's sweetheart brushed her pale blonde hair, her pretty face showing a look of anticipation, and said something. "Anyway, after defeating Crocodile, the battle for the squad leader will begin, which is inevitable. When the time comes, everyone will watch together. What is the scene of this so-called battle?" At this time, an alarm sounded from outside. "Ahead is the ancient island. Ahead is." Hearing the voice of the alarm officer, the girls stopped communicating, looked at Nami at the same time, and said with a laugh, "We have finally reached the ancient island, and the kingdom of Alabasta is getting closer and closer." Perona flew around in the air, grinning and said, "I heard Wei Wei say, after the ancient island, the next is the Drum Kingdom, and then there is Alabasta." Desire stood up and said with a smile, "I heard Chris mention that this ancient island is home to 2 giants. The green ghost Dongli and the red ghost Brocky are both existences with a reward of 100 million Baileys. They are very powerful. The most important thing is that they were rewarded 100 years ago, which is very confusing. Betty will carry the banner. When he reached 730 on Zhang's shoulder, he exhaled the smoke from his mouth and said lightly, 100 years ago, the bounty for pirates was very low. They can be offered a reward of 100 million Bailey, which shows that their strength is extremely powerful. If it is placed today, this bounty can at least reach 300 million Bailey. The sweetheart queen nodded and said, yes, these two giants are really strong. However, according to Fan Yoka's words, when they were targeted by Chris, their fate was already determined at this moment. Chris stopped practicing and calmly said, let's go. The US gang put down the wooden sword and used the towel, wiped his jade hands, then smiled and said, I haven't seen a giant clan since I was a child, I'll take a good look at it later. Arita put the big iron rod on Zhang's shoulder and said, born in the East China Sea, where can you see the giants? They don't exist. Let's go out. I've never seen a giant clan before. Karina's beautiful eyes are shining. The pretty face was full of curiosity. Kaya's smile was sweet and gentle, and she said with great anticipation, giants, they must be very tall, I really want to see them. Then, the girls talked and laughed, discussing things about the giants, and walked out of the training room. 159. Let Dongli and Brocky sit in the branch and be responsible for recruiting new people. Chris, above deck. I heard from the captain that there are 2 giants on this island. Bashas raised his arms and said with a big laugh, I haven't fought with the giants yet, I really want to play well, way ha 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 ha. Poison Q leaned on the chair and smiled strangely. The giant clan is so tall, if you want to poison it, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to poison you. Ajin waved the 2 strange-shaped weapons, and said indifferently that the bounty was 100 million burleys, and he was a pirate from the New World, so he would use domineering. This must be combined with the size of a giant, and its destructive power must be very strong. Huge. I'm not a match for either of them yet. Luo stopped cultivating, crying with the demon sword in his arms, and said coldly, 100 years ago, the bounty was so high, the strength must not be weak. Hawkins playing cards, lifeless. Years ago, at that time, Roger, the king of Highway, had not yet been born, and the era of the great pirate had not come. Being able to be offered a reward of 100 million Bailey shows how huge the threat they pose to the Navy. Van Oka tapped a gun on his shoulder and said with a blank expression, being targeted by the captain, they can only become his subordinates, which is fate. Crow pushed his glasses and said calmly and rationally, if they don't agree to join, they will definitely be killed by the captain. So they join, that's the best. Lafitte turned his cane, politely, and said that after we defeat Crocodile, we will set up a branch in the Kingdom of Alabasta, and they can stay there at that time. To protect the security of the branch. In this way, the branch can operate normally, constantly recruit new talents with potential, and prepare for future wars. At this moment, the sound of footsteps sounded, and I saw Chris leading the girls and slowly walked over. Princess Wei Wei looked at the lush island in front of her, and Mei Yan blinked, and a feeling of emotion appeared on her face. Deterred, he said something. I heard about this ancient island when I was a child. The unusual horror island is still in the age of dinosaurs. There are all kinds of beasts and very rare dangerous plants. Ordinary people want to survive in it. That is simply impossible. Karina looked at her. Her eyes were bright, and she said with a smile, that's ordinary people, we are not like an island, we can't stop us from moving forward, D. Nami looked at the island in front of her, with a look of emotion on her pretty eyes, and murmured, it's only in the Great Waterway that you can see such a distant island. From the age of dinosaurs to the present, this is truly a journey across the ancient times. Sure enough, the Great Waterway is the most mysterious. Robin brushed his black and beautiful hair, smiled and said, this island has a very long history. If you have time, you really have to take a good test for Yile. Very rare, and it has archaeological significance idea. At that time, Bashas looked at Chris, laughed loudly, and said something to the captain. Is there a newcomer to join? Way ha ha ha. Poison Q stood up, coughed and said, it's better to let them stay in the branch. Sailing with the giants, the speed will definitely be affected. Crow habitually pushed his glasses. His eyes flashed with wisdom. The ancient island is an inaccessible place. How could the captain know that there are 2 giants on it? In addition, there are many other things that Xiao Chong can't predict. Thinking about it carefully, this is really incredible. Lafitte stood his cane in front of him, smiled slightly, and said politely, the captain knew enough about the world before he went to sea. Moreover, it is not difficult for a person who has reached the level of a captain to know some secret things. At this moment, the Chris has approached the ancient island and sailed along the Dad River. You can see the scenery on both sides. Koya likes the right books, especially about plants, know very well about the beautiful eyes, pointing to a blue fruit tree on the shore, with a look of surprise on the pretty eyelids. I can't believe it. I've seen this in a book. It's called blue karma. It's an extinct plant. It's an island of ancient times, even plants from so long ago. It's incredible that Alrita is carrying a big iron rod. He frowned and said solemnly, the plants here are all strange. I have never seen them before. The ancient island, worthy of the word, prime ancient, is indeed a dangerous island. Nuju touched his delicate chin, and said with a sweet smile, the animals and plants in this place really exude a sense of simplicity and a kind of ancient desolation. Suddenly, with a bang, a huge animal jumped out of the jungle and everyone looked at it. It was a red dinosaur with a huge body, sharp claws, and its teeth gleaming in the sunlight. Mango. It stared right at the Chris, and walked up the shore, turning the people on it into prey and chasing after it. It's scary enough that there are dinosaurs out there. Kalina's beautiful eyes are bright, and she is surprised. She looks very cute. Nami shook her head slightly, pursed her lips and said, when I was writing a book, I always thought that dinosaurs didn't exist, but I didn't expect Jingran to actually visit today. But Ya nodded her head again and carefully tapped dinosaurs, looking very curious, said something exactly like the dinosaurs written in the book. They were all so huge, their teeth were so sharp. Yalita carried a big iron rod, smiled and said, it's not smart enough. Woolen cloth. To treat us as prey is really a box behavior. Abis stood by the bar, blinked her big eyes, and said in a tender voice, it's saying, it's so hungry, it's enough to eat. Sitting on the railing, Pa Dong said angrily, you want to eat us, this damn big guy, think we are easy to bully. At that time, a burst of laughter came over, and the voice was shocking and loud. There has been no human for a long time. Today is really a good day. As soon as the voice of Kapapapa's voice fell, a huge body, walking with heavy steps, came over and it was one of the captains of the giant soldier sea regiment, Brokey. Swoosh. Hearing Broki's laughter, all the animals were frightened and ran away, as if they had encountered some kind of horror. When the dinosaur was running around, suddenly a giant axe fell, and before it could let out a whimper, it was chopped off its head. Small things, I will take you as Lousy's appetizer. Brokey lowered his head, smiled, and asked enthusiastically, guests from afar, I have noticed the aroma of wine on your ship. I don't know if I can bring out some fine wine and give it to me. Don't worry, I can exchange food with you. How about it, guests? The crowd didn't answer yet, when a loud laughter came. And me, welcome all the guests who come from afar. Holding the long sword, Dongli strode over, making heavy footsteps, and said with a smile, I haven't had a drink for a long time, please bring me some beautiful bars. I can bring out the sumptuous food and entertain you. Rocky gave him a cold look, sarcastically, and said something. Your nose is smart enough, just like a dog. It's really powerful. Dongli also looked at him coldly and said with a smile, speaking of which, your nose is more powerful than mine. The real dog's nose should be you. Listening to the ridicule of the two of them, with their huge size, everyone couldn't help but talk. It is the so-called giant family, it is really too high. Nuo Chigao nodded lightly, Mei Mei didn't blink, and murmured, this is indeed too high, it must be 20 meters, it's really scary. Karina shrugged her shoulders and vomited. With such a big body, she can trample a lot of people to death with one foot. It's amazing, isn't it? Perona floated in the air, nodded her head again and again, and said in surprise, this is the first time I've seen a human princess so tall. I really want to try the ghost's ability on them. It must be very interesting. Haley ha ha ha. Alrita carried a big iron rod, and went up the delicate and beautiful danger, showing a color of amazement, and said with a wry smile, where is this? It's human. Jane 460 is as tall as a few floors. Makino smiled slightly and said very gently, in the eyes of the two of them, we should be like the kind of mother ants that can be trampled to death with one foot. Desire brushed the hair in front of his forehead and said strangely, they have lived for more than 100 years, but they don't seem to be getting old at all. It's really strange enough. It seems that the lifespan of the giants is very long, many times longer than that of ordinary people. Princess Weiwei nodded lightly, smiled and said, because they have long lifespan, huge size, and strong destructive power, so the reward is so high. It's like the dinosaur just now, when people raised a knife and dropped it, it was simply solved. The fighting power of the giants is really terrifying. At this moment, Bashes raised his arms high and laughed loudly, as expected of a giant family. He was really tall and mighty. Wei haha poisonous Q's eyes were ruthless, and he smiled strangely and said, with such a big body, use it as an experiment. It's really good. Ajin frowned and said solemnly, without the devil fruit ability, I am definitely not the opponent of the two of them now, there is no doubt about that. Such a big body is a living target. Fan. Oka habitually tapped his shoulder with a gun, and said with a blank face, it's too easy to fight the two of them, one shot at a time. Crow pushed his eyes, still so sensible, with such a huge body, his anti-poison ability must be very strong, and he was not afraid of the bites of snakes, insects, mice and ants. No wonder it is not unreasonable to survive here, and it is not unreasonable that Lafitte stood his cane in front of him, and said mildly, strong destructive power and strong vitality, such a subordinate is really good. With them staying in the kingdom of Alabasta, like a door god, it can shock Xiao Xiao, and no one dares to be there. It is very good. This is a happy event worth celebrating. 160. Kill the island eater and leave the ancient island. Hey guys, bring up the wine. Nemesis put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked at Dongli and Brokey indifferently, as calm as ever, Captain. The people below shouted loudly, without any hesitation. They hurried to Dongli to carry their long swords, raised their heads and laughed, and said boldly, you Captain, you are very good to my appetite. Ah. Brokey carried the head of celery and laughed, you gave me some wine to drink, and Brokey treated you as a friend. Nami's eyes widened, her perfectly white face, with a sweet smile, said something about the two of them. They were very wild, and they looked like they could talk well. Robin brushed her black and beautiful hair, and smiled. Smiled and said, he is very generous, very loyal, and very friendly. The girls nodded in unison, smiled slightly, and agreed in particular. At this time, the person below, carrying a barrel of fine wine, walked to the railing, put down all the barrels of wine, and held up his hands high, with an Eastleigh, and Brokey laughed and said, aren't you afraid of poison in the wine? Why do Q smiled ugly and coughed, it's too easy to trust others, and you don't know how to die. The two are really too scheming, this is very dangerous. Crow pushed his glasses and said with a blank face. Lafayette adjusted his top hat, gentle and polite, how could someone like Captain Al be poisoned? I believe that the two of them will definitely be able to feel the strength of the captain. I firmly believe in this. At this time, Dongli sat directly on the ground, probed the Chris with his big hand, picked up a barrel of fine wine, and said with a smile on his face. The strength of your captain is very powerful, I have felt this for a long time. Yeah. Brokey also sat down on the ground, probing it with his big hand, and refusing to drink the wine, agreeing, I have never seen such a terrifying aura before. In the face of your captain, I seem to have encountered a flood and beast, and the pressure is very high. Don't talk about this, it's important to drink, Kapapapapa. Hearing the two of them say this, the girls couldn't help but glance at each other, each with a beautiful smile. Princess Weiwei stroked her water blue hair, her eyebrows were curved, and she said with a sweet smile, they are very reasonable. Anyone who sees Chris for the first time will feel this way, and they will be shocked by him. Here it is. Alrita carried the pitch-black iron rod and said casually, this is the unique charm of the strong. We are Karina's beautiful eyes that can't be learned, revealing a sly color, and said with a smile. Anyway, after all, it's just a sentence that Chris is the best. Perona flew around in the air, let out a laughter of silver bells, and agreed. Yes, yes, as long as you see Chris, everyone will worship and join the team. At this time, Dongli opened the bottle cap, took a deep breath, looked intoxicated, sighed with emotion, and said it is really fragrant. Don't say anything, I tilted my head and poured my mouth. Immediately afterwards, he laughed and said, it's delicious, this is the real fine wine, it's so fragrant, Brokey. He took a big sip, nodded, and said with a smile, I haven't had a good drink in a long time. Yes, I finally got it today. Thank you for coming, we will be good friends forever. Chris still put his hands in his trouser pockets, looked at the two of them, and said calmly, Blue Ghost Dongli, Red Ghost Brokey, I'm Chris. Next, I will go to the Kingdom of Alabasta, kill Shichibukai Crocodile, and become the new 7. I will go to the New World, attack a non-government alliance country, and establish a network in my base. Now the world is in turmoil. You guys, what is the situation in the hometown of Elbaf? No one knows. If you are willing to join my fleet, then Elbaf will have shelter, and there is no danger. Chris looked at the two of them and said lightly, I won't say unnecessary nonsense. You two think about it. Dongli and Brokey looked at each other, didn't speak, fell into silence. They have been dueling here for so long, and they won't decide whether to win or lose. How can they be? When they left, they both frowned and thought seriously, with a very serious look. Nami blinked her big eyes and said with a pure and sweet smile, no matter how they think, the final result is that Bai Wan has Sister Baccarat there. Our luck will always be better, haha. The sweetheart queen nodded lightly, gathered her pale blonde hair, and said with a smile, anyway, I have been taking water from the wind since I got on the boat. Recruiting a younger brother is very simple, and there will be no problems at all. Betty, like a child playing house, took a breath, but she was still so calm, and said that she has Baccarat's lucky ability, plus Chris's with great strength. There is no doubt that whoever sees it and refuses to accept it. Ju looked at Baccarat, raised her eyebrows, and said with a gentle smile, with the two of them joining, there is no need to worry about the affairs of this branch. Baccarat smiled and said generously, they are really powerful, and they are the most suitable for them to sit in the branch. At this moment, Dongli turned to Brokey to the right, looked ashamed, and said with a lot of self-blame, speaking of which, it's really stupid that we are fighting here and there. Just because of a little girl's words, let's use our spirits and compare the animals who hunted the bigger ones. Looking back now, it was really too impulsive and too reckless. Brokey nodded, sighed and said, and it was agreed that when the volcano in the center of the island erupts, a duel must be fought. Only those who survive can return to their hometown of Elbaf and enjoy the highest honor of being a soldier. It's stupid. Our actions are really stupid to the extreme. Alas, Dongli took a sip of wine and said with a big laugh, the things in the past have already passed, and let's not mention that since we have lost our way now, then we don't need to say more. We will definitely take Chris's fast boat and leave this disgusting ancient island. Brokey also took a sip of wine and said with a smile, with such a powerful strength as Chris, he will definitely be able to become Shichibukai. Kapapapapa. Jia Ruo, Dongli and Brokey looked at Chris together, very respectfully, and said loudly, Captain Chris, please take care of me in the future. Chris still put his hands in his trouser pockets and said lightly, Dongli, Brokey, go to the mouth of the sea and board the boat. Let's go, little ones. After speaking, I didn't waste time here, and walked directly to the direction of the training room. As for the huge island-eating fish at the mouth of the sea, Chris simply didn't bother to pay attention to it. The solution to the island eater is Captain Chris. The people below agreed, and hurriedly got busy with their work. They acted very quickly, and they all showed happy smiles at risk. Without him, with the addition of these two giants, the strength of the team has become stronger, and they will naturally be so confused that Dongli and Brokey looked at each other with a puzzled look on their faces. Little, how can the two of them stand up? But since Chris said that he would get on the boat at the estuary, he must have his reasons. Let's go to the estuary. Dongli took a sip, quickly stood up, walked forward, and Brokey followed, and said with a smile, "Speaking of the estuary, there is an amazing monster there. The name is the island-eating monster, and it has a particularly huge body. It specializes in eating the islands in the surrounding waters. It's very terrifying." Dongli laughed, nodded and said, "I forgot if you didn't say it, this island-eating fish is indeed it's a hassle." The girls saw that Chris had left, and were about to follow them to practice. But when I suddenly heard the conversation between the two of them, they didn't move, and each of them had a curious look on their pretty faces. Nami looked at the two of them, and she blinked her eyes, her perfectly fair face, full of interest, and hurriedly asked. Carmen shrugged his shoulders and said casually, "Island-eating monsters, even islands can be eaten, this body type is probably very scary, right?" Makino nodded, smiled and said, "The sea monster that feeds on the island 1.8, this is the first time I have heard of it. There is such a species in this world." Karina's beautiful eyes lit up, with an excited look on the pretty face, and said something. "This time I came to Primordial Island, it was really right. Not only did I see the two giant uncles, but also the island-eating monster. I really wanted to see what it looked like." Topperona flew around in the air, nodded her head again and again, and said with a smile, "That's right, that's right. This princess also likes it very much." Princess Weiwei raised her beautiful eyebrows, and on the eyelids of Guomocheng, she showed the appearance of memory, and said a legend of this island-eating monster. "I seem to have heard it when I was a child, and I thought it was a story made up. Now it seems that, this island-eating fish really exists, and it really feeds on islands." Robin brushed his black and beautiful hair, smiled lightly, and said intelligently, "I have never seen such a monster before. I'll have to take a good look at it later if it shows up and see how it's different from the Aquarians."